into overtime right now as well. 10K overtime as well, so money of essence. If you're starting to lose these rounds, it's going to be a big factor here.
So shuffling up middle, at least it's 10K. It's still plenty of cash for both teams to work with, but not infinite money. Can run out for that CT side if the T's are able to get up and running. We'll see though. JL ball down towards middle. Imagine if Bowden wasn't blind. But bold players have won Apex these rounds. And it'll win them a fight again, but this time Nock does have something to say. He will snipe out Fady again from that boiler position.
Yeah, it's a favorable trade right now. At least ATK able to respond here in some of the early brackets control. We've seen the woes of this team with these positions before, but quickly they're going to move back in towards this B side. They're taking a little bit of a reroute here. They're going to test the waters towards Jacob, who's left on an island here. Not a lot of support, but a lot of utility here. We'll see if he gets checked on the boost. Not quite. A quick give up right there. Molly followed up in another 4-on-2. Modem's not going to make this one out. Oh no. Has the smoke for the Molly.
No way he survives this one. No, he'll get the digits in, but not much more than that. And Jacob crisp. First round OT in the hands of Apex. And that'll be that.
Super solid work right there coming through from Apex. Great little boost taking place for Jacob to really thrive in that solo B position. Didn't get cleared. Just thanking his lucky stars for that, because if he goes down without a single bit of impact right there, you can imagine that round going south fast. Instead they avoid that brutal reality. They hold steady. And Jacob now looking like he's sharp as ever. You can see these more crispy taps are taking place. Energy looking high, but the composure's still there for the veterans here on Apex.
Oh, Bowden, he just running up out up middle. Might be overtime, but that doesn't phase him. Modem as well, just full force, taking all this space up toward top banana. ATK still playing without fear.
Good sign from them. Having Modem deep in towards these car positions has been really good, but look at this again with these deep positions. Fady has been lurking through apartments quite a bit. It's all a game of timing here. JL not showing too much space. He's got a smoke out. He's got to get his rifle ready. Instead, he's going to fall off the perch, and Fady's just confirmed that information. A slight bit of information, sure, but so crucial here. They're shifting up the setup.
Ooh, and JL doesn't want to get back up on top of the balcony. He's been such an instrumental player on these A-side holds. Always wanted to pick a fight with ATK, but instead it's Nock. Another opener in these overtime rounds. He's taking out the IGL out of this equation. Now 40 seconds on the clock, and time starts to tick. Someone needs to get that bomb too. 30 seconds remaining. They still have yet to pick up the bomb. You can't save this one. You got to go now. Are they going to bring it to B?
That's the only option left at this point in time. Bomb's starting to make its way through. 20 seconds left on the clock, but the turns utility's definitely there from these B players.
With 15 seconds on the clock, Swisher needs to run onto the A site and immediately plant. There needs to be this entry from Modem. It's not quite there. It's such a messy affair. They're gonna have to run and save in overtime and hand the first two over to Apex. Messy round there from ATK. They weren't able to put their ideas together.
Not at all. Falling flat here in OT, it seems, from ATK. Tried to make that reroute happen, tried to pull the fakes, but not happening at the moment. Apex holding steady. Overtime again. This is where you think that experience is going to shine the most. They like to take it the distance here. And it seems like ATK struggling to figure out what's worked once before here. They got great positioning. They're getting these deep angles. They're getting this early car control. They've got apartments control, all of the map control in the world, but they keep on walking in and knocks off. And sure, he was struggling early in the half. He's completely fallen into form here in overtime. It's been very promising. Again, some early space being taken here from Modem, though. He's pushed through the smoke in B. You got Fady taking apartments control. This has been the formula we've been going with all the while here.
Oh,
Gap being slipped from Modem to take some damage off of Jacob, but it's no kill confirmed.
If that was the headshot, though, that would have been the foothold for ATK. Modem has been just such a threat, walking up banana all of these rounds and putting pressure on that B site. we're seeing a bit more space being gained here from ATK, especially as they begin to walk up the arch side. Nocto, oh no, the shot doesn't connect, and Mistum wins such an impactful duel. He's here to cut rotations as well. He's gonna give him a warm welcome inside a spawn. Sees two players rotating, but that don't matter because the A-side anchor has fallen. JL is out of the picture. Bodenmaster can just stop them from walking out of the library. Takes a pot shot and lands a tag as well. Boden is on fire, Modem following up, and we're about to see Apex likely pick up at least an extra round on the tail end of the T side. Shocks and Jacob, I mean, 30 HP between the two of them. This is far from a pretty retake, and Modem's just gonna dole out a headshot. Jacob gets a cool spam through smoke, but we're gonna be seeing at least a round here for ATK come the side swap.
One to make it interesting here, that is for sure. No guarantees just yet of what we have next, right? We've seen ATK put up a great defensive half, right? They've got those trick plays, they've got those set pieces to be tossed in with the CT aggression, but now the question comes, are they gonna be feeling confident enough to go for those this deep into overtime? Do they still have the goal to go for that?
To play their game. I mean, even when the game has fallen out of their hands and a couple rounds go every wishy-washy. For ATK, it's about sticking together to what worked, and boy did it work as well. There were just maybe a few unfortunate rounds to where it could have been an even more dominant half, where they gave up a 2v4. At the same time, ATK have won their fair share of upset rounds as well. 2v5 on the Eco.
Oh yeah.
Some incredible performances. See, there's a lot of thought process here for Apex. You would think for a team of this caliber, things should never really get this close. On their map pick as well, just like against Homeless. Things not going according to plan.
Let's go in the distance here. They've brought in a much better CT side. I got to give them credit for that as well. They've drastically improved it from the first go-around versus Homeless to now, which is promising. But this T side, I mean, it was ended 6-9. Par for the course, you would say, on an Inferno map, right? We'll see if ATK can try and sweep things, or if Apex want to close it out. They want to finish the business that they started here in this map pick. Boden, though, he is confident. I was wondering if we were going to see this out of him. He's deep down towards middle.
Oh!
He's going to find the opening pick. How on earth is he getting away with that?
That is so insane. Who does that? Who goes for the boost in the middle of mid? There's so many what-ifs you can ask yourself, but the frag is all that matters.
Boden never asks himself what if. He's always confident in his plays, and that's what leads to the success.
Now for the apartments pop. They group up towards middle. Swisher, Molly at the ready. And they try to move on through, but Fady from inside a pit, not blind one bit. Smoke onto his feet, and there's no ground gained here from Apex. They're gonna try out towards the arch side, but Swisher not giving them anything. They have to go ahead and lick their wounds back to the B site.
He's taking it right back. He's going to clear up brackets control. He can make a rotation back in towards that B side pretty quickly.
Yep. And even then, they don't have the flashes nor the utility to take this entire site. Boden, easy, as Shocks just walks into his crosshair. Flashbang into the mini pit. And Boden combined with Mistum. Boden, how about he just does all the work. With Swisher by his side, no problems. ATK equalize.
That's a sweep right there. Flawless coming through, and a flawless round for Boden. Again, I mean, we got a quick answer to our question heading into the CT side. Where are they going to go for the aggression, right? And that was answered with a boost in the middle of top of mid.
Yeah.
I mean, about exposed to every angle in the game right there. And Boden locks into the one position where the one player that he could have taken down is, and he finds the pick. That's incredible stuff. Confident as ever versus the veterans here in Apex.
You were asking about the gall, if ATK still had it. Oh yeah, they still do.
No way.
And they're doing this again. This time it can get punished. What? It doesn't matter, he flicks onto him anyways. Boden is different. JL does frag back with a nade, will touchdown, and it's back to equals.
No way.
Shocks with an opportunity. What is happening in this round? It's still ATK walking away with the man advantage as the dust settles.
That's absolutely insane. A big gimme right there. Shocks let one slip through the cracks. They cannot let this
He's
round
jumping
slip
up.
through the cracks here. Jacob Nails the timing, but he can't nail the
I
shot.
can't
Fading
believe
gets
it.
away. How on earth are they all still alive, eating some HEs in return? They're able to get in their positions. They're bolstering up this A side. Nice and comfortable here.
I can't believe it. How have ATK held on to this round? So many opportunities given. So many incredible shots hit. Jacob, though, is going to deliver one right back. 30 HP to his name, but he still stands. 3v3, but Modem is going to be able to frag back. They're back up through the arch, though. They're inside of CT spawn. 2 players have made their way through, but it's Nok who has the bomb, who's actually sticking around towards the A side. They don't want B.
Reclaiming control of bracket, so now is Fady. They might actually give up the bomb site.
They're going to go down middle.
Oh, no.
They're walking down middle, and they're handing this one over to Apex.
When will they realize here? 20 seconds left. They're going to realize a little bit too late. This is a free post-plant situation, and imagine the positions that they can get themselves in. They seem so unsecure of these angles here. Nok finally going to start to realize what's just taken place. They cannot believe their luck. They've just cleared out B, but have just realized they've been bamboozled.
Apex with an excellent mid-round call. Modem, though, he's just going to hold. So is Nok, though. All 3 players coming up towards middle. Nok, he could get overrun here. He needs to hit this instant shot, and he does. No trade in sight. Time is already ticked. Nok, instant kill. Modem, there's no time on this play. And it's Apex who have gone ahead and defied the odds. Map point for them.
What an insane lifeline. They had no business collecting that round right there, but ATK outplayed themselves by going in towards that banana flank right there. That's brutal. Absolutely brutal way to drop this one, because that looked like it was 18 guaranteed, but they had other plans. Nok nailing some shots is beautiful, and I mean, I gotta say, I thought this round was over when Shox missed that kill in Apartments, right? And I could see JL with his head in his hands, so frustrated with the result of that round, but they pull it back nonetheless, and that's a massive
tenacity by word up middle. But now Fady will shut them down at the doors. They try to turn up the gas. They try to go back to what worked. Getting in their face here is Apex, but also shot in their face as well. Blinded up. JL's next in line to follow the Swisher. 2 versus 5, and another set of rounds has just been placed on the table.
Nok and Stico, man, some high performers here for the team when it's mattered the most, though 2v5 seems a little bit too much to ask. There's a couple low HP bars, but the odds here closing this one are slim to none. They look to make the way up towards the A side slowly but surely. Nok testing the waters here, and this crossfire, it could just be too much to bear.
Nok starting to slip forward. Molly in towards the gate position. Switcher's going to burn out in the open. There are opportunities. There are real, tangible opportunities. Fady is so low inside a mini. He'll find the kill. Now it's a clutch up for Stico. Gets dropped down to 48. Plant, it's a fake. He's trying to hunt for this kill, but no, Modem will hit the shot. More rounds required.
We keep playing. We're not done yet here. 18 is not enough, and it, oh my God, Apex, they sure do like their overtimes. That is a guarantee right there. If you're ATK though, I mean, imagine the position that you kind of feel you're in. Sure, you've just taken it at the distance, but the reality of closing that one out was definitely there. A 4-on-2 advantage on that A side. They move off of the site and give it right up there. That's a bit of outbraining coming through from Apex. Credit where it's due to keep them in this game. But it's still ATK on that CT side. And if it wasn't for that big anomaly of a round, that would have been a sweep. This would have been done.
This game is just so unbelievable right now. The plays that people are making in this overtime, just unreal. Bowden just with seemingly infinite confidence. And so are Apex.
Yeah, confidence is definitely not an issue here for ATK. There's no doubt about it, man. They're just dealing with so much of it. Again, I mean, we've seen multiple rounds. Bowden's just taking high angles towards middle lane and some flick shots left and right. That has to build some confidence. They definitely don't lack that. And I thought that was going to be the question. In overtime, we could have seen ATK collapse. We could have seen them crumble, given the position in this and given the way they've kind of let that lead slip out of their hands. But that's not the ATK we've got in Apex. Again, it could be a case of a sweep on that CT side. If you get enough of those CT rounds, we could see this be a closer.
ATK making them think. Perhaps a little bit of a technical pause here, but at the same time, Apex making some time to talk over Cuban. Talking up the troops. It's definitely been a tough game to make you sweat. And even then, ATK have done this all without a coach. Keep that in mind. No one there to stabilize the troops here.
I mean, that's just the mental fortitude that this team is bringing, right? That's a great show because they don't have their coach. They don't have that voice in the server when it goes the distance, when it goes 15-15 to really keep them in this game. Instead, it's that Mistim, that IGL factor that's rallying this roster on his own. And man, is he doing a good job. Can't give him enough credit in and out of the server right now for the guy. But you can see, I mean, very clearly, Apex trying to zone in, full focused, pressure on their shoulders. Like they said, they want to come into this event, they want to close this event, right? That's the game plan here. Anything else would be shocking.
And so we're starting to ready back up. Hands back on the keyboards, buys coming through. We're going to get this one started back up. Shout out to the chicken for keeping the crowd company while we were gone. But we're back into play. Double overtime coming up. ATK versus Apex, map number 1, the quarterfinal still continuing. It's win or go home. Two of the top teams coming into this event. Apex thought to be invincible. ATK maybe proving themselves invincible. Fady wanting to take part in this. He's already gotten himself up again in such a nasty position. Bowden Master's gonna shut down Shocks. Immediately off the bat, Fady taking that duel versus Jacob, but Jacob will prevail this time, and Knock has just found the wall bangs onto Bowden.
Oh, that's a massive round right there. It's a great start. Knock finding that trade when it felt near impossible to trade out Bowden. But now that he's down early, now what he's been delivering for the CT side has been near everything for them in the early days. He finds the opener in this occasion, but the trades don't favor them at the end of the day. The department setup eventually maybe run one too many times right there. The response is swift, and now it's up to Swish here in the apartment side. Because that's where they're heading. Slowly but surely, they're looking to reclaim control. But
it has to be Swish. It has to be Swisher here against Jacob, and he gets the fight. Catching him out towards the apartment stairs. That's going to send him back towards B.
Enough encouragement here. Mistim still got a smoke, and we've seen him have massive performances on this B side alone. He needs to do it once more.
Oh, man. Harking back to the start of this game. He's not blinded at all. There's a smoke in play. He can have the opportunity, but immediately traded by Stiko. Bomb planted. Monum on the run up. Is he gonna do this? Flash through, walking through the smoke. No one blinded up though. They're both playing this crossfire at the back of the site, but Knock is gonna open up for the first kill. And now, player at the back of the site, Stiko reveals his position. Monum knows, but his HP does not favor him at all. But Knock thought he was wrapping around Nubox. But almost a kill, but it's not enough. I don't think Monum has the gas in the tank for this clutch goal. As Stiko swings out and gets the job done. Apex, oh boy, they grab onto a round that was just falling away from them.
Yeah, I mean, again, Stiko and Knock continue to be the two heavy hitters, the two lifelines for this team. Knock finding that trade in apartments on the Bowden was everything right there. Helped out so much in converting. You could see Mistim left on a complete island.
What is this from Knock? Oh, man.
He landed 2 of those in a row.
Yeah.
I mean, that's back-to-back wallbang shots right there. Bowden probably thought he was safe after the first. That's not the case. Knock continuing to step it up when overtime comes calling here. And Bowden, this is not an angle you want to take against the Knock, who's in red-hot form, who will fall off eventually. In fact, everyone on ATK giving up a little bit of space. No one's too interested in sticking around for too long, except for those D players who chunk down JL quite low.
Important to start counting utility here out of that CT side belts if you're Apex. Excuse me. Dude, I'm not. I think I've said Apex as many times as I said ATK this game. They start with an A.
That is true.
Bowden.
The Avis boost could be well placed here.
Oh,
Missed
man.
shot when he goes
Oh,
he goes
boy.
for the repeat and he gets punished for it. JL going to find the opener and not
Oh,
in time.
no, that's
Modem
it.
can't fall off. It's a double entry on B here, and Apex making a run in for the site.
Oh no, Bowden. Huge opportunity. It's been squandered, but at the same time, down bottom middle. Shox has the bomb inside of the underpass, and he's been dinked. Shox taking too much time, but Jacob walks right around the apartments and will take that kill.
That bay here, we've seen these fast plays work quite well for Apex. They're going to try and run it on right back.
And Shox is already up and towards long haul of the apartments. At the same time, Modem has finally been picked on the jump spot. Shox, though, does go down. It's a trade back and forth. And Swisher picks himself up a rifle. Emboldened. He has to do this.
Love this call from him, right? You absolutely have to. You have to reclaim some control. I don't think it's just going to come fast enough. They're already making the move on in towards B.
Oh, it's Nico on the entry back at the side. It's only the MP9, a missed him. He's been so good, but too many angles to fight off against. It spam through the smoke on a Fady. Getting ever closer to the so blessed, flawless T side for Apex. And ATK must win 3 in a row to keep holding on in Inferno.
Smiles on the Apex camp as well. They are feeling good there with that sweep, and how could you not? That is a brutal blow here. Inferno, unless we can see some sort of incredible resurgence, is certainly swinging their way. Knock wielding the op already, of course. Same case for Bowden here. The head-to-head still there, but this G side has been kind of a proving ground for ATK already. And 3 in a row seems a little bit far-fetched.
Oh, missed him. Just gunning it towards top banana. Apex consistently not been really challenging this. They've been handing this control over towards ATK.
They boosted up Stigo. He's been in this position so many times before. Executes have come his way, and he's found them all. Completely denied Homeless their chances at making playoffs with this position alone on Inferno.
They can deny another team. An ATK right here. Still not committing with the bomb up towards middle. Or ATK, it's just a control. Apex looking to brawl. Shox has found so many kills through the smoke already in this game, but things were gonna change. Knock mid reposition gets dropped. JL down to 12. Things get thrown up in a disarray. Fady leaping down in a mini, and also the entry from Swisher. ATK still has some life left in him as these remaining Apex players, they're gonna save.
They're not going to lie down without a fight here. Our ATK, and that's a great sign. It's a great opener. It's still 2 in a row required, and that's just at the very best scenario to take us in to a triple. But still, I mean, it feels a bit far-fetched. Sure, you can catch a round off guard here for Apex here and there, but I think they're going to really buckle down after realizing the round being dropped here. I wonder if they want to hunt as well, right? You can make a case to go for this. Even if you drop a few weapons, it is 10K overtime, so money's a concern. Maybe you keep Bowden hanging back. But the rest of you could chase these guns down here, theoretically. Drop some weapons, because money is kind of a factor here.
Yeah, it is the money factor here. It's 10K overtime, so you do actually have to save. If they did go for it, they did try to throw themselves at the wall. If they falter in the next one, you're going to be in the exact same position you saw ATK in with MP9s and Scouts. So it's good for Jacob to hold on to that. Fady survives as well with the bomb, so not a big deal. They hold on to their weapons. ATK still need 2 more in a row.
Yeah, it's a hard task here, but you can see composure's in. They're not cheering after that last round. They know they need to buckle down. They know they need to stay focused here in the ATK camp. Missed him calling the shots here now. Ready to make their move on. Can they replicate? Can they find their consistency here?
Missed him. He just, oh, what is a smoke? I couldn't tell you, says missed him.
Certainly not a wall.
He's already passed his eyes on toward lane. The Nox posted up towards the arch side. Good molly and will force them back, but it does actually draw out some utility.
And again, this consistency in Apex's game plan to allow them to take space free of charge here is definitely true in overtime. Missed him taking a deep angle. He's already scaled past the hay bales. He could get in their face quickly.
Mistum's on a mission. He could get flashed in, and these pit players might get caught unawares. He has eyes onto Moto. If Nock tries to rotate, Nock is so certainly pinned right here.
Oh,
but
no.
The player back from Shocks and Mistum's gonna get caught. Split smoke thrown in, putting pressure on the Nock. They'll begin to push forward. Oh no, but Nock watching inside a spawn. This is another kill falling the way of Apex. 35 seconds in a 3v5. They're gonna try and make this happen. Onto the A site, flash out from the apartments. Fady, there's no one in pit to contend with. It's just players on the site. Maybe I can give him the entry he wants. Trying to drop into mini pit. Bowden on the hold. Creeping ever closer, but can't hit the shot. And then it's Nock who comes back in. And then he'll hit the next. Fady in a 1v5, and that's it for Apex. They'll be taking their map pick as we move on to Dust 2.
That's a hard-fought victory, but a victory nonetheless for Apex. And again, in that last overtime, they had a little break. You could see the gears turning in the coach there of Apex, and it came into full fruition. A flawless T-side sweep right there off the break, and that's a phenomenal recovery right there. It was hard-fought, though. Inferno, by no means easy, and ATK have already shown their strength here in that map. They shouldn't be too disappointed because now they're heading into their home field in Dust 2.
Man, what a map, especially from Nock towards the tail end. It's like, man, he popped off with the AWP and saved them in a lot of these rounds, but you can see how this game started for ATK. Confident was what they were working with. They had 2 map points even in regulation. So many opportunities, and I know they're going to be walking away with this game thinking they had a chance.
No doubt. I mean, again, that is multiple overtimes. It proves that they had a chance right there. And again, they shouldn't be too concerned. We got a little break in the action before the head to Dust 2, and I think Mistum's going to be able to have a chance to rally. The team is going to get Spray involved probably in the meantime as well, because this matters a lot. Dust 2, it needs to be converted here.
The one thing, though, you can be happy with in ATK is they definitely kept a competitive map. It's, okay, sure, tough luck that you fell on your opponent's map, but you have Dust 2 coming up next. Definitely been an ace up their sleeve so far this tournament. They haven't allowed an opponent to get double digits on it so far. They've played series with Blackhand and EG. Blackhand with 8, EG with only 7. They've kept it clean on this map. They've even brought teams like Pain Gaming to the brink here. This is a solid map historically for ATK.
Oh yeah, no, this is going to be a great chance to try and resurge in the series. And again, they got that time to talk with the coach here, time to talk things over. What went wrong there? Seems like they just kind of ran out of gas when the pressure was applied to most. ATK didn't have enough left in the tank, and how could they? They're dealing with the experience difference here on these 2 teams, right? We came into this series, and Swisher kind of justified that, right? He said it very quickly in this series, right? You are coming into this, you're taking every series game by game, slowly but surely trying to make your way through. And sure, this one slips through the cracks, but you're going to try and bounce back here. That's a guarantee from the fight we just saw from them.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's definitely a bounce back potential, right? They're coming to this. Sure, it stings a little bit when it goes into OT and you had a lot of opportunities, had some tactical advantages, but at the same time, you know, you're playing against a team that's so much better than you. There's still plenty of things to be happy about with Apex. We're gonna go ahead and bring this one off to a break. Dust 2 coming up next for our first quarter final. It's already gonna be a banger. It already has been a banger, so don't miss it. We'll be back.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
It was pretty free against that team. I'm sure it would be pretty free against us, you guys too.
I mean, it was just an academy team. We're just honestly so much better compared to. I mean, you couldn't even fly out the coach here. You couldn't. What was the problem?
It's easy to talk shit, but it's just known that we're better always.
Woo! I don't know, man. Listen, you were ranked 84th in the world. I guess that's good by your standards, right?
Let's see on the server, all right? I'm gonna remember your face, not your name probably, your face. And we're gonna duke it out on the server.
So Fragadelphia over here, a little collegiate team. You have some international talent there. Do you think that's enough to actually beat these UK people?
Are we allowed to classify them as that, like in the first place?
You just gonna take that?
From the man with a fucking Magikarp hat.
I'm just interested to figure out how their comms work without the teeth and all.
Well, you know what scares me most about your drip is that you got the black Air Forces, my guy.
Yeah?
Unacceptable. I'm scared of you.
Can run your pockets.
Holy shit, I'm moving over here. Viz, please save me.
Black Air Forces are just unacceptable.
Why are they unacceptable?
You can't be trusted.
That's true.
I don't think you can be trusted to even win a map.
Ooh.
Just like you and EU.
That's tough. That's tough.
It'll be easy.
Umar, you want to get in on this? You're just gonna stand by the sidelines?
Honestly, when I look at NBG, if NBG's in the server, I'm running at him. Because the site's gonna be
horrible.
free. I'm not gonna have to worry about anything. 16-0 maybe running at him the entire game.
always like a couple good Frag classics to bring us back in. Welcome on back to the Fragadelphia 17 playoffs. We have our quarterfinal match going on between Apex taking on Apex, ATK. You know, I almost said Apex Rebel. Dude, there's a lot of things that start with an A in this world. There's a Fragadelphia. I mean, look, I'm struggling out here.
It just fit in the theme.
I mean, maybe I am here, Cole. Anyhow, we got map 1 done and dusted. 22 rounds hit there in a double overtime affair for Apex. They were able to bring it across the line, but that was only their map pick. And honestly, all things said, ATK, they had a chance to win the darn map. So I wouldn't be too unhappy now heading into map number 2 of Dust 2.
No, I mean, definitely the case, right? ATK dealing with a whole lot of confidence right there. They nearly closed out Inferno, not quite at the end of the day. They didn't get the win.
Sure.
What they still got was a lot of confidence heading into their home territory. This Dust 2 pick's one that they've definitely been relying on. And yeah, I mean, Apex is going to still be dealing the damage. I think that Knock was a different player at the beginning of that map and towards overtime. He really buckled down. He was hungry for that win. He started off missing some shots, but then he closed things out by just landing absolutely everything. Perfect positioning and nailing those opening picks as well. I mean, in a similar fashion to what Bowden was trying to do there on some of those CT side rounds, but again, it's just a tough luck of the draw right there. They couldn't quite close that one out.
Yeah, but you can close out your inventory, helping out with CS Money, one of our sponsors over here at Fragadelphia 17, where you can buy skins easy peasy with millions of skins on their catalog at some of the best prices. Fast and safe, using the most trusted platform to trade CSGO skins. You can even add yourself on a 40% top-up bonus when you go ahead and purchase. So when you get yourself your AK skin, go ahead and get your pistol skins to go with it as well. Shop up with CS Money to get your inventory at its best. So yeah, now moving over onto Dust 2. So we're bringing that full circle on back. This has not been a good map for Apex. Even in that RMR qualifier, even a couple of BO3s that they've played as of late, it's been a tough map for them. So they're going to have to try and find a way to really bounce back if they want to even consider making this series a 2-zip.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is going to come down to a lot of what Knock can do here on the AWP. We've already talked about how crucial this map can be with the op factor being in the mix here. And I think what ATK definitely don't lack right now versus this Apex team is the firepower, right? We're getting a lot out of these individuals here. Bowden had an incredible game, dealing with all the confidence in the world. You had the same case with Mistim finding multi-frags on the anchoring positions. Swisher winning a couple of big rounds with the Deagle, and then Modem landing some massive aces late in the clutch. So a lot of things going right there for ATK, but not the game in general there. And I think that's a credit partially to what Knock was able to do late in the game. You had a great resurgence coming through from Stiko on that B side, constantly dealing the multi-frags and denying access there as well. So a couple of big rounds for both camps there. Apex definitely going to be happy with that map closer, though, despite the close affair.
Yeah, so we head on over towards Dust 2. I'm not, again, I'll say this again, I'm not unhappy with ATK, but they are a team that could definitely feel the pressure. Modem had said in an interview that, you know, for some reason, this team would just falter when it came down to the pressure, when it came down to these grand finals and qualifying matches. This team of ATK missed out on ESL Challenger Melbourne when they felt like they were the most dominant team in that qualifier. In fact, they said they were the best team in that qualifier. They might have well been, because in a convincing way that they were winning their matches. And now, I mean, even come back into Frag 16 where they just faltered against the Apex Rebels on the main stage. Now they're facing off against, I guess, their same or a similar opponent. They have the same name, but a completely different group of players, but they still put up a good contest here so far. It's just important not to let that loss get through to you and to be able to bounce back here. It's where it all matters here on the Frag stage.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of tell as well that that pressure factor is definitely hitting them in certain occasions, right? A lot of close games coming through from this ATK roster, but yet they do fail to qualify to some of these, you know, massive events, the challengers of the world. True. Where you think that they can really prove their chops, because we've seen this rise, we've seen this team. They were one of the better teams in that qualifier. I got to cover that, and they didn't quite clinch it. They lost at the bitter end there, and sure, you know, you can wipe that one off and you can come into this one feeling confident, but now the pressure's applied. And in that interview with Upmind and Swisher, he was talking about we need to take it game by game. I think that's very intentional, right? Because you're going to get Swisher trying to alleviate some of that pressure. You're coming into this knowing that Apex are probably the heavy favorites. They're the ones with the pressure on their shoulder. They don't need to be feeling scared.
And now we're heading into game. Map number 2, Dust 2, kicking off here at the Fragadelphia 17 playoffs. First quarterfinal on the cards, second map in the series. Apex up for the good. They could find a 2-0 here, but they need a massive reversal in their match history. So let's see if they can bring this one home. ATK, though, they've been running some solid T-sides on this map. In fact, they have yet to they've barely dropped a couple gun rounds. They've lost, it feels, every single pistol on this map just yesterday, considering against Blackhand and EG. But it's a very different when it comes down to the gun round strategy. They were playing confident. And for the pistol, looking to be the same, but no, jumping before the smoke. Bowden gets popped instantly, flashes through as well, but no one swings the full distance. Shocks instead will hit the floor. Things crack back as in more Gooches land. Fantastic shots hit by Swisher, who's just found a triple kill on the P250. This round's washed, as now it's just Jacob, 1v4, and Swisher just brought this one home. ATK are looking to walk away with a pistol.
Yeah, that they are, man, and it feels like the first pistol in a long time here versus a team like Apex. But Jacob does have something to say here. A singular kill in the mix
Surely
needs
not.
a whole lot more, and they're giving them fights. They're trying to play off each other, and yeah, that will be closed confidently from Modem. The answer found there at the end of the day, and at least, you know, Inferno doesn't end your way, but you're going to start off Dust, your home territory, exactly as intended.
A pistol round pickup is something unorthodox here for ATK. Yesterday they lost both pistols to EG Black on this map, and they still won 16-7.
Jeez. Yeah, that one was a bit one-sided, that's for sure. This Eco is going to look a bit scary though at the moment. Missed him down low, no way. Shocks, how have you gotten here? He's finding some valuable information, could catch some players off guard here. That's a guarantee. With the knifes out, that's going to be missed him hitting the deck for sure. But he has trigger discipline. He's going to let him slide on by, trying to cover all angles. When will they finally strike?
Lots of info. Come on, gotta be patient with it. There you go. Walks right into his crosshair. Shocks finds the initial. Swisher hits the dirt. And another player even pushing in through the long doors. Tico is being watched for by Modem. And they know where one of these players are. And now that they pick up the mid player in JL, it's full sail towards this B site. Shocks is going to make the rotate on around. And they have full B site control. So they'll just shift on through. Bomb going up through middle. Shocks inside of the tunnels. He's the only threat, but not anymore. This is a cleanup here for ATK. Besides one little cutesy dig from Shocks, Apex couldn't make anything of it.
I respect the amount of time that Shocks really put into lining up that shot.
Not on the big stage. Not on the big stage. He doesn't miss those.
No, sir.
Too much experience.
Too many haunting memories from previous players that are still not living that one down.
You know, the stage definitely does have some pressure laid onto it. Like, I even asked Gojo. Mike was looking at me like, nah, the players don't feel the pressure. But I was talking to Kojimo, and that was his first time on stage at a Fragadelphia. And he said, you know, it's very weird when you see all your mistakes being broadcast to everyone.
Yeah.
Right? So, definitely a real consideration there, but of course Shocks don't matter. Doesn't matter, he hits the shot, no embarrassment there. Not that I don't think he'd feel any of it. 2-0 start here for ATK, they're chilling.
They are. They deal with the pistols despite a little bit of angle advantages and some Shocks maneuvering. No questions asked. They make it work here, and they're going to buy up a little bit. Just most part utility being brought to the table here in this round, so you can't blame them too much. We'll see how this pans out for them. Again, they got Jacob wielding the Deagle here. Maybe he can do some damage, looking to set him up for success, but at the moment, really hard to make a convincing case for Apex in this one. The CZ in order, though.
Oh, JL up close. No. I've seen it happen before, though. I've seen just the collateral roll out from what some call the pocket AK. That's like a really old iNotorious video. You remember that? Remember that YouTuber?
Kind of, yeah. A little bit.
Just made like...
Probably seen him here and there.
It's been a long time since... that was like the golden age of Counter-Strike content and all that stuff's happening. The real Counter-Strike content is here. Missed them, tippy-tapping away. Ow. Ow, that even hurts a little bit more. A couple guns being taken away here by Apex. Except the one that Shox took was only a MAC-10. The MAC-10's a gun.
That it is. They can actually get you a couple extra dollar bills to your name in case you're able to get a kill. Not quite in this occasion, though. ATK going to convert there and shut things down before things get too out of control. And so now, ATK after that 0-3 start here does too, starting out confidently, but we haven't seen Knock with the op. And this guy was the X factor. He was a difference maker here for Apex, lighting up the server every step of the way here on Inferno. So many opening exchanges won on that CT side. He was constantly gathering them. Now he's looking for more in this one.
Gonna gun it out long as ATK. And for good reason. They have the op of Bowden posted on the line. Flash back in, but no one's blinded up for ATK. 4v5 very early on.
I'm a bit shocked that they left him out to dry right there. They had 3 players that started the round out towards long. A little bit of utility countered from ATK, and that was just enough to completely deter them, but not Stico. It's a bit bizarre. But Shox, he knows he needs to make an aggressive movement. He knows he needs to try and reclaim this space, but surely not into the op here. Not into Bowden. That's not what we want. He's able to slip on by the crosshair. Bowden not prepared for it, and they're walking into this double setup here.
Boy.
Shox and JL locking it down here, completely denying it, and knocked right around the corner. Is going to drop.
Wow.
Missed him. This is such an incredible recovery, and Fady now needs a 1v3 to close.
And they fully gambled over everyone towards that A site. 4 players were there to receive that play. And just the one missed shot for Bowden. You know, a couple of these rounds, he's been an absolute monster. But sometimes when the shot just doesn't connect, there become problems for ATK. That's the first of them.
No doubt, that is the first right there. I'm sure there will be more, but it's not the start you were hoping for your ATK, right? You want to have Bowden immediately coming out of the gates here, firing on all
back
cylinders.
again. There we go. Yeah.
Good.
Bowden will make his grand return with a solid opener. And he has to duel off against Knock, a Swedish op duel. They both meeting in Philly, though. Knock will be able to escape across, though.
What a wild turn of events here, but holding on to a pretty even set at the moment. There's ATK. No one's taking too much flak. They're lining up for a pretty hefty B side. JL, who's been the A anchor position here on Inferno, needs to step it up on the B side here on Dust. Entrusted a lot into him alone, and he needs to step up now.
Get towards door, knocked, nullified. It's only JL. Double kill, insane. But he does get traded out. It's back down to the 3v3. What can Bowden do? He can he got rotates here. Boost up. Good spot out the player at big box. But now Bowden gets to retreat back in towards the tunnels with his AWP. Time starting to tick off this bomb. Another smoke towards the doors. Is that going to call the save? I think it is. They don't have the facilities to make this retake happen. So ATK are going to start this round, this game out 4-1 to the good.
That's just right there again. I was wondering if Bowden was going to be lacking that confidence after a rough miss. You can see oppers oftentimes struggle with that. It usually leads into a chain reaction of tricky performances right there. But Bowden, the one thing he never lacks, and I never give him enough credit for, is the pure confidence that this guy exudes every step of the way here with the AWP. And he proves it once again in the server right there. Bounces swiftly back, and now finding that opening pick leads him to a fourth here. Doesn't lead Apex into a save round, though, just yet. They'll be holding on to rifles pretty safely, so it seems.
All Bowden biding his time, and that's the opener. He doesn't peek instantly. He peeks on the timing, and it works out well. Fady also ready for JL. And ATK with the complete read early on the play. Apex absolutely stifled.
It's looking brilliant here for ATK. Fifth definitely seems likely here. 3-on-5, and they do like to convert these typically. There's so many gaps in the defense right now, more specifically towards that A side here. That not a lot of reinforcements. Mid could actually catch them off guard here with this boosted up position. Stico starting to reinforce this A side as well. What are they interested in? What are they enticed to? It seems like no decisions too swift.
Stico, the only player wants to make a play. Jiggle Peak has been spotted. Surely they're going to wield around Bowden for this position. Stico, oh, so aggressive. He's going to push. He's going to go for the kill. Monum is not quite watching for it, and Stico robs 2 back. All the work dashed for ATK to start off this round, and now 30 seconds on the clock. They have to make a decision. They're going to go back towards this A site. It's Stico just tucked away. He's only on 12 HP. Top of his head should have been spotted. The shot not connecting. Stico with 3. Where's the flash? It's not there. Swisher unblinded. They will get this site. They will get the plant. Are they going to go for jump spots here, though, for Shox? No. Shox is going to be fighting underneath Fady, and he'll find the kill. Now it's Swisher in the 1v2, spotted out from on top of the catwalk. Smoke deployed, though, to buy him some space. Looking for the fight, but Nox got it. Stico saving them, and it's Apex with their second.
When it matters the most, man, I feel like Stico is just saving this team so many different ways, man. What a heroic re-aggression on the catwalk right there. Had no business walking away with 2 kills, but he's so prepared. He plays it to perfection. He bides his time, and then he pounces perfectly. That's a huge lifeline right there, because Apex could have been in dire straits on this half early on, right? If we would have seen that round be converted, it would have been really bad territory for the money, and we could have been looking at 7 rounds already for ATK.
All their work just went to waste for those 2 openers. Who's so well put together, so aware, and then one mistake, and it all falls apart. Work
so
of art
good.
dashed right there. The Big L tournament has a lot to say.
It does.
Provides some very nice ambient background noise. The Big L tournament.
Little ambiance.
Yeah, I would, you know, the Big L noises. Shouts to fall asleep and study and relax to.
Pop shot being docked into the smoke here, no luck. Jacob going to find the first here, so still there. A little bit of chip damage, but still a good start. Apex looking to start to recover this half is also key. That's what they're really hoping for. Bowden looking to take some pop shots here with the scout in towards middle. Again, this guy exudes confidence, but only a scout as his main tool. A lot to be desired here. Shooting some poses, Jacob, and they'll line him up.
Okay, well, Swisher's Deagle is still very much alive on land. That's a second for him. And then Fady also finds JL. A minute on the clock. And surely a rifle up for retrieval, the same. Oh, wait, there's an open B site. Okay, the problem is here, Fady doesn't have a rifle. Okay, he has a scout. That's, some may call it a rifle, some may not. And, oh, now he's tagged down to 27. Not a fun time, almost. The head. On a knock, plant to come through. Stico will run him down, but I'm a happy camper if I'm ATK.
You got your 3, you got the bomb plant. Those are our 2 big checks off the boxes here, coming through from ATK on a round where really they didn't have any business getting it. If you consider the start there from Jacob and what he did in the early days, that's 3v5 turning into a 1v2 post-plant situation. So you have something to be happy about if you're ATK, and that actually leads you into a pretty good investment here. Bowden on the op. He's going to be bringing things out here, partially because of that bomb plant here. Certainly all this utility that they're bringing into this round is definitely based off of that. Stico actually wielding this, maybe a spawn-based play here coming through for Apex, so we'll see how it works out for him.
Oh, missed him. He's already out long, a different pace play. And Apex, oh, they should have had that opener there for ATK. And they will. It's 2. But Swisher spamming around the smoke, and Noct will find the finisher. But Monum is there for the trade, just in the nick of time. And then Fady out towards middle. It's a blowout round from ATK. It's JL, the only one who could stop it, but so far away from this one. They're going to have a wide open B site, and we might be seeing a save as ATK bounce back.
We might. Seems likely here, but JL's hot on pursuit. You can see him pushing out towards middle. He's going to find one. He needs to find 2 more, though, right around the corner. On that B bomb site. Is that bomb plan enough to discourage him from this 1v2? It's a lot to be desired. Bowden going to take some forward angles. No way he's going to give a peek like this. That's a bit brazen. That's a bit unforgivable. Goes down, he lands.
Oh, the one-way. It's a one-way. It's a one-way, friend. And that's not going to work.
Taught him that one.
It's a hinge smoke.
Yeah.
But on the B doors. I believe EG White, formerly of the Party Astronauts, have been throwing that. That's a Nart out here smoke, believe it or not.
I was watching Switcher's stream one time, and he was throwing that one out there.
Yeah.
So maybe teaching his teammates there as well. Lovely stuff. Gets the job done. JL certainly not expecting that one. That's a guarantee, man. But, oh, it was a bit scary. That's for sure. JL had an opportunity to take down Bowden. He could have chopped up those fights right there, and that's what we could have talked about. You know, maybe a lack of discipline in the ATK camp, but that's not the case. They win a really crucial round. And now off the back of that damage that they've done 2 rounds prior, money is low, pause called, and Apex still kind of struggling here to offer up a defense.
Yeah, a little bit of technical pause coming through. I think Cuban needs some fixing up on the side of Apex.
Definitely chatting him up at the moment, right? That's a guarantee,
Yeah.
man. Trying to buckle down here, no doubt. 3 to 5 though. ATK looking to maintain it. Ooh, a little bit of a force buy, unexpected.
Okay.
I'm not too against it here. Apex, I think they want to make a quick recovery of this half instead of stringing it on out, but this has some dire outcomes if they don't go their way.
Not confident in the gun round here for Apex. I mean, it really is putting this game up to chance. A definitive gamble. Wondering if it could pay off. Steeko out towards long right now. It's going to be the target. They're going to start creeping forward on his angle. Smoke even out to the corner to isolate him. They know here for ATK that he's towards his pit position. This MP9 needs to have a hell of a round. He's been spotted out now. Flash trying to buy some space. Lots of damage on the Swisher, but he receives some in kind, and he's the only player here. A kill is not enough. He needs a double. He needs something much more. And Mistum now clearing out the pit. Steeko does fall, but they burn a lot of time, burn a lot of manpower to take him down. Where can this reaction come through?
Shown so much presence so far here that there's no doubt where Apex are expecting to try to reclaim some space. That's a massive pickup from JL. They were looking to reroute him towards B, but that might throw a wrench in the system. JL's looking to turn the corner.
Hey, they're coming up Cat. They're coming up Cat. Modum's going to get shot on the side. Noct is going to take him down. 3v4.
B side though, you can take a look. There is no one lying in on the B side. They're completely convinced. Bowden sold a fake here, so maybe
but Bowden
can create enough chaos.
Oh, what an absolute sell here from Bowden. The one op shot, and they're going to walk onto this B site for free. They think the op is part of the pack. It's not. Swisher's going to get the plant, and Mistum even gets out middle. They have completely sold this one. And Mistum's going to get this opening kill and get away. Back to equals here for ATK. Mistum, he's playing such a committed angle, though. It's a risky one for darn sure. If he gets cleared, it'll be a tough position. And there you go, JL. Instant swing, instant kill. Bowden needs this impact now. Flanking around, and Noct's getting the kill. It's down to Swisher, and a flying MP9 will take him down. A risky force buy for Apex pays off.
That's a huge flank cover right there. That's a massive round from JL, man. Just when things were going so well for ATK, they started to make the right read and started to rotate in towards B. JL pushes you upper tons and hits a disgusting shot onto Fady, man. That is just vile what they're able to get away with. And so that all-in play that they just made here with the investment, going for the force buy, it pans out successfully. Now they have a chance to really recover this half, to put up some good numbers here on the defense, and that's exactly what they need, right? If you're not going to show a lot of strength on a map like Dust 2 here in your history, then bringing in a CT side that is incredibly effective with eco rounds like that is so massive.
All 5 players rolling up in towards upper tunnels. And it's coming towards JL. Shox is also here though, and that will certainly help out. That's a quick 4K, and that's about how most B players are meant to go on the eco. Apex are rolling back into this game. That force by Risk has paid off, and now we're at equals.
They're rolling back. Some steam in this one here. Making things close there. That round definitely gives some life to them. They were very happy with it. This one not so easy though. Off in the hands of Bowden. See what they go for here. Bowden's been loving these early plays here. He's gonna get a little boost action. Nobody gonna take the bullet though. No one's gonna fight him, and understandably so. You do not want to give this guy another opening advantage. We've seen what they can do off the back of these on Inferno.
This time though, ATK set their sights on mid. Small gap in the defense here for Apex to be shored up. Jacob getting inquisitive. Poking and prodding towards middle. There is an op waiting for Bodemaster, and there is also one for Knock. Goodbye, Misdom. Another off headshot for him, but Jacob pushed up close towards the doors. Is down to 25. He'll get out of dodge, but just barely. At the end of the day, though, it's Apex who are rolling with the man advantage, but oh boy. Modem up to no good, past the smoke. Shox on the reload. Does Modem want to chase? Of course, you have to be aware of an op potential.
Someone's got to be the first in, though. And Modem, he does like to be that player here. Utility being tossed in from him. This is on the boost. It's not going to matter here. Shox. And JL left in the side.
Fady, though.
Fady's going to move out towards the tunnel side. One more around the corner. Just Shox left. Last man standing. He's able to turn his head, taking down Swisher as well. And Bowden gets flanked out towards middle. So Shox again rolling back the gears here for that site defense.
10 and 6 right now over there for Shox, and he had a great map of Inferno to boot. It's definitely a turnaround series for this man. And with 3 in a row now for Apex, they're loving it. Combined with JL, the same. These B players are having a field day right now, and ATK are looking for other win conditions as they have to bend the knee and take an eco. Apex have force by victory is so paying off right now. You can talk about playing percentage Counter-Strike all you want. There's always a chance to bring yourself back into this game. Still though, Fady has found this opener, but he quickly gets traded out. And the rest of this round should just follow suit. Modem does get a cool AK-47. I wonder which one of his teammates' AKs it is. Is that Mistom's AK? I'm actually not sure.
I don't know.
Any guesses?
I could guess Fady. FaZe Clan. Either way. Not popping a shot off towards mid.
It's only Shox here. Now, it is only Shox, and we just saw what he could do last round. Can Modem have the taps?
It's a tricky angle to deal with here. Shox needs a whole lot, but he nails it, man.
You're gonna flash the board, Bowden. Oh, okay. Well, that's the bomb, unfortunately. Just dropped there by Shox. Bowden has made his way into spawn. He has just been seen. Now he has. Stiko is able to flick around from Cat down to spawn, and that's going to be 7-5. Apex 4 rounds in a row, and ATK, again, are still searching for answers. They get close, but Apex are always able to thrive in these executes.
Yeah, sometimes you're seeing some opening proceedings take place here, but does it lead to round wins? Not always. That's a bit of an issue here, because again, we talked about ATK coming into this map, kind of a home turf, home field advantage here. Very comfortable in this one. Yet we still see some struggling for 3v5 conversions and advantages slipping through the cracks here. So definitely atypical of ATK, but it's welcome for Apex, who are doing such a good job of holding down and recovering rounds here. Not popping a shot off towards mid. Bottom testing the waters here, but that smoke's gonna isolate 2. from the single person on this B site. JL has been sharp, but he's on an absolute island here with no rotations close by here. And Modem even cutting them off further. If they do want to commit to this way, it would be a wise idea, but they're still hitting the brakes here. They're not so...
Yeah, you can see there's a little bit of panic here from Apex, though. They want to make sure this mid angle is secure. They don't want their B anchor to get split on. So great damage laid on in from Jacob to start. But he still holds steady on Dust 2.
Doing massive amounts of damage right there. Modem, you do not want this player low on HP, right? He loves to go for some of those opening exchanges, and with him on low margins, that's going to be someone else to fill that role. Most likely, Utility being tossed up to fake a catwalk presence here, but they still have a pretty solid setup. A lot of mid coverage offered up from Knock here, as you can see, and he's going to get tested.
Oh no!
This is his first. JL still standing around the corner, but he's not going to miss twice.
Oh, he's back. But he's also drawing the attention away. JL on the site. Knock hits another. It's up to what Fady can do on the site, and JL has succeeded. He's still such a threat. Make that a 3K from the anchor. Both him and Knock shut it all down. And we're seeing Apex run away to a massive lead now on Dust 2 with 5 rounds straight and 3 rounds ahead.
Yeah, this is a brutal one as well, right? We've only seen 2 gun rounds converted so far from this ATK camp. And they have been split between as well. The consistent success isn't there for ATK. This isn't the form that we saw them in yesterday either, right? We saw them firing on all cylinders. They were converting constant 3v5s. Every opening pick was going their way. And in this case, they've had a couple of those, but there's not the rounds converted here. The pullback from Stico, the pullback from these B anchors is looking so, so good.
So ATK have a lot to think about here. Do they force? Do they do what Apex just did? I'm seeing scouts being purchased up. I'm seeing more of the half-buy type. Apex are just, again, that one little risk that started this half off. It's not what we expect from these EU teams, taking all these risks. But it's paid off. A couple of good tags, though, from Bowden. Need to convert into something, though, because Jacob has been fast boosted up towards the cat. Mod I'm not expecting. And next up, Jacob finding some stuff up towards the catwalk. That's another kill. Make that a 3rd. Shots out towards the lower tunnels end of things being a problem, and it's Fady in a 1v5. Apex are going to clean house. And ATK, they definitely need this next round. Keep it within striking distance. 10-5 is not a pretty half.
I think what they need most of all right now is a momentum stopper for what Apex is bringing together. That's now 6 in a row that they've been able to gather here without ATK being able to chirp up for too much, and that's a bit scary. You don't want to be in that position where you're walking into the second half and you're feeling like, if I don't get this pistol round, then there's absolutely nothing I can stop them with. So it's a scary territory to be in if you're ATK, but it's recoverable still. Just with this stopper here, a long aggression's worked out once for them before.
Oh boy, it's a mess out here. Flashes everywhere. Stico blind for nearly the entire round, and that's where ATK will finally lay down the law. 3 kills on the play. Flashing out again. Apex throwing everything they can at this one, and everyone will go down. Apex funnel all their resources, and that's the kind of round that ATK needed. A dominant one to close out the half. They'll keep this one within 3.
I mean, that's exactly what you need right there. Maybe you just throw yourself at the wall and see what sticks right there for ATK. They go for that long aggression. A lot of flashes being tossed in, and it works out wonderfully for them. They do get that critical momentum stopper, and now they're heading into a defensive half, and we've seen some real signs of life here out of this ATK team on the CT side, right? This constant unified aggression has been a namesake for this team, and everyone so far that they've played has struggled to really successfully deal with this. So if that stays true here, they'll be just fine with 6.
Oh, yeah, that's Modem. Oh, yeah, and he's back to play. Swisher, on the other hand, though, dual Berettas are in a bit of trouble, but he has support from his teammates, but -1. Swisher, though, Dooley's up close. An extra one goes for the swing. It's back to 2v2s. But Fady's coming back around from top middle. But the bomb is making its way inside of T-spawn. Oh, it's such an oddity of a pistol round with so much time on the clock.
Yeah, and so little players left in the server as well, right? So obviously this one's going to give a slight favor to the CT side. Now we'll see if that remains true. JL tucked around here, and Looking for Fady. Maybe some timing.
Did he spot him?
I wonder if he did. It looks like he
did.
definitely did, yeah. And JL's day's numbered here. That's a big spot. But Stico's hot on his tail. Showing some shoulder here, but he doesn't have any armor. That's a lot of damage delivered right there. And Fady has his teammate right around the corner.
Oh, no.
Still Stico finds a kill, but will they expect Mistum?
Oh, but they know Mistum's a B player, surely.
That's a good point.
Where is he? Where is that B player?
It seems like it's a good idea.
I think Stico knows exactly where this B player is. He's just gonna
yeah.
jump across the cat. Yep. Out and away. Stico's off to the A site, and we have a 1v1.
There's so much opportunity here. Sure, missed him. He has a little bit of utility, but look at this bomb plant. This isn't going to be pretty. No smoke, obviously, for Mistum. You're only a flashbang, and he makes it across.
And, well, folks, that's going to do it. Mistum's just going to run at Stico, hope to get himself some kill reward, but that's Stico's. That's 10 for Apex, and they still find ways to bounce back in these rounds.
That's the clutch factor coming through from Stico as 1v2 converted. And, again, it's one of those things where ATK, you usually wouldn't see them struggle to close that one out, but they're really falling into form here, Apex, and this is really important. They're heading into playoffs. They need to be buckling down and playing at this tip-top shape, and that's what we're getting out of them here in this matchup at the very least. But a force fight here to try and stop some of that aggression here. ATK throwing a lot at the table here. They're just giving up long control, though,
This
at
is
the
make
moment.
or break. This is make or break here for ATK. Honestly, there's CT side of Dust 2 is one of their biggest assets. With Bowden being one of the most CT-sided players in this game, even across all levels of Counter-Strike. Now he is struggling to get even the right weapons out, but maybe Swisher can do something on the scout. Tagged up, though, and now finished by Knock. Bowden searching for a miracle, and he finds the tag, but not any kills here. The HP bars are so incredibly low. One Deagle body shot could do it for 3 of these players, maybe even 4. He wants that MP9 so bad, but are they going to save it? They are. Painful decisions have to be made here for ATK. It's 11-6.
I mean, at the end of the day, you got to take into consideration the unconfirmed damage that they've just done. Some smoke spam taking place there. They don't even realize how much and how close they've made this round. Just not enough firepower, or rather resources, players even left into the server to make the case for this one, despite the low HP here. So Apex continuing that round count. So you said it was a make or break, and it seems like ATK breaking just a little bit here in this series, in this map as well. Still yet to see those guns out, and again, that's going to be the real kicker here. If we see a confident Apex here on the rifles, we could see the end of days for ATK.
We're looking at 12-6. We're looking at a runaway game right here for Apex. The first gun round is going to be the game. Apex are about to put ATK on with their backs against the wall.
That they are.
Looking to try and finish this. Out long, though, Bowden. One headshot, 2 headshots. He's still going at him. He still wants the brawl. Bowden wants to keep ATK in this. And he gets a 3rd? Bowden, what was that performance? He turns A long into a haircut salon. Oh, my God.
That is unbelievable right there. I mean, surely ATK can close out now, but they're playing a dangerous game, turning the corner here. So much long presence. Fady stepping out.
Oh my God!
And Fady to close right there. That is a massive lifeline, and they are very happy about it.
They were drowning. They were neck deep in this game, and that has just brought them right out of it. 11-7 now. ATK are in it. What on earth was that from Bowden?
You don't get that twice, that is for sure.
He
but
was
can
3
one
and
be enough?
13. He was 3 and, sorry, excuse me, he was 3 and 12 before that round started. 3 kills. He just doubled his scoreline with that.
There has to be a revitalization here. It's up to Mistum.
Oh,
he's
no.
flashed off. He's got his knife out. He's fumbling with his nades, and he gets taken down. Jacob catches him off guard here. That's going to be the slight compromise. And it might have just been a flash of the pan Bowden around because they are locked out of B.
Oh, it has turned for the worst. Knock looks away. Knox looks away. Maybe a chance here. Fady tapping, looking for Knock. And Knock is going to find him. Save time. Pack it up.
Oh, no.
And even then, Knock can keep denying saves. It was so beautiful for just a moment. But then just one little stop fighting him. Blunder, and they're going to keep fighting him, and they drop the op next. Swisher is going to keep fighting him, and they might lose all their guns now. JL, okay, Modem will drop him, and they will be able to escape this scene. But there's no time to celebrate here for ATK. Apex are still on 12.
Oof. Modem able to walk away, lucky to be alive right there. I can't believe they stuck around for so long, man. It's just a scout that he's bringing. Tossing a couple scout shots through the wall right there. Oh man, they stuck their neck out way too far for Knock here, and he's able to deliver some serious economic blows right there. 12 now locked in here. The back and forth continues, and
They're
it's going to
bringing
be the
out the
double
doubles.
off here. Can this be the solution?
Oh no!
Maybe it was wise to get that scout out of his hands because it starts him off for this round.
Right through the mid doors. Mistum is down. As if ATK couldn't afford anything already. That is a dagger sent out from Knock, but it goes right back. Bowden fighting out towards the middle, and he'll take matters into his own hands. Scope's hurt up, though. Fady also down to 11. He actually goes down to JL.
Oh, no.
And now this setup falls apart. This setup absolutely falls apart with JL just finding both kills on the B site, finding Modem. Round's about to be over with Swisher down to 5. Saving just feels so painful right now, but they have to do it. Apex are about to hit 13. Jacob will find the last. And ATK, they might have been given a lifeline, but that one has been quickly burned through.
I mean, I said it. You're not going to get around out of Bowden like that 2 times in a row or 2 times in a map. Man, sure, you can get 3 scout headshots here or there in a series, but they're not going to get granted that same level of success, man. And what a nice shot from Knock, man. That's an absolute work of art. Bowden gives it back here.
Dude, the
JL
smoke.
is the turnaround here. That's the game changer. That's where everything goes wrong. JL finding a double entry onto that B-bomb site. You're never going to win a round if that takes place.
Oh boy, and this is the type of pressure that ATK start to crumble underneath. They have no money. They have to try and, I mean, is it a gamble? Is that what has to be done here? Is that what you need to get back in the game?
Another Bowden scout, maybe it can be afforded at the moment, but again, I mean, can he replicate a round like that? I just don't know.
Do they need another miracle? They need well, of course they need another miracle. Can it happen again for them? 13-7 and frag elimination on the line. This was supposed to be a gimme. They lost a pistol. They had some certain trouble getting back into the swing of things. And now they've been dealt a couple of blows that they might not be able to afford. Bowden has gotten himself with the Zeus and a hope, a dream. It's kind of lower.
Come on now.
He's not he's not close enough to make that Zeus happen. But Swisher the Eagle is still in play. There's the one.
Swisher good for one right there, but again, it's a lot to pick up here. They're going to sneak right underneath the crosshair of Knock. He's not going to confirm anyone else. Fady playing a dangerous game, but he pops the shots off here. Shows his position. Scared off of hanging around towards middle for too long, and they can hardly blame him. Dire straits here for ATK. That is a guarantee. They have no business winning around like this. Modem going to stuck around towards the middle. That's going to be a good molly to flush out here. Spam comes through from JL to follow up. So the matters make even worse here. for ATK, and they're moving up catwalk.
0 people on A, 0 people on
this one off.
A. Swisher, he'll jump up the box, gets spotted out, and he'll be headshotted by Shocks. No deagle, no 1 deag. I mean, an AK at least scooped up, but that's just something to save, I'm pretty sure. ATK needs some blessing on the CT side of Dust 2 to get in this game.
It's going to be doubling that round count as well from Apex. A bit of a statement victory right here. If they can close this one out, especially on a map like Dust 2, showing their chops on this versus a team like ATK is really promising.
Yeah.
It's a very good sign. And now, I mean, like Kuben had said in his interview here, you're seeing a very, very energetic team, much more so than yesterday. It's polar opposite. When they're winning really tricky rounds, they're getting hyped, they're getting excited, and I think that is such a difference maker here for this team.
You know, I mean, these previous games in the LCQ and in the group stage, every time they win some crazy round, and every time, you know, just be, okay, fist bumps on land. No one's celebrating. No one's getting energized, right? This is a little different. These are players that are really starting to get into their groove and really starting to find a little bit of energy. JL specifically. I mean, he's the newest player, most inexperienced player. It's just, you know, technically speaking, one of the biggest stages JL has actually ever been on. And he's energized, and you're gonna need it. Maybe moving on to the semis. Swisher wide swinging out long. Player, it's JL, of course, sending him spinning. And this is potentially the last gun round ATK will have to play with. They're a man down, and they need Big Bad Bowden to show up to save them.
That they do, man. He is the last line of defense here towards the A side. Missed him incredibly low on B here. A couple of different options. And Apex in this 3-on-4, they have a minute left to work with. So why would they give up these advantages? Why would they make these solo plays? They're just going to wait things out. They know the likelihood of re-aggression is there. If you see anyone on the ATK start to get uncomfortable, to start to wonder about where the gaps are in these defense, then that's when we're going to start to see this patience pay off here from Apex. But everyone is staying steady. Fady covering middle. You've got trust.
Oh no.
That's it.
Oh, it's falling apart absolutely. And Bowden even goes down next.
Chain reaction.
The end is near. As you hear that sound, that's map and series point. Apex looking to lock themselves a semifinal. And they got 8 rounds to do it. And a broken bye to face off against ATK came into this looking so great. Such a powerful statement of an Inferno. But Dust 2 here, they've been given a couple miracles, but they've been sat down. Knock continuing. Bowden. Okay, he got something, but there's the instant trade, and Modem just falls next, blinded up. JL, Jacob are gonna put this one to rest. It's Mistum in the 1v4, and Jacob has the duel to try and close it down. Mistum will hold on for one more kill, but his position noted and on literally no HP. Stinko's gonna get it, and Apex are off to the semis.
And there's smiles on their faces as well right there. You could see it in the beginning of this round. They're very happy with that victory, and they should be. They needed to close this one out. Like you said, Kuben, coming into this match, you guys have to close out these matches here. The LCQ, they looked a bit scary there with the Big Open Academy. They looked a bit scary in the group stage with Homeless, and now they're coming in taking on the Titans of ATK here. One of these rosters that we were really thinking could make it into the finals, could take them down realistically, and instead they take them down 2-0 with a dominant Dust 2 as a cherry on top.
Yeah, it feels like ATK again. The pressure starts getting to them. Then they the wheels start to come off. I mean, Bowden definitely had a couple opportunities. They had the chances. They had the tactical moments throughout this game. But a big, you know, just missing out on that one. Falling in overtime. And it came crashing down in this one. But for Apex, they're off to the semis, awaiting the winner of Big Omen Academy. And guys,
not mistaken, we'll get that rematch as well.
I think we are going to get that rematch. I believe so. So with that, in the semis, we have a banger that's been queued on up from the group stage.
A little revenge match potential here, but you can see, man, a really heroic effort. ATK really kicking themselves for not closing out that Inferno, but you can't kick yourself too much. Again, they came into this knowing that Apex are a team full of Titans, right?
Yeah.
They've got so much players, so much experience on this roster. And it's no shame in falling to a major winner, right?
Yeah.
That's exactly what they're thinking. And taking them so very close, showing some strength, showing that maybe these CT sides, this sort of aggression, this cohesion, it can work versus this team. It can definitely work later down the line when they're heading out to the RMR, they're heading out to Stockholm.
Yeah.
So all of this is big confidence boosting rounds and matches for them to play, and LAN experience for this team together.
There's a lot to learn here for this ATK team as well. They're heading off to that RMR. It's about managing yourself underneath the pressure, and the more experiences that they find themselves in, Cole, that is just all the more practice for this team. You know, at the end of the day, there are bigger fish in the pond for this ATK team. They're going to be in Stockholm in just a month to compete for that major.
Yeah, that's just it right there. So commiserations to them. A great showing. They really put up a great fight right there, but not enough in the tank there. Again, though, it makes for a very exciting matchup. Apex taking on Big Omen Academy is what we're going to get in that semifinal matchup. European team guaranteed in the finals here at Fragadelphia once again, just like we did in the previous. I mean, Apex could even be making their return to another final here, and that would be so exciting.
Yeah, but we also have our next set of quarters setting themselves up. I believe we have EG Black facing off against Team 1, and we have EG White facing off against Iron Blood Gaming, formerly known as a Timberman, qualifying for this one. So those games are going to be heating up on stage as those players get prepped. But we're going to go ahead and toss this one to a break, as we do have a winner's interview coming up in just a bit.
FTX US. Real gamers, real stories that actually happened, for real.
I wanted to be there for my teammates, for my IGL. But I just had a lot going on. One currency turned into 3, which then turned into 5. It was getting hard to keep track of it all while competing at the same time.
Alex, just shoot him! Shoot him! Alex, shoot him!
Alex's idea of rotating to objective was walking around his table and checking to see if his Ethereum was up.
I spent $450 in air travel and Airbnb to be at this tournament.
I hate him.
He would just stop doing whatever he was supposed to in game.
It was to a point where I was making calls. I was just taking Alex's in-game leader role.
I had to either manage my crypto or manage my teammates. I was starting to get a sneaking suspicion that they were going to cut me.
We were going to cut him.
That's why I asked my local esports specialist about FTX US and the FTX app.
Talk to your esports specialist if you've had a history of letting your team down, being blamed for throwing the game, or getting distracted by managing too many currencies. The FTX app may be right for you. Some gamers have reported changes in behavior, such as less anxiety, top fragging, no longer yelling at each other on comms, being a better teammate, and clutching. Do not use the FTX app if you like letting your teammates down, enjoy being overwhelmed and disorganized, or losing. FTX US is one of the largest, most reputable cryptocurrency exchanges in the world. The FTX app is trusted by over 6 million people and is designed to offer you a safe, convenient way to buy, sell, and track your favorite cryptocurrencies within minutes. FTX is 85% cheaper than other exchanges. Use the FTX app to buy crypto and NFTs with 0 fees in minutes. Use a crypto debit card, track your entire crypto portfolio, and get important news updates. Currencies include Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, and more.
Ask your local esports specialist if the FTX app is right for you.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters, and the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Hi, I'm Steven Sasquatch Chicos, and you're watching Fragadelphia.
Welcome back down to Fragadelphia 17. We are actually here live with a losers interview. Actually, we weren't able to get Apex, so we got the next best thing. Of course, Modem. What's up, bro?
Hello, man. I'm good. How are you?
Doing all right. Well, it's good to
Happy Sunday once again, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to ESL TV. Welcome back to the B channel for our second concurrent match day of the ESL Pro League Season 16. Group B is about to come to its conclusion. Our final match is set to be played, and truly it is anyone's ball game. Dwayne, how you doing?
Did you say Sunday or fun day? I love these days, right? 3 streams all at the same time, lots of games on the line, so much movement when it comes to the table as well. You couldn't ask for a better day.
Yeah, you definitely have to thrive in the chaos, I've noticed recently, Dwayne. Like over the last week or so, just before the show, you were telling me some jokes to try and get me to laugh in the middle of the show. But no, it's okay. I keep my composure. I'm ready to go. I'm a true class act professional, as everyone in server is going to be in Group B. And for the most part, we still have quite a lot to play for here. And the top 4 teams in particular are still yet to be decided who's going to end up being their top 3. Of course, MIBR and FGW down at the bottom of that table, 0 and 4 on their wins and losses. Therefore, it is statistically impossible in one match to usurp the likes of Big. Therefore, they are eliminated from Pro League already. But Big still in with a chance of that 2-2 4th place position. It depends on tiebreakers if they end up happening against Big Clan, against FaZe Clan rather, Outsiders and G2 Esports, currently right on that top end of the table, undefeated this season for the G2 side.
Yeah, G2 looking very impressive. And just knowing the fact that they haven't even dropped a map, that it's just 2-0 after 2-0, they've come off the basis of bringing guys like JKS and Hooksy into the lineup, and this is only the second event. It's got to be a great feeling knowing how strong this event has been when you compare it to previous Pro League seasons.
I mean, all you've got to do is take a look at yesterday and just see how strong G2 were against FaZe to really prove out the point in terms of what they were able to do in that matchup. Like, again, FaZe, current world #1s, definitely the team that everyone wants to beat, and G2 beat them, and not only did they beat them pretty handily. So for FaZe, obviously, that throws their whole group stage into a bit of a rut, because they were also 3-0 going into yesterday. They're up against Big over on the mainstream today, and that's the big important one, because that is a borderline match between the 3rd and 4th place positions, and the loser of that one might end up going out. And to think the idea that Big might beat FaZe and might eliminate FaZe, that's quite an interesting matchup, Dwight.
It definitely shows that there'll be a lot to look at over the course of the day to kind of get almost a gauge of who we're looking at, some as the top favorites, some of the hard hitters going into the playoffs, because that's always what the top 3 is really about, making sure we have that definitive top 3 team in the group to move them forward, to get them further into the event.
Well, FaZe and Big might be fighting out for top 3 over on the mainstream. Here on the B stream, we're looking at potentially the top 1 position between G2 and Outsiders, which will be our matchup that will play out for you today. This one is going to be a fun one, Dwayne, mostly because both teams had a very easy yesterday. I argue that G2 probably had the better yesterday by comparison to what the Outsiders did. That 2-0 against FaZe cannot be slouched at all.
Both teams having incredible first halves in that game yesterday as well. Think about G2, 16-7 on Dust2 against FaZe, 16-12 on Nuke. Both maps being able to get 10-5 halves in the first, always putting that early pressure on, always leading by example. And just to think that only last event that they were trying to fight their way forward into making that playoffs position. They went 2-3, 5th in Group A. Now they're looking at not 5th, but 5 wins, Jay, in a row.
Exactly, and the key thing about G2, knowing the idea that in the last 2 seasons, I mean, you and I, Doug, we've been doing these B streams for a number of seasons now. Bit of a common trend of G2 disappointing in the group stages, as I've noticed. That's not to be the case this time at all. So it must feel really good for the guys who've been on this roster the longest, knowing the idea that they've finally broken that curse and they're going to potentially take a flawless group stage today.
And you've got to imagine that's got to be the main prize here for G2. You've done so well already. Yeah, you've cemented yourself as a top 3 team. You want to go the distance. You want to get that extra place forward. You want to go to that first position. And to think it's been a clean sheet so far, you've still got potentially 2, even 3 maps to play today. Make it go even better. Just continue that positivity.
We definitely want to see if they can do it in 2 maps here, and against the Outsiders, I imagine they are the favourites to try and do that. On the other side of the board, this CIS squad certainly have come to play overall, and they actually, surprisingly, Dweg, have an opportunity to also go to first place if they win out today's proceedings. It's not a one-and-done deal. It's not like if they win, it's going to guarantee first place. It relies on the other matches to go their way all the same, but regardless for the Outsiders, it would throw a spanner into the works of G2's campaign if they take the victory today.
It's incredible to think that Norbert and Fame are playing in their first ever ESL Pro League, and yet they're fighting for the chance of first place. They are in a position where they can really top this group and show everyone in Group B and even into the playoffs what they're capable of. Flit as well has been playing at an incredibly high level. He's been one of the strongest riflers, not only in this group, but even if you include teams from Group A.
I think as well, like, you know, the idea that Norbert and Fame have been grinding the tier 2 space for the longest time as well to get into this Outsiders roster and get their chance to crack at the tier 1 level, and they've delivered, I guess, in certain capacities. So for the Outsiders, they don't look as rough around the edges as they might initially believe, or you might initially believe against a team like G2. The thing to remember, however, Dwayne, is the fact that this is a squad that have gone up against G2 twice so far this year and lost both of those times.
And they won't be happy about that one, that's for sure. You think about Kicker, you think about James, Flit as well. Man, how do we keep losing to G2? And they're all elimination games. Think about the revenge. How tasty is it, right, to get that one up? And to be able to be in a position to get the one up that gets you first. There's so much on the line here for Outsiders, and they're looking for revenge. And they've got to try and get it here today against G2.
Well, maybe it might not be as tasty as if they were to eliminate G2, but certainly to throw them off and try and get this victory on the board and steal away the first place from this G2 roster, it would be a very nice time for them. Unfortunately, the circumstances mean that they've got to do it in 2-0 to absolutely guarantee that first place position, Blake, and I'm not certain whether Outsiders can do it in quite as one-sided a fashion.
Yeah, that is a good point. Both of these teams have obviously played every single team in the group. They're now sort of up against one another to end out. So what that means is we can look at the start of the contrast of who played who this time and what was the result. One thing we know, G2 beat FaZe quite comfortably yesterday. When we saw Outsiders playing FaZe, it was a little bit of a different story. They had one map in the series. The other two maps weren't really that competitive. So it is something to think about as we continue on.
Well, speaking of maps, Dwight, we've got the vetoes coming up on screen. Now, the key thing to remember is in the last best of 3, we had Inferno, Vertigo, and Dust 2 played out between G2 and Outsiders. And I think you mentioned before the show that that might end up being repeated here in this best of 3 the same.
And no surprises with the bans at all. I think for G2, they might try and go into a cheeky Ancient just to be a little bit away from left field. But for Outsiders, we know their Inferno is very strong. And we know their Dust 2 is as well. So get some familiarity, maybe something similar to what we've seen previously for Outsiders.
Absolutely. They get pick of the litter for the first map of the series, and just to go towards one of those stronger maps makes the most amount of sense. They have to sort of consider whether or not they can think they can beat G2 on it. As you mentioned, in that last best of 3, there was some concerns with how Vertigo went down because that was the maps that Outsiders won in that best of 3. You're right on that Ancient curveball, though. It does come through from the G2 side. Inferno is going to be the opening pick for the Outsiders, and you're bang on with that as well.
We know for G2, they're on a good winning streak of Ancient right now. They picked it against for the win in their 3rd game. And it's not a map that Outsiders play a massive amount on. Both teams have a very similar map pool, so go a completely different direction than what has been previous. Now, as for the last map, I think Dust 2 is still screaming, and so is Vertigo. Both teams would be comfortable with that.
Yeah, I mean, look, G2 get the decision overall, and I wonder whether or not Outsiders are going to ban Vertigo or Dust 2. They get rid of Dust 2, actually. So, yeah, G2 lean into that Vertigo as the final map of the series. So that is, I guess, a little bit concerning, considering that was the one map that we saw from Outsiders take over G2. I have to consider whether or not it was within a 4-month period of when that last matchup was played out. But you've got to think about history by comparison. And if Outsiders have found an exploitation to what G2 can do in this one, that could be something that might ruin things for them. At the same time, though, was there any benefit into taking Mirage as the 3rd map?
No, definitely not. Both teams would not have been that happy with Mirage, so it definitely works out that it's either a Dust 2 or a Vertigo. One thing that we do have to reflect on is the Outsiders have picked Dust 2 twice out of the 4 games that they've played so far here in Group B. So not having that as a 3rd map decider, instead going into Vertigo, is something that we've seen them play and have some very good results on, but they haven't picked it in best of 3s, this time around at least.
No, and as a result, I guess what makes sense is floated towards the end of the veto and gotten rid of on that Dust 2 side of things. So on our overall map veto, Dwight, is there any particular winner or loser in how this one's played out here?
I would say G2, off of the basis of look at their results. It's 2-0, clean sheets every single time. You've got Ancient as a strong map, and you've got Inferno, which is strong for both. You can't say for Outsiders, the first 2 maps are strong for them as well. You can say maps 2 and 3 are, but for G2, I'm looking at 1, 2, and 3. I'm looking at this entire veto for them and saying this looks promising. This looks really good.
Well, definitely when you consider the skill set of this squad and what they've done over the course of this week, you definitely look at them and think that they're the favourites in this matchup. And no matter what, it's going to be a hard ask for the Outsiders to be able to beat them. I do think that a 2-0 prediction wouldn't be remiss to take, especially considering, again, what we saw yesterday from the G2 squad. That team looked so unbelievably powerful. And to think as well that it came off the back of 2 roster moves that wouldn't initially scream excellence from the G2 side. They've certainly made the best of those new pickups in HooXi and JKS. They've been doing wonderfully. JKS, especially in the numbers game, HooXi's IGLing has seemingly taken them to a new level, it seems. Definitely, at least in this group stage, to start things off. So whether that translates into the playoffs is yet to be seen itself. But a good victory here to go clean sheet, to get that quarterfinal position, it would send a message, I think.
Oh, without a doubt. And just to think about what we saw at Blast in comparison to here to Pro League, I think we've seen a lot more out of JKS. We've definitely seen Hunter and Nico perform at a very strong level. We've seen Monacy with the AWP be absolutely ruthless right in these last few days. So to have all of those pieces connecting together for a new IGL of Hooksy, that's got to be the best feeling to think, okay, I've just come in. This is my second event. We're 4-0. We're looking to go 5-0. You couldn't really get any quicker success than what's happened right now.
Absolutely. Like, the Blast group obviously wasn't their best showing from G2, considering they went down in the best of ones, had to fight in that lower bracket match. But here in Pro League has been a completely different story for them. A different story by comparison to what you see from the Outsiders, who just want to talk about hunger factor here for a second, Dave, because G2 are a partner team. Outsiders, maybe not so much here. They've actually come here the long way around. This match is 7 months in the making for the Outsiders, because they qualified through the conference, and in order to qualify for conference, they had to play in ESL Challenger 48 back in February. So they've been on the long road to get here to Pro League. Do you think that's going to fuel them a little bit to try and take this series and just to put that little bit extra oomph behind this best of 3?
Yeah, you might be right. Just to know that the pathway has taken some time and now they're finally here to give it all they've got. One thing you have to remember too, season 13, 14, and 15 all came through with the ESL World Rankings. This time around, they had to qualify. We know that they've got previous events down the line to try and get them into conference next time around. So for Outsiders, they've just got to be thinking on the here and now, getting into that playoff position, trying to come first in the group if it's possible, get yourself up there on that ranking position, and make it easier for yourself to qualify here to EPL.
Yeah, just to get that extra bonus. I mean, look, they're going to make it to playoffs regardless, so they're going to get the extra ranking points anyway, which gives them a small boost going into the next edition of the Pro League season. Whether it continues on from that, whether they can translate that into a Pro League success, or whether or not they get the invite in the first place is yet to be seen. Obviously, talking about their potential in Rotterdam is the next event that they'll be playing on the Challenger circuit, and they've got some staunch opposition in that tournament to get through. It won't be quite as easy as it was back in February to take the victory in that tournament and move to conference for season 17. So they're going to make the most out of this performance right here, right now for me.
We'll add to that and say, look at what's happened in some of those Challenger events. First place earlier in the year, grand final against Valencia, where they went down to Movistar Riders, now playing in another one. It does seem as if for Outsiders, especially if you compare some of the events to G2, they might be a little bit lower down on the spectrum, but still a lot of high results, still a lot of deep placings. And that's definitely what this lineup is trying to prove, because it is still very young, even though the core has been together for quite a while.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, those two new elements definitely need their moments to fit in. So like I mentioned before, Norbert and Fame, they came from the Tier 2 space. They were grinding on K23 back in the day, if you remember that particular lineup. Like, we were talking about some very new elements to the Tier 1 space at the very least. So to bed them in and to give them that little bit of seasoning is what the Outsiders, I think, would mostly be looking at over the course of the next 3 months at a minimum, maybe 6 months overall. Like, there's a lot of, like, future endeavors for Outsiders to take overall here in their performance in Pro League and other tournaments at that stage. Currently waiting on one player as well from the A stream to kick things off across all 3 of our matches, because of course the rule set means that we've got to start all 3 matches at the exact same time for integrity reasons. So if you're wondering why we're a little bit late on this matchup, that is the reason why. I've just been informed of that particular front. But it gives us more time to talk about this series more in depth. And in particular, Dwight, I want to delve into map number 1 of this best of 3. Inferno, of course, was the pick of the Outsiders camp. Is this going to be a particularly strong suit? Are we going to be able to see a map victory here from Outsiders here and now?
It's going to be tough. They've obviously proved themselves very decent to get themselves even 3 wins and only 1 loss in this group. But you are going up against your toughest matchup so far. Now, you might have to say, well, FaZe was surely the toughest matchup so far. Yeah, you can consider that, but you also look at the result and the run that we've had for G2, not even losing a single map, is going to put quite a lot of doubt, perhaps, into the minds of Outsiders that this is going to be an extremely tough game for us. We need to bring our A game. We perhaps know coming into this, we're not going to be able to win out a veto, so go into something comfortable, go into something like Inferno, a map that we pick so often, and let's hope that we can at least get started on the board early.
And I know you said earlier that this is a great map for both teams, and for the G2 side, that certainly could be argued. But I want to play devil's advocate here for a second, because I want to delve into a few more details about the results that we've seen from them so far in the last few months or so. For a start, we haven't seen it at all in Pro League, except against FTW, which I don't think we should really count, because it is G2 versus FTW. Like, that's almost a given that G2 would win that map up. In the past, when it comes to Tier 1, Tier 1.5 opposition, they've had losses to a number of squads. Vitality, for a perfect example, that was a 16-6. NIP beat them in Cologne on LAN. That was a 16-12 result. Movistar Riders beat them at a 16-9. So Inferno might not necessarily be the strongest map in the pool here, and certainly in this best of 3 series, it gives the perfect avenue for the Outsiders to get that first map and to start the series on a high note.
Yeah, that is very true. you could have the conversation even further, though, of there's no curveball. At least for G2, we know that Vertigo's very strong for them, Inferno, Dust 2, those are the kind of maps that they like to pick. They don't often pick Ancient. They picked it once against FTW in that third game that they played so far this week, but it's not a map that is introduced very frequently into their map pool, and might even be something that HooXi's trying to bring forward and element the team a little bit further and reigniting their map pool, because even for him, 27 years old, we know that he played most recently on Copenhagen Flames. It's his first time in a pro league as well. Same as Norbert and Fame, he's never played in an EPL.
I'm not saying that G2 are going to lose this series as a result of this map veto coming in, but I am definitely saying that this is the best chance for me, for outsiders, to get involved in this series right here on map 1 of Inferno, considering that they've had their successes, that they picked it in. Yes, G2 can come prepared, and if they're smart, they will be prepared for all teams involved in this group stage and for all the teams they'll face in the playoffs as well. So for me, like, I'm just thinking about the potential, because I just want to just sort of like throw that whole thing out there again. For the outsiders, their best bet to make first place is the 2-0 G2 right here and now. I don't think that's going to be a possibility. I'm not banking on that being a thing, but again, if they want to make it happen, it's got to start here with Inferno, right?
Yeah, you'd have to think so. They definitely showed some very good T-sides against both Big and MIBR. We think about that Brazilian matchup that we saw only yesterday. They were able to get an 11-4 half on their T-side before going into the second half and just kind of getting the game over and done with, getting a clean 2-0. Not really too much of a struggle there at all. So knowing that we have seen quite a bit of Inferno as map picks against those two squads does give quite a bit of confidence forward, at least for them today.
Absolutely. Again, I'm looking at that first map being the best fight that outsiders are going to take. Whether or not they beat G2 on it is another question entirely, Dweg. Now, we mentioned before that G2 really springing into life in this pro league. Obviously, the big thing to follow is the 2 new additions on this team. And that just is a bit of a vague sort of like question of performance per se. Like, obviously, HooXi has been going negative over the course of this pro league, which can be forgiven a little bit because he is the IGL. But in terms of JKS, has he had a good performance in this team so far?
Yeah, I think so. He's been able to do all right. He's averaged a 1.17 rating in the last 4 games that he's played with them. Definitely looked a little bit more comfortable than he did at Blast. And I think for G2, it's just about getting as much out of the newer guys as quickly as possible. For HooXi, trying to get some good calling under their belt, get a little bit more of an experience time to mesh with these sort of players. And knowing that you've obviously got that dynamic duo of Hunter and Nico, you've got the Ort basis of Monacy. If JKS can just be that consistent, anchory kind of player, really support as much and do his role to the best of his ability while they still have time to bet him into the roster, things can only look better here for G2.
Yeah, I do think so. Yeah, I have to agree on that particular front. I don't think JKS needs to be a star per se. Like, he needs to sort of fill in the gaps and be among that core strong 4, I guess you could say. Like, they've still got Nico, Hunter, Monacy, and that in itself can win you matches just out and out with those 3 players performing. But JKS is, I think, probably usurped expectations. I know the fans love him very dearly. I know the general public and the CSGO scene loves him. But there were a lot of doubts with his time on Complexity. So I guess you could definitely say that he's definitely had a better time on this team than he did in that last team.
It's difficult to tell because obviously sample size is still very small, right? We're only looking at the second event that G2's been a part of. I think the stand-in performance with FaZe would have definitely brought a little bit more life into him and maybe had a few more eyeballs on JKS and what his potential was winning an IEM, and now being able to join a team like G2 and to really show what he's capable of on another international team, because before that, like you said, for Complexity, didn't have the highest of highs. This is his opportunity to turn things around completely.
One last question for you, Doug, before we get started. Players to watch between G2 and outsiders?
Oh, I'm definitely feeling like Flit here for the outsiders. And as for G2, Nico and Monacy, just has to be.
Absolutely. Those are the 2 highest ranked players right now for G2 in this group stage. So looking out for those 3 guys on the server as we're finally ready to get into our matchup. Our first map between G2 and the outsiders, Inferno, as picked by the outsiders, who are off to the T side to kick things off. JKS already spotting Info down middle in the pistol round, and they're charging straight up the brackets here.
It's very quick, but that flash might just halted them for a moment. With this sort of crossfire, this is looking solid.
2 players spotted crossing, taps forward to those USPs. Monacy can get one decent kill, peeking in the left and right alongside HooXi, providing a bit of support. Great headshots coming in from that USP who can double up. A 4 versus 3. Bomb dropped in the open. Norbert's going to get caught off as Monacy lands a triple, and Kicker is left alone.
just for a moment, felt like Outsiders had done enough on that initial stance out towards brackets, the molly going towards the left-hand side of Porch. They force out the early 1-for-1, but not being able to drive m0NESY out of that cubby quarter towards long. So much damage being pounded down onto the T side. And now for Kicker, he's got the bomb on his back, but there's players everywhere.
And 60 seconds to play with to try and get back into the site, get a bomb plant. Unlikely he makes it work at this stage. He'll try prod out towards this arch position, but being wrapped in by HooXi should allow a decent kill to come through, effective and efficient. And the opening kill for him in this matchup is drawn out, but the pistol really won by m0NESY's 3K there towards long.
One thing we've seen from G2 is incredible CT sides, currently ranked first in Group B on CT side for highest round win percentage at over 70 right now. What that really proves is, out of all the officials we've seen from them, once they're on opposition's map picks and they get to start on that CT side, that's where we're seeing double digits, really big and extended leads going into their second half.
Glocks in for the Outsiders, no bomb plant, so no buy. Got a couple of flashbangs to enable some entries out towards this banana position. The smokes and the molotovs being sent down to the CT bases will give them the map control. Outsiders might flash their way into that position and try to stack forward against NiKo. The SMG, however, isn't missing alongside HooXi. 2 kills, 3 kills, dropping the bomb, 4 kills untraded. Not much to worry about here for the G2 side. NiKo might even force forward for the knife, but Hunter comes in with support. A lot of cash gained on those SMGs in this round.
And when you look at it from the perspective of G2 as a core 5, Inferno is one of the least played maps in the pool from them since bringing the 2 new guys in. Only twice played for both JKS and for HooXi. Whereas you compare that to a team like Outsiders, they played it 12 times in the last 3 months. The next map down from there is Vertigo at 8. So definitely a map that gets a lot of map time, a lot of officials under their belt, and a lot of map picks in best of 3s for them.
Guns out for the Outsiders here. The AKs crossed the board. 4 rifles versus the bonus weapon buy from G2. Still rocking the 3 SMGs. As to be expected here in round 3. Prodding out initial defaults in from Fame, tanking a small amount of damage to the HEs thrown out here. HooXi's SMG will try and take point on the defense.
Bringing quite a lot of players early towards that top of banana control before rotating 3 on A. You can see Outsiders leaving a single lurk out towards that logs position. Fame being naded down, even double. That's going to deal with him completely.
Eventually found it. SMG of Hunter gets another good kill alongside m0NESY looking at Kicker. 2 standing for the CT4, T-side forces, I should say. James able to get a couple kills back though. Now Flit to act in. The bomb needs to be protected. It's on the low HP individual in this exchange. So Flit needs to do some heavy lifting. And look at the backstab inbound from NiKo. Detecting, nice pulled out for both players. Oh, James just barely escapes with his life and tries to lock out position, but refaces to his demise.
Flit doing his best to try and bring the numbers back, but just not to be. Great starts there out towards Banana with that util placement, the double HE towards Logs, dealing with Fame, and then that crossfire. SMG up close, Hunter a little bit further back, both players peeking on the contact towards brackets, and for Outsiders, a rollover really in that sort of round, and for G2, that's got to be a confident one, knowing that that was a heavy bonus. You've now got the AWP out for m0NESY, you've got a couple of AKs to work with as well.
Yeah, very successful bonus there. And should be aware of Outsiders' buy potential. Upgrade pistols inbound for round 4. See the main stacks of the smokes coming out. Already one player facing with a spray as the incendiaries come down. And Fame takes out his own teammate in the exchange with flash assist from another teammate at the same time. Not a great start for Outsiders here.
A little bit unfortunate. That counter utility, the flash is just popping them so blind up on the half wall. At least they've got more bodies behind them and a little bit of further util to try and contest it with it. G2 playing very defensive with the 2 AKs on B.
HooXi and NiKo in this duo defensive. Flashes and smokes will try and suppress the T side via the basis of utility above the directed engagements. I want to lose towards the half-court round in this one, but flashes are so well timed, leaving HooXi a nice double. NiKo with one of his own, and James alone, 1 versus 5. Detected through that smoke, should be dead to rights.
Trying to get himself over to a P250, but with G2 having players all around and a backstab towards Banana, the best that James could hope for is 1 pick. The AWP posted down. James going to get caught off guard by JKS in the back lines. 4-0 start here for G2. So far, pretty clean on the City side, not dropping that many frags over towards Outsiders either. So keeping the money really strong and keeping that tempo up.
Well, including the TK, Outsiders have gained 4 frags so far in this matchup, so definitely relieving the damage against the CT side here. A lot of cash flowing their way. A lot of numbers towards their favor. HooXi's had a hell of a start. Outsiders back on the guns here. Need to start changing their pace here. G2 may start to run away with this early game.
One thing that Outsiders have been so successful with is rounds in which they've won the opening duel, one of the best teams in the entire group. Now, this is something that we haven't seen a massive amount of on the T side so far. A flip playing out towards the apartments. One thing that the role sort of transferred over from Forza to this lineup was that apartments lurk, something that he was a bit of a trademark with.
Well, m0NESY's AWP is his trademark, and he connects it for the opening kill of round 5. Flit down. And JKS was providing support here, but does fall away in position. And will upgrade his Galil to the AK. Try and burst and spray through. Won't be able to get much here.
Just knowing that no one's really there for a trade, that's the apartments lurk dealt with very early on. Outsiders haven't got a massive amount of map coverage to work with. No lurk up there towards Banana, starting to pincer down towards his brackets take. There could be a boost over the top for the AWP. In fact, m0NESY's just going to play a little bit further passive.
And the M4 potential to boost up. Looking over to see nothing at all. Heard footsteps, but know that they're in brackets. Flashbangs in for Norbert to try take face. You've got JKS held out towards Mini Pit. Hunter into the bomb site itself. m0NESY's AWP still there to support. Sees several players as JKS locks out a kill. And m0NESY slowly walks around the corner to get a headshot on Cooker. A tag on towards one. Jane will hold one decent trade, but needs 4 more. And he'll get no more. m0NESY's triple is closed with a no-scope.
Oh, there we go. m0NESY show it up. And so far, you just got to have a look at some of the numbers that he's been able to post here in EPL. 8 maps, over 200 rounds, positive 43 KD difference, and a 1.23 rating. He has been electric with that big green. And for Outsiders, this has been an incredibly slow start from them on T-side. They really have had limited success, even with map control.
And that tactical's come out so early. Shut down by one young guard and didn't even need to look at Jame. 5-0 start, like you mentioned, G2 in complete control. And this isn't the best of starts from Outsiders. Again, we talked about this map being the one big insertion point for this roster in this series. And so far, it's not looking like that.
Well, one thing that has to be said, who is the highest rated player in Group B? Well, it's Flit. He has been an absolute monster for the Outsiders in all of their officials that have been played so far, averaging a 1.29 rating. You expect top form from him, and as of right now, it feels like G2 are putting a lot of pressure down towards the apartments, and Flit just is not comfortable right now.
Very few opportunities for Outsiders to get comfortable either. Look at the gun buy-in for this round. Hero AK in on Jame, of course, 4 frags, he deserves it. Top of the board right now for the Outsiders, but Nico again through the smoke just sprays him down, opens up the round without getting a single bit of vision and still bit of info at all.
We saw Inferno being picked by Outsiders when they were in their final game of conference up against Falcons in that upper bracket quarterfinal. A 16-10 result on Inferno, where they had an 11-4 T-side start, Jay.
Beaten them on this map before. Again, back at the major, that was a G2 victory. Engagement from Jame at least can catch off Nico, get something back in this round of 4-on-4. Low HP for him, though. They haven't gotten out unscathed here, and the nades will do even more by HooXi, trying to stall them as the smokes come in towards Cross. Swing out ahead of the Molotov. HooXi's burning. He's not aware of his surroundings, and Norbert gets the kill from beyond the wall. The boost will take time to set up here at Flower Pots. Norbert has crossed with the bomb. Spray through from Hunter. Can take it back to a 3 versus 3 situation. Fame's low, but so's Hunter. The bomb should get picked up and planted here.
This is looking very good for Outsiders right now. 3v3 on the post plant. m0NESY could think about swinging out wide, though.
I don't know about that. The HP numbers on Fame and Jame are to be considered here. Shots ringing out from the AWP. JKS, last man, inbound bomb, yet to get planted. 20 seconds to do so. They've got to force this AWP to make a mistake. They're leaning in from CT instead. Are they backing off? Surely they don't have time to go for a rotate here. They don't. 10 seconds. Bomb plant's got to be committed to now. Deagle making noise, trying to drive them out. 2 kills come in, and m0NESY lands another multi-frag.
And classic Outsiders running the clock, but at the same time, you have to look at that round and think they had them on the ropes. You're getting a double entry out there towards the B side. You've got yourself a 3v3, and perhaps riding the clock was really to their negative in that situation. Not being able to get that bomb plant in doesn't allow the extra money. And for G2, the longer the clock went down, the more comfortable they found with m0NESY out and towards the construction line.
Continuing to lead the charge here for the G2 side. Outsiders should have prioritized that bomb plant. It was a hero AK setup. They had just pistols in. The buyer would have enabled a very strong investment coming into this one. Of course, they can work with that max loss bonus, get the AKs out, but look at the utility basis for the T side.
have a coach, chat with the coach, I should say, of Datsun, try and get some ideas. Ex-pro player, been a coach of Vanguard before joining up with this lineup for about 3 years now. And try and see if he can poke down some wisdom, how we're trying to deal with Monacy, how we're trying to take some earlier map control, what didn't quite go our way in that last round. And Kick It playing out towards that Logs position again. Monacy bringing the AWP towards long once more.
Nade stacks again in that cubby corner. Only doing so much to Kicker here. Follow up nades. Down towards that mid-position flip, baiting in the info against JKS. A bit more of a careful reserve style of play from outsiders, trying to force out positions by virtue of information game. But information denial, the bomb was yet to commit.
Slightly different setup there. We often see the tower boost in there towards that boiler position. It was a double stack, but not on top of one another. Some retaking nades towards the top of Banana is going to indicate that there's nothing in front of the half wall.
Nico's going to get caught on the edge of the Molotov, will take some damage, but not as much damage that HG just did to 2. Fame and Kicker again tagged up. Further nades coming down against them. AK will try and lean forward as Nico gets out.
Kick It, trying to see if he can get one of these quick entries, but now being on 39 points of health, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. And we're getting closer to 40 seconds on the clock. Boost up towards Nu.
Leave the low HP player in the best angle position possible. Head tucked away behind the wall, so no easy headshots for the outsiders. No easy XE either. Still have those 3 smokes they can use here. Put one down across. Flash going over. Counter smoke back. They line up for Nico. They just give it up to the man. 2 easy frags, and now the AWP with an AK alongside it. A great smoke as well from Hooksy. Can look to the right-hand side, being mostly covered off, but can spot the T's. They make their way out. Engages on 1. Nico gets his triple. Looking for the quadra, maybe even the ace here. Flits down. USP pulled out against the AWPer. Does get that exit frag, but 5 seconds to get the bomb down. He knows it's impossible. It's a 7-0 start for G2. Outsiders not giving us the game we hoped for here.
Not at all. Not competitive, and I guess you could just look at the scoreline to get that idea yourself, but think about opening man advantages. What round do you think of? They're just not coming at all. We've always seen G2 getting those 4 and 5 situations. Outsiders have had a very difficult time with opening up bomb sites. The only round that I'm looking at that looks remotely winnable was that 3v3 on the Eco where they were close to a post plant.
Should be seeing G2 get to the turn of the half flawlessly. Hero AWP now for Jame. Still got 3 players that have yet to frag here on the outsiders side. I don't know what's going on. These guys were not ready for today's matchup. The Eagles in on 3, Tech9 for Norbert. Really not much to play with here in round 8.
You got to think for outsiders, putting a little bit more pressure in towards brackets has been successful for them in some of the early rounds of the half. We haven't seen a massive amount of it. A lot of B plays these last couple. Get that AWP up towards a half wall. Kick It, trying to play anti-flash, but it's the retaking nades again. They've just got to back off.
Incendiary sent nades also coming in from the TT side. Will try drive outsiders back. They don't know that they've vacated that position already. 3 players up in apps. They have flashbangs. They can go for the apps pop. Here's a Molotov in towards quad that should drive them back. JKS and Hunter on the crossfire, however, for the defensive line, and indeed those flashes do come through for the Apartments XE. JKS straight through on 1, doesn't see Norbert until it's too late. Kill found to a 4-on-4, but Hunter's on site, and Monacy has a gap in that smoke.
And not the best moto smoke at all. Trying to assist the U2 because they've still got a teammate in the side.
Hunter elevated, ready to receive them. Here's that scope, knows that AWP is in play, but Kicker suspecting there might be some sort of exit game. Jame down, smokes up. Monacy will take some damage to the Deagle tags. The bomb's got to get prioritized here. 20 seconds. Get the money at least, boys. Flit down. Kicker out in the open. Just giving up these kills. And they aren't even getting a look in these rounds, let alone the plants. It's 8-0 for G2. And I think outsiders need to change their whole game up. Like, that was a hero rifle round. Why not get the bomb plant there?
Well, they can't, right? Because they obviously have to know that Hunter's in the site. The idea that JKS is playing Pit and that Incendiary went down for Hunter, they know that he's there somewhere. But how do you fight him when that smoke goes down? You can see Monacy that's AWPing towards Moto, puts a smoke, which is like a lurk towards that default position, and outsiders know, if we go graveyard, if we go reverse default, we're not going to be able to present that frag, so wait it out, wait for the smoke to clear before we can actually strike onto Hunter.
Waited too long with the time against them. Hunter's already picked up the opening frag, and Fame cannot even get the trade. Monacy sponged the damage, turned the AWP into Fame's position. 5-on-3 already gained by G2.
Oh my goodness. An aggressive move that's something outsiders have not been ready for. G2 haven't been opting to go for many of those. Modesty with a great reassurance on that backup as soon as Hunter starts falling off. And what you would have imagined Hunter to fall, being on such low HP on that spam.
And there's Flit taking one back. JKS with a responsive instant at that for the G2 side, maintaining their 3-man advantage they started off with. 4-on-2 situation. The bomb separated from its backup, trying to make some noise out here towards long. Indicate that they've siphoned off that long position, blocked it off from brackets. Hunter's not falling for it though. No reason to push forward, especially as kicker drops. And now James should reveal himself. And to his demise at that. 9-0. G2 not even allowing bomb plants for the outsiders side. The money's crippled. You can kind of scrape together a buy here. It's just not looking pretty at all though.
Outsiders are ranked first in this group stage, Jay, for the highest round win percentage on T side. Out of any team here in this group, they've had the best T sides. G2 have had the best CT sides. And as of right now, for outsiders, we're not getting any glimpses of that. That game against Big, where they got 9 rounds on the T side of Inferno, when they took on MIBR yesterday and got an 11-4 half on T side, it's just not presenting in any facet.
Well, I guess the G2 CT side percentage is definitely beating out outsiders' T half in this case. Again with the hero rifles, this time on Norbert. James wasn't working out with it. Has yet to find a frag since he had the hero orb. Tech 9, Deagle, and P250. Everybody else here. Flashes in, smokes down. T trying to go real quick into the bomb site. JKS isn't called by any of those flashes. At least Norbert can trade. Gap in that smoke, which they can spam down Hooksy with. So an advantage gained here by the outsiders. Jane playing right up close and personal, though. Needs to turn that orb into the site and deal with Hunter.
I like this. Man advantage and map control towards Banana. Plenty of time still left on the clock. Outsiders have got really so many options to split in towards B, to slow it down, allow an overpeak. The only concern is the HP numbers, because there are quite a few players that are tagged up here.
I'm starting to rotate back. Munacy's AWP not rotating himself, was thinking about potentially going back towards Speedway just in case. He is starting to fall away, though. The timing's right for him.
He's got some nades, both an incendiary and a smoke to try and slow this entire round down. 40 seconds now.
Teams have smokes of their own. They've got to use at least one of them to get towards that cross. Again, the timer running so low for the outsiders. 30 seconds left, and now a second player has joined them. Hold the defensive line against the incoming incendiary. Smokes will come back. Flashbang forward, Nico. They're going to go in for a ballsy move. Flashed in by Munacy instead. Sees nothing. The smoke will start to clear though, and all will reveal itself. Transfer doesn't quite work out for him. He will get traded back. Advantage still maintained here by the T side. Norman's got to go for that bomb plant here. Down over at the coffins, and Munacy will not get a chance to deny it. No scope isn't going to work in that case, my friend. That is the first bomb plant in this matchup for the outsiders here.
This retake could still be on. Think about the assistance in from Hunter. Modesty peeking with the AWP, deals with Norbert.
That's the first. Sees the second man as well. Jane better not peek. That would lead to death. That would lead to outsiders conceding another round, but Hunter forces the kill anyway. Kicker now 17 HP. Head tucked out of dodge, hearing the rotations. Know that Munacy's already out there. Needs those headshots real quick. Sees the man. The burst fire doesn't work out. The headshots don't, and Hunter makes it a double. The retake is successful. G2 a 10-0 undefeated streak on Inferno.
You just think about how confident they are. You could see the way that they played that 3v4. You've got a pop flash through the smoke, a further flash behind it for Modesty. JKS getting that opening 1-for-1. Nico struggling with the flash, and then Modesty out there with that AWP, playing out towards the construction position. And then you think about the post plant, right? Man advantage, yes, that duel gets lost towards Coffins, but the second player gets spotted. As soon as that run out goes out towards Dark, you're already seeing so much information given away in that round.
That was the first time we saw Kicker finding a frag in that previous one, by the way. Outsiders at least get the money bonus, at least get the buyback here. I don't know if it's enough, though. Much more passive default, trying to change up the game plan once again. But G2 are offering nothing in the kill department.
Seems like they actually want to take Banana. We haven't seen G2 doing this very much at all in the first half. Early nades down there towards the bottom. They had the AWP to peek. Nico's not seeing anything. Kicking to peek out. Opening man advantage again.
And no flash support at all with that peek. Just out dry, easy pickings. Nico with his 15th kill of the game. Challenging Munacy and usurping Munacy recently to get the kill leader on the board. Hooksy walks out the long control. Fame down. Norbert Another dry face, shoulder was peeked out there. He knows that the man's up the position. HooXi expecting no flash, and again, they'll lose the fight for it. They had one push back into brackets. Flit left alone towards the apartments alongside James Orp. Can't really move here.
Actually wouldn't mind a save here for Outsiders. Nothing has presented itself. No one's over peeking. It's been a lack of even picks towards A. Just, there's nothing coming for you at all. Just hold these last couple of players, I reckon.
That's Flit falling anyway. And Jane was thinking of grabbing that bomb, rotating it up to him and committing out the apartments. Obviously, that seemed like the telegraph plan, but first man out, dead to rights in an instant. G2 will lose one player, but HooXi's still got a shot off on Jame, and with the money that they have here for the CTs, they can afford the hunt. 4 AKs in this, the AWP to fall for the T side. Hunter doesn't extend around the right corner, so at least they keep that in play for Jame. But they need so much more than a saved AWP here.
This is Outsiders in a position that we can't even relate to. You think about the 2-0 against Big, 2-0 against For the Win, taking a map off FaZe, sending them to a third, even taking double digits on that last map of the series of Inferno. Absolutely thrashing MIBR in the game yesterday. And today, we have seen absolutely no success. G2 are all over them.
Remember that part we were talking about, the idea that Outsiders still have a chance to usurp G2 and take first? But I know, I definitely was saying it because it was a possibility. And you have every right to laugh because it seems like such a laughable prospect given what we've seen in this map-up so far. There's only one in the series. HooXi finding Kicker, swing out. Fame responds to the 4v4 scenario. Nades back, and finally a bit of life from this young man. His first two, technically his third, actually got the TK earlier. But in this matchup alone, a 4-on-3 for the Outsiders. Look to press into the B site.
Nicely done there from Fame. Double entry, caught G2, overextending JKS out towards his spoiler position. Gets that dink off towards Norbert, and a lot of damage down to 14. m0NESY, pressure's building on him towards B now.
Hunter may find the pressure towards A himself. The bomb's on its rotation. Fame on his way in, and m0NESY seeing nothing. Can't really provide support. He's got to stand and defend the B site until Hunter gets overwhelmed. They go for an AWP retake at that. AK sat and ready to receive. The Molotov sent his way. No counter smoke can come down. He'll resist for the time being. And m0NESY will go up to position. Great incendiary on the default plant position. Catching Norba. Unawares of the player on the side, but Fame's still going to burn. A 1-on-2 for m0NESY. Trying to look at the gap in the smoke. And here the bomb plant coming in. He's going in real quick for this as well. Does Flit catch him? Has utility pulled out. The re-smoke comes down.
Try and see if he could work around it. Needs to get over towards that right-hand side. Try and at least bait Jane with the AWP.
Oh, almost hit that as well. Gets back out of position, flashbang forward, and he looks to escape with the big green or reposition. I can't quite tell. They got so much cash, I wouldn't blame m0NESY for going for this retake here. He slowed the whole pace down. He'll look to save the weapon instead. So finally, at long last, after 12 grueling rounds, Outsiders will get their first on the board.
And that was pure punishment in that sort of round. You saw the way that G2 got the pick towards the top of Banana from HooXi, and then it just got a little bit too aggressive. You got players peeking around the half wall, Fame capitalizing with a couple of kills. m0NESY thinking about a late exit, but not to be. Hold on to the AWP, bring it into the next. 11-1, Outsiders finally ending the streak, and that's got to be a good feeling for one round. This is not a good feeling overall. They've got to start turning in some sort of streak, at least bring it up to 4-11 at the half, at least end it on a positive.
I think that's a minimum requirement at this stage for them to have any chance in this map up in this series. Get these next 3 rounds and work off the back of what would be a 7-round deficit going into the CT side. The bias leaving broken because of the damage they took in the previous one. Like, that's just the situation they're in has very few positives about it. It's just that 1 round momentum. Of course, G2 on the buys, you would expect they can buy for the rest of the half because they have so much money here. Galil for Norbert weakening the firepower, limited utility sets. At least they've got map control, but nothing you wouldn't expect out of a T-side.
Kick it. Naded down to 78 towards the bottom of Banana. Outsiders have not been able to bring much pace to their T-side at all. Very characteristic on the way that they play T-side of Inferno, and a lot of T-sides across maps in the entire pool, really. Very characterized of the slow and passiveness out towards brackets. Try and see if they can give themselves a little bit of a way in. Notice how G2 aren't really playing any long presence. It's quite heavy towards the short side right now.
This is where the C's might end up leaning forward to. Outsiders smokes down at Moto, a block off m0NESY. Can be a wraparound player to the B site the same. The Incendiary stops that though.
And now positions himself in a way that he can hear the rap going in towards City Sport, and if that is the movement, but even play behind the smoke and get out to Moto now.
Ahead of it at the library position, flashbang turned away from. Moto smoke start to clear soon. Norbert seen, headshot found, but two other players there to take his place. Brings it back to a 4-on-4. Flip now out of the apartments, caught up by Hunter in a graveyard, and James Orp turns it back in. They get the kill towards the player in mini pit at the same time, so the plant is secured. 3v2, G2 locks out of the A site. They'll try to crack their way forward regardless.
Oh, James again with the orb, even completely blinded off at the back of that one. And now Hooksy, the IGL, trying to see if he can muster something up, looking towards that pit control. James ends up with a triple, and that is a huge round from him, because not only does he end it, but he had that defining factor of the kill towards Graveyard. Hunter to fall and James to find that pick really made that round winnable there for Outsiders.
And he has been the leader of the board for the Outsiders basically this entire map so far. 11 kills, which does not seem like much compared to G2. But it's a far cry compared to the rest of the Outsiders. Next man down, Norbert at 6. So a lot of impact being had by the AWP at this moment. And the Outsiders get 2 on the trot because of him. Smokes in, a standard default, setting their way up. The T's have their hold.
Nico playing out towards the top of Banana. Modesty with the orb gets away with the first. The instant trade is there for Norbert, just like the last round.
Get rid of one of those big impact players. Next one down is Nico. JKS, however, having his impact on the damage board. Norbert, less than half HP thanks to that wallbang attempt. Smokes being sent down with the nades up as standard. G2 hold their line. Outsiders reposition their line towards Banana this time.
They haven't baited any util out of Hooksy, only the early nades from Nico. So it means that Hooksy's got a full belt of util, can think about a double rotation or even a single rotation from long once that smoke goes down. A minute on the clock. It's all about time stalling now and gathering that info, and they're starting to move a couple of players over. This is a good read from G2.
Smoke to the cross and coffins. 2 players on their way back up. Hooksy fall back behind those smokes, put the nades up. The damage of the Molotov actually gets one, and then gets a second. Hooks it out back into the B site. Outsiders bunch up for the utility and leave themselves exposed to Nico. James Orp shot too far to the right, dealt with by the rifler, and it's a 12-2 now. G2 back in with a 10-round deficit. At least Outsiders have a bye for round 15.
And when you consider the fact that G2's most one-sided map has been the 16-5 against MIBR, tied with the 16-5 against For the Win in their first and third game in this group stage, this could be the most one-sided game so far. And this is the battle for first in the group. How unreal is that to think about?
G2 asserting dominance early. That much most certainly is real. Outsiders have got to accept that. Missed out on the minimum mark of 4. Can still get a 12-3 down, of course. But need to win this round, desperately so.
Norbert's got 2 players to fend off. Out to the apartments. JKS with the bait and the AWP towards the right-hand side. The numbers game looks good. Norbert gets away with one, and Modesty does not respond. Instead gets spammed down low.
28 HP thanks to the wallbangs. Teams hold their line in the apartments. The flash is ready for James to try and break them in from the apartments pop. They're a little bit late to the marker. Fame out the gate, does tank some damage. Modesty grabs that AWP, turns it in on Flit. Norbert falls to the advantage to the favor of G2, but both players on his site are low. Backup's quick to the scene though. Ned's kick up, finding Hunter. Modesty still on the site, taking shots, will be exposing. Kick up through the smoke, brings it back to Outsiders' line.
Smoke off towards Moto. The G's have got to make a very tough decision where they keep looking towards a boost. And Nico's going to try boost up over the top of Moto. Deals with the first to Jame at least.
It's an all-important frag back 2-on-2 situation. Flashes in to allow Fame to get back into mini pit. They won't know. Nico trying to hunt for the info, jump facing. And we'll look around towards brackets in case there is a flank play. Incendiary sent down as Hooksy sees the head. Now aware of one. Is he aware of that second man? Oh, that nade catches one. Is he gonna be baited by the second kicker? Just biding his time, hearing the footsteps. Will wait for that bomb to get tapped. Nico up at Graveyard will be spotted. Spray through, reveals position. He needs that kill desperately, and Nico will not allow it. The retake will be on. Held by Hooksy's defuse for a 13-2 half. G2 looking absolutely dominant on the CT side as we head to the second half after the break.
roads to back streets. I see you foes trying to trap me, but I don't run like a track meet, even though I'm #1 like an athlete. And the way I maneuver around you and through you, I'm coming and I'm bound to pursue you. I'm everything that you knew of, plus more. What's in store is I'm about to get to you. Sleepless nights, better think this twice before you step to me and come and speak with strife. There's a lesson when you reach my life. It'll be chin checking and I'll teach you right. Plenty tried, plenty failed. Too many times I've seen plenty bail. And there will be no surprise what I'm about to do when you are looking through my eyes. See many go, see many come. Seen that they won't bring it to me, son. Try me if you want, but won't be any fun. I'll take the challenge, I'll beat anyone. I'm the one, I'll be quite clear. Bow down to no one, I'm right here. I get it in, I don't fight fair. And guess what? I'm your worst nightmare. Cause I ain't taking no losses, and I don't even care what the cost is. Are you prepared for the forces I'm about to bring? Cause I'm the boss of all bosses. I penetrate your thoughts and fill them with doubt. You gon' feel where I'm coming and feel what I'm about. If they come in with the drama, I'm wheeling them out. Cause I ain't about to have somebody here stealing my clout. I keep my friends close, enemies closer, cause that's the way it is and the way it's supposed to be. Anybody can see there's only room for one, and that one is me. Plenty tried, plenty failed. Too many times I've seen plenty bail. And there will be no surprise what I'm about to do when you are looking through my eyes. See many go, see many come. Seen that they won't bring it to me, son. Try me if you want, but won't be any fun. I'll take the challenge, I'll beat anyone. I'm the one, I'll be quite clear. Bow down to no one, I'm right here. I get it in, I don't fight fair. And guess what? I'm your worst nightmare. I'm your worst nightmare. Are you prepared? I'm your worst nightmare. I know you're scared. I'm your worst nightmare. Are you prepared? I'm your worst nightmare. I know you're scared.
Well, history might be made here today, Jay. In the last 3 months, this is the best first half for G2 and the worst first half for Outsiders in the same time window. What is going on here in map 1 on Outsiders map pick?
I feel really silly for playing devil's advocate in the idea that this map might be questionable for G2 because it very clearly is not. 3 rounds to the victory for the T side. They're already into the AP site. Smokes down, kill found. Munacy catching Kicker instantly. The rotations are slow. They'll get to position on the CT bases. The backstab less so. The plant's already come down.
They still got further util, still got a couple of nades to come on the back of JKS, and for Norbert, he's desperate to get any sort of pick back here for construction.
Fame's been seen, information being given up. Norbert trying to act his way forward, sees the vertical crossfire and gets pushed in by it. James, desperate, needs a kill. Munacy and Hooksy will offer it up to him, actually. 3-on-3, transport back by the Outsiders. Need one of those kits, and I don't think there's one in play. Flit caught out now. James in the center of the site needs his backup, but JKS goes for the double, and James got no way in. Nico puts him out of commission. It's 14-2, G2 in full control.
And this might be a very good idea for perhaps some of the viewers that weren't watching the last couple of days but are tuning in here for the last day of just how G2 have been undefeated, not only in best of threes, but in maps as well. This is looking like it could be shaping up for another 2-0 here for the international squad, just off of the basis of not only how one-sided this scoreline is, but that they didn't even pick Inferno. This isn't even their map.
Yeah, this is... It's turned into disaster. Like, it was disastrous from the
Definitely
word go for Outsiders, but at this point, it has solidified itself. Forced by it for round 17. Even if they're able to win it, it's still 11 rounds on the difference. 12 at the moment. Would be 11 to try and bring that one back. But just, it's regardless, it's such a ridiculous deficit to try and return for the Outsiders, and they haven't been putting up the numbers. They haven't been looking like a decent force. The only player that's been looking great for this TC side has been James. I just don't think it's feasible.
Even look at the map control that's being allowed in this sort of round. No one out towards long. A bit of a distraction from Nico towards B. He does lose the fight to kick it, but someone's going to get caught on that rotate. Jane with his knife out.
Oh, the taps and all. Just to add the extra, just to add the highlight. One more tap. Nah, just a spray. It's all good. It's a 3K. It's the B site fall, and it's just lights out for Outsiders.
And just when you thought there may have been a moment of opportunity in that round, yeah, they've overexposed long and they've allowed the T's to get in towards CT, but you've got the opening pick, you've got Kickit dealing with that lurk towards Banana of Nico, but no, nothing else really gets granted. Flit's best options just to hold on. And to think that Flit is the highest rated player in this group stage, and he's down on 2 kills. Now, it's not just him. It is fundamentally the entire team in this first half being rolled over. But it's just knowing that if there was anyone in this sort of situation, maybe not at 2-15 down, but when the deficit was increasing to step up, you'd think it would be Flit. And unfortunately, we just haven't seen that today.
There's nothing much more you can say. Outsiders. Outgunned, outmaneuvered, outclassed on their own map pick. And may already be out of the running for first place here. Like 15-2, 13 map points on Inferno. Is there any way back? Is there any miracle that we could, unless G2 just bottle it from here, is there any other way that Outsiders make this happen? I'm just hoping for a little bit of hope, just anything.
There's absolutely no hope, mate. This is a 15-2. This has been a slapping beyond belief. And for Outsiders, you even look at the buy of what they're bringing back into round 18. There's limitations.
The Masters on 3, no M4 in sight. At least Famous called that first kill. 21 HP, Havard to continue the phase. He's going to keep pressing forward. Get tagged up by the utility, and Nico will wrap that corner to get the frag back to a 4-on-4. Norbert's also down. Advantage gained by the T's once again.
And just how quickly G2 are able to apply pressure on different points of the map. Up there at the half wall with the trade back from Nico. Into brackets to be able to find some assistance onto Norbert. And now for James, he's going to be the lone player towards A. They're thinking about a slightly heavy, more gamble over to the B site right now for Outsiders.
Try and fall back here for the T's. Hunter posted with flashes to try to get his teammates wrap the corner. Munacy, the forward man, only seeing so much. Outsiders, so much more passive this time.
Kick it, just trying to jiggle down onto the angle, deal with Nico on the first contact, spread out a little bit wider. Does at least spot some information. G2 don't have to commit off the back of this, though.
Looks like they're going to do so anyway. Smokes the Coplinson cross, flashes at the ready, push over towards the CT spawn. Nico, first man into the site kicker. Deagle does nothing. 2 left. Got Flit in, out towards CT. Bomb coming down, knife pulled out for James JKS. Here's him. That's an easy frag. And then there's one more to gain to close it out in an effective 16-2 that would put the Outsiders in a much worse position than when they started this series with. And indeed, the pick of the CIS squad has been lost, and handily lost at that, to the G2 side. A 14-round differential. Like, what do you say? Like, what do you say?
There isn't much. There's nothing in this group stage so far, nothing in the last few months that could have pointed this out. Yes, we could talk about the head-to-heads, the fact that we've seen G2 always have the upper hand, but the upper hand in the 16-2 on Inferno, I don't know, poor day here for Outsiders, and G2 just romping them, just absolutely rolling them over. That wasn't even close.
Yeah, that certainly is the most one-sided result we've seen between G2 and Outsiders over the course of their matches this year. Like, nothing has even come close. I guess you could argue the 16-5 comes close, but even then, like, that shows some level of decency and some sort of capacity. And on a map like Ancient, which, yeah, the Outsiders haven't really always found the best bases on that map itself, but this is a map that they picked into this one. So when it comes to their own picks, like, this has just been nothing short of a disappointment.
And knowing off of the outset we obviously spoke about G2 having some very strong CT sides. We spoke about Outsiders having some very strong T sides. That gave me the philosophy that Inferno is going to be quite competitive. It's going to be a little bit back and forth. We're going to have a good game, dictation of pace when G2 get over to that second half. And it just felt for Outsiders, not even the moments of success of winning rounds, but moments of success with opening duels, map control, site executions. It just wasn't there in so many different categories.
Yeah, like, there's just so much missing. Like, that really is all you can say at this point. There's no in-depth sort of reason as to why Outsiders lost it in the fashion that they did. They just weren't there. So many things were missing in G2. We're just looking at the lights-out G2 we've seen all week so far. So, in that sort of sense, it is kind of par for the course. But that scoreline is anything but par for the course for me. Like, that was such a disappointing showing from G2. And if I'm Daston right now, I'm in the server, or I'm pulling them out towards the practice room saying, that is wholly unacceptable. We cannot afford to go forward. We were shoo-ins to at least do some damage and try and make a run for first place. That has already, just with that map loss, taken a massive turn for the worst.
And mentally, that's going to hit them hard. And knowing how long it took for even some of the guys to get off 0 numbers, 0 frags. It took 8, 9, 10 rounds for some of them. So that's going to be a bitter pill to swallow there for Outsiders that really we didn't find much at all. We're now going into Ancient, the next map of the series, which isn't ideal for us. G2 are on good form on it. You've got to hope that even they can keep the second map competitive because anything is surely got to be better than that first.
I remind you, however, the last map that I mentioned they played was a 16-5, and that was towards G2's favor. That was back during Katowice, which, yes, was a very long time ago, but there's no historical point that helps them out. The map itself, I don't believe, is a very strong one for Outsiders. You mentioned it being a curveball pick as a potential punish for G2. They obviously led that in. The one map that they do have was, yes, against FaZe earlier on this week. So that's a slight little positive point, but how much does recent history really matter after a map like that?
Not much, a lot of the time. And for G2, just to think that this is a team that if we look into account the past 4 pro leagues, 3 of which they haven't even made it out of groups. So the idea that they've been inconsistent in some of the pro league seasons, not been up to scratch, we saw it in the last couple, you've come out here, you're now 9-0 in maps. Have not even dropped a single map. That is crazy to think about. And everything is just pointing for that 10-0. That 5-0 best of 3, 10-0 in maps.
Yeah, I don't see any reason why it wouldn't be plausible at this stage. I see it being very doable and probably the most likely outcome of our second map of the best of 3. Ancient, the pick of G2, having already secured map 1 in such a dominant fashion. We'll head towards a short break and see how long the Outsiders can last. Don't go anywhere.
No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. It's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go again. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win. You either got it or you don't. You either bought it or you won't. You either wanna give it everything or you wanna cry about a soul. I'ma say it from the jump. Mama ain't raised a chump. My mama raised
Not the best start of days here for the Outsiders, losing their own map pick in a dominant, unbelievably good fashion for the G2 side. We didn't suspect it to be that one-sided. We thought it might have been a 2-0, most certainly. Something tells me we're definitely on for a 2-0 now.
You've got to imagine so. Even guys like Flit and Kickit, who put up less than a 0.30 rating, that's one of the worst ratings that they have had in years. And to think that that came through on your map pick does not speak a massive amount of confidence going into map 2.
Yeah, the highest rating they achieved on the Outsiders was less than 0.80. So just to let that sink in as to how far things have really gone awry for the Outsiders here. I mentioned before the break that Daston's got to sit there and make an impassioned any given Sunday speech. It is Sunday, so I guess that's kind of appropriate. But this is ancient, right? This is the map that G2 could have thrown as a curveball, the kind of punish that you'd expect to come out from G2 against a team like Outsiders. G2 have been undefeated in the last 3 months. There's been 3 maps played for Outsiders in the last 3 months. Only one of them had been victories. I just can't see it happening, Doig. I think this is going to be over before it starts.
I'm with you on that one. You even take into account Outsiders' results. Yes, they were able to get a 16-5 against FaZe, but before that, we had not seen them play this map in nearly 2 months. So how much stock really goes into that Ancient? We know that FaZe picked it as their map in the series. It ended up going to a third, and Outsiders weren't able to come out on top. We saw a very good CT side from them against FaZe with an 11-4 half. So I would imagine for Outsiders, if there's any stretch of the imagination that they can keep this close, try to keep it competitive, it's going to be about the first half.
Yeah, it's been so CT heavy for them that I'd imagine that they pick into the CT half, and I'd imagine that they go towards that defensive side and then have to get probably a similar scoreline as what we saw over in the last map for me to believe that there's any way back in, just because of the fact that it would be the complete role reversal, right? To go from a 13-2 down to like a 12-3 or 11-4 up would at least be something composable for this Outsiders side. But I have to be honest, Dwayne, I've lost my faith in the Outsiders following that first map. I'm hoping for the sake of competitive nature that it would still be a close and it would still at least be dragged out close to a 3-map turnaround, but I just don't believe it can happen. And I believe the G2 will be in prime position to take this series in 2-0 and go 5-0 rather, I should say, in the group stage here for the ESL Pro League. Pistol round, seeing the USPs and Glocks brought out quick in from the T's already.
Very fast. Get that smoke down towards the city spawn area. Split your way through from main and from that donut contact. Fame's hearing a lot of those footsteps, but doesn't want to get aggressive. They're going to hunt him down anyway. The USP trying to come out with a few kills for Fame.
Well, that's a bit more like it already. He was very low on his numbers. I think he scored like 3 by the end of that last map up. 5-on-3 instead for the Outsiders. Fame going to make it a triple, in fact. All right. This is really going now. Defensive might not have been able to hold on the bomb site itself, denying that bomb plant, but they can go back for the smoke and the ninja defuse. Kicker has tagged to 4 HP though, so there might be a bit of concern. They've got to body block him desperately so. Flit engaging upon. Kill found for Nico, but Norbert gets them both and holds down the line. Gets an all-important pistol for the Outsiders.
Lovely stuff coming through from Fame. That defensive hold on the back foot, playing around that temple position, just getting away with so much damage, and then being the real force forward onto that retake, putting pressure down to that donut angle. And Outsiders allow themselves to get the first round up on the city side. G2 managed a few kills and at least a bomb plant. Don't opt to go up for the force. Oh, it's actually a very late one. Now, one thing I will say that they have achieved so far here in the group stage is one of the highest round 2 breaks out of any team.
And considering what they've done against Outsiders, it wouldn't surprise me if they broke this round all the same. Rifles on 3 individuals, AK for Munacy. Galil's on JKS and Hunter. Missing from Nico's part. Hooksy, however, appropriately taking the deagle. The outsiders have their defensive line held. 2-1-2 split.
You've got to think here for G2, similar to that last round, going in for the A site exit, having a lot of players right now outside of this A main position. Think about Smokey off Donut, Smokey off CT, trying to take some of that temple control as well. And for outsiders, with both players being back towards this A play, you've got to imagine that the rifles are going to do quite well in the long-range engagements.
Smokes that are ready for Nico. Set them up towards the A site execution. Got one man back at temple, one back at boxes, one player missing from the defensive at the donut position, which is where that smoke will go down to. So might cut some rotations in the mid control. They line up for Fame though, who almost makes it a quadra and at least holds the defensive from its initial contact. The anchor on the site, and well, anchored his way into what should be a second round for the outsiders.
Lovely stuff from Fame, being one of the highlight entities for outsiders in the last few times that they've played this map of Ancient. And James even getting himself involved into the mix. And Hunter, that lurk that was out there towards mid, has now been able to walk into an A site without any teammates. 1v4, just trying to look to do some damage, get away with one, no more than that. A second round in for outsiders. And that is a superb hold coming through from Fame that really set that round up.
And with that 3K as well, he's also managed to usurp his numbers from the previous map. He was at 5 kills over on Inferno, and now he's already at 6. So, again, far better stuff from him individually. Outsiders looking like a much more cohesive unit. The CT side is already off to a better position than when it was over on that Inferno side of things. For G2, they're forced down to the upgrade pistols. No bomb plant this time, so can't continue with the force invests or half invests for that matter. Only one player with Kevlar, very little utility. They'll charge their way forward into the hands of the SMG, and the flashbangs might catch Kicker off guard. That's one back, but so much more to gain.
Norbert taking this duel, aggressive down from the bottom of ramp, even getting wrapped in towards the side. This is actually looking okay for G2. You've managed a couple of picks. The only problem is trying to get that bomb into B.
There wasn't massive lane presence, and it would cross pretty easily. Instead, it walks right into the hands of Flit, who mows both players down. So 3-0 start for the outsider side. Getting those pistols and conversions, denying G2's breaks and denying their steals. The AKs will come into play, though. The full guns are in.
Outsiders are currently ranked first in Group B on their city side for highest utility average damage per round. So something that we can definitely expect here from outsiders is good util usage, those double nades, those incendiaries towards elbow and out to that lane contact. Something that G2 are going to have to be wary of.
Incendiaries thrown down the sheet towards that elbow position. The nade from Flit sees one player. He does a little bit of damage, but Norbert, however, opens up with the kill. Straight through the wallbang spray on towards that wood position. Nico caught off guard and is first man out.
Fame and Co. still holding quite an aggressive sightline towards this mid contact. Kicker being spammed up. It seems as if they want to try and regain some of this lane control, try and force Flit a little bit further back of retaking mid too.
Hold position, Kicker, it's M4. Leaning in from Cheetah. Flashes forward to try and get some control back for the CTs. Burst up from Kicker in particular. Working in against Hooksy. Not able to catch the man for any major damage or a kill. You can see that map control back in the latter minute.
James posted up with that AWP. Hooksy thinking about trying to at least take a jiggle in towards that cave position. James has found himself in a very aggressive angle, but the AWP, but does get baited and Hooksy fires it.
Not ideal there with the AWP shot missing. And Hooksy being allowed a double for it. Flit at least finds Hunter back in mid-control, so it is even up at a 3-on-3. That bomb, however, is committing towards the B site, and they're just clearing up the back lines if at all possible.
Wonderful double entry coming through from Hooksy, really giving them a way in towards this B site now. And even for Norbert, he's got a teammate with him, a Flip, but they're crunched out of the site right now.
Tapping that smoke means that m0NESY could get spammed down, and Norbert almost gets him the same. 21 HP at 21 seconds. That bomb will get planted, and m0NESY's forced to back away, but Fame now in for the backstab. Hooksy caught looking the wrong way at the wrong time. Advantage back to the favor of outsiders. m0NESY can't hold on against Norbert's quick peek, and now it's all on JKS. One of the newest additions here for G2 alongside the Dane. Diffuse being tapped and stuck here, body blocked from all sides. JKS will be heard. There's no way he gets that bomb in time. We'll get Norbert, Flip with the trade. 4-0 start for the outsiders.
What a retake, and it just comes off of the timing. You could see Hooksy towards that cave positions, looking out to Cheetah, waiting, and eventually, as soon as he siphons that area off and focuses his attention back towards long and short, that's when the timing comes through. Fame on that wraparound ends up finding quite a lot of impact, and then just applying so much pressure down there towards ramp. Modessy's on low HP as it is anyway. JKS has to try and step up in a 1v3, and the bomb's just not really in the open for him. Can't really do much. 4-0 start here for Outsiders, very promising.
Far more promising than what we saw in the last map. They've already doubled their scoreline, which again, I realize is not exactly a very high bar to surpass. But even so, it is far more impressive for Outsiders by comparison, and they get themselves together to try and mount up the kind of early game that we hoped and expected out of them. Nades in from Kicker, revealing his position towards Nico, who won't go for any wall bangs or spam attempts. Mados won the second phase.
Flip, being able to find that opener out towards the mid-control. Hunter with the walk forward. Nico, as the smoke starts to clear, does find the return, though. More damage being applied towards that Cheetah entrance, and G2 can still continue to run down the clock. Now, remember, in their last couple of games against For The Win and MIBR, they've averaged 9 rounds on their T side.
Or swinging potential for Noah, but is put back by Munacy. JKS takes the damage sponge. 4 points of health for him. Might make it an easy kill later. And Outsiders have now sandwiched G2 in. No choice but to commit towards the B site or go for a last-second rotate. With that bomb in cave, though, perfect chance for Fame to deny this whole round. He creeps in slowly, but Hooks is now on the bomb site.
Hooksy comes back in, and Fame actually gets dropped. And now the CTs have got to wonder whether they actually go for it or not.
Nico's down, Munacy swings, and it's all on the AWP of Jame. A 1 versus 3. All players on bomb site will not attempt the wall bang this time. He will do so after the bomb itself gets planted. So that's 1 back. But Jame needs 2 more.
You've got to think, back yourself in this 1v2. A lot of confidence behind him. Both players low HP, might not be commed over.
I walk in, Hooksy not revealing. Head turned away from one of the angles he'd have to face into. Perfect crossfire for G2, and Jame knows it. Falling back. Only had a HE to put to JKS, and at that point focus on Cave and get into the site for the retake, but best to hold on to the AWP, especially with the money being where it is for the Outsiders. It is indeed Jame time as G2 get there first.
You've got Kicker on a double eco status. Everybody else is working with limited funds. You've got to imagine Norbert by himself, Flip by himself, Fame to do as well, and then maybe a single drop over to kick it. And tactical timeout coming through from G2. And I think they realize this is one of these swing rounds. The economy's really on the ropes here for Outsiders. And if we're able to muster up, get a few rounds in a row, we could find ourselves in not only a leading position, but just finding ourselves more confidence on this early T side for them.
I believe it was the first tactical timeout used by G2 in this entire series, if memory serves me correctly. I don't believe they took one over on Inferno. Remember, 2 coming in from Outsiders at the start of Inferno. But G2 didn't take 1, so their first called in, their moment's respite. Opportunity to outplay Outsiders, especially knowing that they've broken the economy state. 2 FORMATOS in play for the CTs.
It's the lack of kits, which is going to be the big eye-opener, especially if it gets forced down into a retaking scenario. At least they've got a few incendiaries behind them. A little bit more presence this time around outside of A. They've just left Nico towards the B doors by himself.
Several players pressing in towards the mid-control. Boost up for Jane. Will be hunting for these individuals. Molotovs and smokes being sent down. Oh, they're going to go for the mid-take here, G2. Counter nades are decent, and James all ready for the first contact. No flash against him means that Hunter is as good as gone.
James puts himself in an excellent position. Aggressive on the off angle out from Donut, deals with the pick and then just falls back. Allows himself to relocate over towards A. JKS has got another player on the other side of the Donut. The flash is good to Fame and repositions him.
I think he had the footstep as well. Not taking his eyes off this position, putting the Molotov up close. Fame's forced to move, nice. And that will lead to the trade. Very smartly played from the Aussie. 4-on-4 as a result. CT's very spread out now.
And now you start thinking for Outsiders, is there going to be some mistakes? Nico actually being spammed. There has been so much out towards that wallbang and out to ramp when it comes to the spam through smokes.
The second time that's happened to Nico. Different position, sure. In this 4-on-4, it means that Outsiders have an advantage in the HP department. Still lacking in the firepower on those 2 FORMATOS. The M4 of Flit will be all the way back over towards the mid-control. And Kicker will be the solo defender of B. They've gone for the stack to the wrong bomb site.
And JKS is trying to sell the fake over towards A, get that lurk smoke down. James holding a very good angle right now onto JKS.
Might sacrifice himself to sell him on the idea of the A hit, but he's the only player seen, so Norbert thinks there might be something else going on. In fact, all players will start the committing. The bomb's got to commit itself. 16 seconds. Kicker holding out towards Weird. Flash in. Munacy, his back turn. Kill found for Norbert. Kicker can focus on one more player out towards Cave. Norbert can get the double, and it can be a return round for the Outsiders.
It comes off the basis of very good positional advantage. You see out towards Wood, there's no molly there at all for G2 to force Kicker out into the open. Even with that first swing from Cave of Monacy, it's not quite being cleared towards that right-hand side. And knowing the fact that James has been able to offer 2 AWP frags towards A, gather that information that it's a lurk, how quick that rotate comes back into the fold, and even Norbert swinging with the FORMATOS, just allowing that crossfire to be set.
G2 now feeling the heart of the economy state. Down to Galils on 2 other players. A Deagle out for Monacy. Outsiders. Kicker force forward, win that fight against Hooksy. Spray down Hunter as well. Knows that he's out there. That nade will just miss him as Hunter somehow maintains his life, but he's all alone.
I am liking the aggressive approaches from Outsiders in the first 30-odd seconds of the round, especially towards Cheetah in the top of ramp, and Fame on the off angle, hearing some of the footsteps towards main.
M4I set. JKS and Munacy caught off. Bomb dropped. JKS with a quick swing back to a trade. The A site is open as a result. The bomb should go down.
And need a little bit of a miracle. Maybe Nico in the post bar to step up. He's trying to cut rotates off from the bottom of elbow, but no one's rotating in from that angle.
Plant secured. Advantage still for Outsiders on this retake. Got kits in play and all. On 2 of the 4 players, admittedly, but still kits regardless. Only need not 1 to go for the defuse. Hunter back behind that big box, and Flit thinks he might still be there. JKS a bit closer to Kickert's angle. Footsteps being made by Norbert. They're forced to flash forward. Flit with the kill. Hunter trades back. Still struggling to get the trades back. Flit will be able to return with a double. And now it's all on Nico out towards the donut position. Smoked off. Can't get to the bomb. That Molotov's coming in a little bit too late. The same. Kill found on Flit at least. There's a little bit more damage onto the CT forces. But ultimately they walk away with the round.
Strong utility usage coming through from Outsiders on that retake. Smoking off Donut really made it difficult there for Nico, and he's got to hope that there's more distraction and time being wasted on the site that he can either aggress forward of that smoke, try and catch a timing in which it's not being cleared. You can see how quickly JKS is there to fall. Even Hunter trying to waste time behind the big box, gets away with 1, but no more than that. And G2 on the T side having some struggles, and when you think back to again, both of the games against MIBR and For the Win, averaging 9 rounds in the first half on their T side, we can start thinking to ourselves, well, there is definite struggle here today, and it's got to come off the basis of allowing too many opening picks here for the CIR squad.
5 rounds to the good for the Outsiders. Definitely looking far better than any position they held in that last map up, in G2 can understand the struggles a little bit. It is T-side of Ancient after all. And Outsiders in the few maps that they've played have always had dominant CT halves, so this doesn't tell the full story for me, not just yet here. Nade sent down towards lane. Damage will be sponged by Nico, but Flit's headshot comes in on Munacy, gapping that smoke to Abuse. He doesn't quite look onto Nico's position for it. Backs away instead, but starts the re-aggression, and this might catch Nico completely off guard indeed. Flit finds the double, turns around for the triple as well. Is he going to get caught off? No, they back away.
Flit is so much more comfortable and confident here on that second map than he was on the first. Took him a while to even find the first pick. Jane with the AWP strafing down towards that cheetah position, catches off Hooksy, and now the last couple of players towards mid. Might get cleaned up by Flit again.
Still wants his triple. Very advanced angle as well. Smokes ahead of him. He's going to hide in a very awkward position. The Molotov to send back and force them forward. The AWP pulling attention up towards window and lane. Flit just going to wait. And I imagine that as soon as the smoke clears, he just gets a tidy double for a quadra overall. We'll start to fade right about now. Hunter and JKS all get seen. JKS good for the trade. But now essentially an ace clutch to try and hold for him. Backstabs inbound and all. Fame does give up his life. They're giving away 1v1s now. But that bomb's been lost out towards the B doors. So JKS should have no real way into this recovery.
try his best to isolate the individuals, flash over deep towards lanes, try and smoke off. One of the positions to deal with James, walk through the smoke, kick it on the other side, but it's just not going to happen. Time is running low. The best that he could hope for is the pick onto James, which doesn't quite come through. 7-1 up onto the board right now for Outsiders, and I think for them, just mentally resetting after that last map and coming into the second has to be spoken about, because this is a fresh, new-look Outsiders team. It's full of confidence. It's on the front foot, searching for opening man advantages, taking map control towards lane and out towards mid. And for G2, there has not been many opportunities at all. We haven't seen much out of Monacy, haven't seen much out of Nico, because those were the two guys that were lining it up in the first few rounds of the last map.
You're absolutely right. For me, just the eye test alone speaks to a much better Outsiders squad. I'll come back to that in a second because they're rushing the B side. Norbert and Jame on the defensive line will be able to get 2-3 frags between them now. Kicker can swing up to the site itself and maintain control against the T side, who have applied the brakes to a certain extent. I've got Hooksy inbound from Cave, and Flit is watching for that position, so I imagine that he probably should get dealt with. Forcing forward the Outsiders. This 5-on-2 is unscathed thus far. But yeah, like I was saying before, like the eye test just speaks a much better, much more coordinated Outsiders. Of course, the numbers you can see on the right side of your screens, that just is far better than anything that anyone was posting up at any point for Outsiders on Inferno. So yeah, that break has done wonders for them. Nico not doing wonders for Flit, though. At least gets traded back by Norbert, who ends up with a triple as Kicker closes the round. 8-1 for the Outsiders. They've won the CT half.
And G2 know if we give ourselves enough leverage, we'll be able to close it down in the second half. We'll go over to a more comfortable side. We know that against Forza and against Cloud9 and some previous officials for Outside in those last 3 months, we have seen massive limitations on their T side. I don't think we saw it in great detail against FaZe, and you wonder whether short-time preparation has been applied here for Outsiders, because one of the things that we were talking about very early on is, yes, it's a 16-5 result against FaZe, but we also haven't seen the map being played very much in the last 2 months before that. So now you've got the idea against the best team in the world that they've been able to do that, and they're up 8-1 against a G2 side that absolutely battered them on the first map. Maybe Ancient is the secret weapon for Outsiders to kind of have in their veto.
Well, perhaps it was. Obviously, we were saying we don't give much credit to that FaZe result because it was just kind of a bit of a wild one and a one-off. If they repeat against G2, though, that would be two of the strongest teams in this group that Outsiders would have beaten on this map. So maybe there is some credit to it. 16-5 as well against that FaZe side. And again, I don't think this first half will tell the full story of how this map will go, but they're on track to repeat performance here. AKs, AWPs out of standard. Orpin, but James Flit taking that mid contact against one individual. And the AWP and Monacy boosted up to try to look towards the B site. It's in mid where Hunter is the first casualty.
Flit keeps getting these opening picks towards mid. Anytime he gets aggressive, now it's actually a full-on Exy over towards B, a run up from Rab. A lot of damage being done towards Norbert now.
2 players tagged, but no man dead here for the Outsiders. Sprays back, trying to attempt the wall bangs from Norbert's position. Nays return damage with the JKS and Nico at 11 and 48 HP respectively. Hooksy finally chimes in on one player. Kicker will fall, 4-on-4. Norbert leaning in. It's going to be a very quick retake attempt. Have got Fame up close and personal as one thing comes in. Fame can return fire. A 3 versus 3.
Flit doesn't know where to look. Players aren't really swinging out wide. Deals with JKS, but the turnaround is there for the orb. And now Fame's the last one left. Coming up from Rat, they know exactly where he is. Time is down low, and he's just going to fall off. Realizes does not have the time to work with that 1v2 clutch, and G2 find their second. I like the reaction. You lose the pick towards mid of Flit. You go, okay, rather than slowing it down like we have previously, let's act, and act now. The protocol is send it into B. You put the molly down towards that cave position. You start taking the long control, and then even Hooksy towards ramp was really the defining factor in that round.
G2 will try and make some room back here. 6 to the good. Outsiders lead is extended overall, though, and the economy lesser so. Again, limited weapons in this case. Only one defuse kit for Fame. The problem if he tries to play entry. JKS forced forward in the nades. The incendiary sent back down. They're burning quite a lot of damage on him, and Hunter could see some early casualties again from the T side in this position. Edge of the smoke. Fame sees one, unawares of the second player. Hunter can get the trade, and Flit will not try and frag back, continuing to play secretive, but might concede candles.
Finally, some success coming through from mid, something that G2 have really struggled with. Yeah, Flit's still alive, but it's that 1-for-1. Get Monacy in for an orb duel.
I just win it as well. Game currently with the better numbers, but m0NESY has another chance to use that AWP, so it's yet to be seen between those two individuals. Nico, however, finding Norbert again towards the lane entrance. m0NESY backs away, doesn't go for that fight.
Wonderful patience coming through from Nico. You could see the way that G2 are really attering around towards that mid control. They've got Hunter aggressive in towards Candles. Nico's just playing a little bit more on the back foot, waiting for aggression to come through from ramp. Flip finds the trade and deals with the AWPer too.
Quickly catching him, the AWP couldn't fire while running. It's caught off guard and out siphoning the last two players from G2 off from each other. HooXi in main, Nico back at lane. Nico will try act out here, but 22 HP for him. It should be an easy enough kill or a trade later for the outsiders. Leave HooXi, the IGL, alone to try clutch this round ostensibly. 30 seconds, and Nico will just try pull distraction. See whether HooXi can get that bomb down.
He's got to get a fight, really. At least engage into one, even if he doesn't win it. Try and draw that rotation back over towards B. Kick it drops him, but still look at the AWP, holding for Jame. That's really well done there from the outsiders. And Flit, he's been impressive. You look back at that last map, we were kind of hyping him up. He's been one of the highest rated players in the events. He's one of their strongest players overall. On Inferno, didn't see much out of him, but right now on Ancient, the impact that he is finding is just magnificent.
16 kills, 115 ADR. Can't complain with those. That's just the surface stats. Sure, if we delved in a little bit deeper, we'd find some other interesting tidbits for his own performance, but they don't really need to see that much here. He's been finding the kills, and that's what's important for the outsiders at this moment in time to extend their lead even further. See pistols brought out. HooXi immediately into the A site. Dealt with. Kicker gets 2 in towards mid. It's a 5-on-2 for the outsiders.
m0NESY, Hunter, just trying to see if there's any overextensions, any CTs that are still holding aggressively down here towards the bottom of elbow. And Flit thinking about the last couple of kills, just clean them up, make sure that this eco finds nothing. And so far, there hasn't really even been much damage done. 10 double-digit rounds up on the board now for outsiders. And this is where you start looking at a position which is unreachable of the comeback. Whether it's Ancient or whether it's City side or not, score lines are a massive difference. And for outsiders, they are getting so close to 16, even in this first half, that they could just close this down. They could just allow themselves to almost repeat what happened on map 1 against them.
I mean, at this stage, it looks like that's going to be the likelihood here for the outsiders. And again, we lost faith off the back of that last map, and I said nothing short of complete role reversal would be good enough for the CIS team. That's what we've seen so far here. I don't think, again, it'll be the complete end of the G2 squad, but if Kicker keeps playing with confidence like that, if Fame can keep finding these insertions in towards main, getting the bomb to drop, another 5v2 game by the outsiders, G2 get one back, but they've been reduced so much, and now the bomb's been seen. Flit's going to cut them off. This round is over. Outsiders, they keep playing like this, and it might already be over.
Incredible to think that Kickit finds 2 there. The spacing a little bit wide for G2, not in a position to trade out at all, standing in a molly, still peeking out wide and connecting onto damage. Flit's hearing that bomb being picked up. This is a round-winning play.
Well, m0NESY slowed down for the AWP scope, though. Utility in hand. That's an execution shot. Flit took his time, and it paid off for him. Hunter, 3 kills in this map to go hunting for a clutch, a 1v4 clutch. It just seems so far out of the realms of possibility that I want to say save, but he's got $50, and G2 don't really have a buy in the next round. They might just go for the half invest and invest back into round 15 to try and get something out of this. Mean at best a 12-3 scoreline at this stage, and Hunter will get caught off anyway, so no options to save anymore. 11-2. So different to how Inferno went down.
And the issue there is, where does he save? You've already found yourself into such an advanced position, moving further from A and in towards CT spawn, that eventually there is just going to be no cover. There's going to be no way you're going to be able to save without the risk of falling after time. Outsiders have turned this around completely, and for G2, I am a little bit more surprised we haven't seen more tacticals. I know that they've used a few already, but surely it'd be using all of them at this point.
I think they've used 3 out of their 4, actually, mate. Like, they've sort of been going remiss because they haven't been finding much impact at all here for the G2 side. And you can see why. Again, Flit forcing forward in mid. Again, getting the double. Does get a trade and give an AK back to m0NESY here. Will that be the difference maker for G2, though?
Ooh, Nico out towards ramp has given themselves a little bit of a spice, and there's actually a sandwich involved. HooXi's getting slightly more aggressive towards Cave with the distraction.
Kicker is not going to see contact. HooXi actually dives back into the box corner. Get those weapons out of the way. Make sure the T's can't get them back on the site. kit dropped on the site as well if they need it. I think all 3 players have kits though, so I think we're fine. Where do they go from here? The bomb is making its move into the B play. The smoke and the Molotov will indicate the execution. Smoke out towards short, Molotov on long. The bomb should make its way in.
James just needs to find this instant connection. As soon as he drops the bomb, the round is over.
Manasee's AK though. Will he hit a Waldy? Nico might be forced to do so. Both players peek and James will get tagged up. Nico, similar story. Bomb can go down. The incendiary with a nade combination. Manasee gets out of the way alive, but only for a moment. Kicker will catch him in his claws. Now Hooksy and Nico to try and hold off against the retake. The teaser, or the CTs rather, are already in the bomb site. Tapping that bomb once, trying to force him out into the open. Spam away. Nico's Deagle also gets some wallbang damage, but damage itself, no kills found. Try to look for that AK in the mid control, save it into the next one. I don't think he can get towards it, so just the bomb plant bonus money for the final buy of the half.
Outsiders outclassing in that round. You think about the way that the AWP is posted on the angle. Yeah, G2 try and peek together, but think about the nades. They've got a 3v3. They hear the bomb going down. It's incendiary towards default. It's HG2. It's Kick getting very aggressive. Modesty just gets forced out into the open, but then there's also a smoke down towards cave. You've got Hooksy relocated out to ramp. Nico trapped behind it. Nothing that's presenting itself on the post plant at all.
Nades on Hooksy. Flick still catches the kill. Half blinded, but through the smoke gets that headshot before it bloomed. And continues to face forward aggressive and none awares of the player in candles, which might become a problem if JKS can find a pick back. Well, Nico can instead. Norbert dead on the B site, 4-on-4.
Nico with his entries towards ramp has been fairly successful. Now, JKS has been able to get in towards candles. We saw Hunter in a similar position previously. Fame is still watching. JKS has got to catch the right timing on this.
AK swing, the spray through, turns into the favor of G2. Manasee now in towards mid, catching Flick completely off guard, looking the wrong way at the wrong time. And G2 dismantled Outsiders for the final time in this half, it looks like. 4-on-2 situation. For Kicker and James, it seems unrecoverable.
The Kicker's just got to try and take a contact, force a duel out, and then get a smoke down, try and waste the time. But with them being so separated off one another, it does look very unwinnable at this point. Hunter getting that molly out towards a long position, just making sure there's no way the Kicker can get involved into the side.
Nades on, AK watching, Manasee's back was turned, footsteps heard, the spray through for Nico does so much damage, but the kill shot is not found. It's James AWP with no real reason to save, no opportunity to do so. Got to go in for this retake here. But given the 4 players he's up against, it seems unlikely.
James going to try and do his best, but his best is only going to be that 3-12 at the half for G2. Is it recoverable? We'll find out after the break.
from the back roads to back streets. I see you foes trying to trap me, but I don't run like a track meet, even though I'm #1 like an athlete. And the way I maneuver around you and through you, I'm coming and I'm bound to pursue you. I'm everything that you knew of, plus more. What's in store is I'm about to get to ya. Sleepless nights, better think this twice before you step to me and come and speak with strife. There's a lesson when you reach my life. It'll be chin-checking and I'll teach you right. Plenty tried, plenty failed. Too many times I've seen plenty bail. And there will be no surprise what I'm about to do when you are looking through my eyes.
It has been 7 months to the day of when Outsiders are able to get a 14-1 half against Movistar Riders in ESL Challenger February. But today, Jay, it is 13 rounds and it is against G2. This has been an incredible start from them.
To bring everything full circle as well. Remember, that's the event that got them into Pro League in the first place. Now to repeat. Let's see whether or not it repeats right now. 12-3, as you mentioned, a very dominant half from Outsiders thus far. Will it turn into a closing few rounds on the T side is the big question. One better from the G2 side in the last map in the first half. Outsiders slowing this whole pacing down for the A hit.
Nice stack for G2, 3 out towards the A site right now, and a slight bait and switch setup. A lot of attention's going to get drawn away from m0NESY's position towards a backup player.
JKS will play first contact. m0NESY will just be the backup dancer alongside Hunter with the crossfire. They both, one player gets smoked off at the very least. Hunter will wait, and m0NESY now sees contact. Headshot swings on a second man, turns it into a 2-for-1 trade, makes it a triple with the headshots found. Flit gives up the 4K as JKS gets the last. It's the first round on the board of this half for G2.
We saw that G2 did a lot of distraction in that round, and Outsiders were feeling as if they didn't quite a lot right. You got the smoke down there towards the donut position, smoke towards CT spawn. You've got the molly that forces JKS out into the open. Okay, we really need to take one fight towards donut. We'll get the bomb plan in, we'll play out the post plan, but it's m0NESY. It's that unchecked position towards a backup plat that G2 were really thriving to pull the attention away from.
It's an all-important start for the CT side. SMGs of Hunter straight in. Damage being done to Norbert in a small amount. Nico picks up the kill. m0NESY expects that boost and everything. Gets Flit. So easy pickings for these rifles against these pistols. Of course, no bomb plant bonus for the Outsiders. So see them build up towards the buyback into round 18. No force invest, no major issues. G2 should get to 5 here.
Just clearing up this anti-eco, trying to make it as expensive as possible. Make sure that none of the players themselves drop, because that's the last thing that they'd want.
From the rifles, the Julies can take fate for Nico. Still win the fights. Hunter will get the SMG on the quick backward shot. So all's well that ends well for G2 in that round. Guns out for the Outsiders. The first gun round of the half of them. AK's in on 3 individuals. The Galil's on 2 others, going for the utility for Kicker and Fame. Now looking to try and lock things down from here. This will be their first chance to start to get on victory row.
And when we think about this current lead and this current storyline for Outsiders, the fact that G2 have got a 5-map winning streak of Ancient, only one of those maps have they actually given more than 12 rounds to an opponent.
Default setting for Nico here. Thought he was going to wrap that corner and try to go hyper-aggressive against the Outsiders. Probably ill-advised to do so. Holds Cheater in for the time being as Norbert is jump facing for information, hoping to get a kill on somebody. Flashbang in, Hooksy, perfect timing, perfect shot for the perfect kill. Starts things off perfectly for G2.
And now can think about slowing it down, get a smoke out towards ramp, make sure that there's no walk up or double pump to go in towards B. Instead, Outsiders wanting to take a little bit further control to the top of lane, out to mid. I like the way that G2 have actually forced Nico so much more defensive. You don't need to hold as aggressively with the man advantage in that situation. And knowing that this is a bonus round, this could lead to so much more.
Smokes come down for Nico. Kicker engaging upon the man. As Flit finds the flick on Munacy, out towards Donut. Now got to deal with JKS on the backside. Hooksy with one decent trade, but Flit turns it into a double before Hunter brings it back to a 2-on-2 instead.
That's all about the timing, though. James is starting to walk out, and the SMG doesn't know he's come into the site. James needs to look towards the right-hand side, and Hunter gets dropped. All the pressure now on Nico.
Yeah, perfect frag, perfect adjustment. A lot of perfect things coming out from the CT and T sides in this round. Look at James facing even further forward. Nico is for Mars. Up close and personal at point blank, and James detects him first. Just poking through the smoke of that one. The shot connects, and it will be 13. Outsiders with their first in this half.
G2 will be very miffed at that when you think about how much success got granted off that flash setup over towards ramp. One thing that G2 have been very strong for is their flash assist per round, currently first in the group on the City side. We don't know how many more rounds of excellency with the U2 we'll be able to see when you think the Outsiders have only got 3 more to go. Mach 10 in for Norbert. There's a lack ahead Kevlar too.
Look at Flit, straight in, flashes over, engaged upon one. But Hunter catches him in that jump and he can't stabilize the shot on the T side line, so a 5-on-4. Again, J2 have started off this round.
Got to think about what is going to be the follow-up now. Hooksy over towards ramp, going to get flashed in again. James turned away and now might have the upper hand.
You saw the gun barrel, sees the man most certainly. I think Hooksy saw him as well. So neither player gets the kill. James forced to back away, has the minion over the bomb. Beware about where he goes down, needs to grab that and commit it to a site. Meanwhile, Fame inserting into the offensive. Up at Candles, hoping that the CTs extend to him.
Slight exploitation with map control right now that's being gained. Boost up on top of the back box in Cave. Nico getting a height advantage and playing around with Monacy close by him.
Backstab setup on this B site if they continue to commit Fame forward, but they're being suppressed by this utility, and Norbert and Kicker come up with kills. Munacy trades it back straight through the smoke for Norbert's part. Started off this round, and James now here's the quick gun swap for Munacy. Meanwhile, look out towards mid. Fame's pressing forward, and Hunter's going to get caught in the back line. They just have to get Munacy, and this B site would have fallen entirely. Fame's going to cut rotations. That bomb's got to commit, but he's going to wait for the counter backstab. 30 seconds here.
James wants to really run down the clock. Even JKS knows that Candles is still being exploited. It's all about this kill onto the bomb carrier and the timing of the peek forward.
Fame will start to check positions. Adjustment's not there. JKS brings it back to evens. A 2-on-2 situation. And now the bomb's got to commit, but Munacy is watching for it. 10 seconds. James to go for the plant. His shadow seen. The wall bang's attempted. They forced it out. Norman's got to provide covering fire, but Munacy doing all that he can to suppress this situation. The retake is on. James is low, but JKS and Munacy also tag themselves. Doesn't stop them from getting the kills. All to James now. 11 frags in this map so far. The bomb in the open, hearing where Munacy is. The jump face and the back away to passive positions.
Wants to try and play the time. And for G2, they've got util. They could just smoke off this ramp position, make James have to spam.
Flash in, smoke down to one side. Time running short, a re-smoke onto the ramp position. James got a swing. 10 seconds to the defuse, and JKS lands it through the smoke. But have they got on the bomb in time? I think they have. I believe they have. It's a 6th round for G2.
Oh, pressure really on in that round. And Monacy, the young man, played that to absolute perfection. Didn't overpeak, didn't get caught into the trap, because you could see what James trying to offer up there. He's playing in the cubby corner on the wallbang spam, just outside of the bottom angle of lane. He wants Monacy to get aggressive. Look over towards ramp, try and catch him in the open, give the man advantage. He just plays it really silently. Runs down the clock, forces the mistake. The spam with the shadow works out well. Yes, Outsiders get the bomb plant in, but they don't win the round. G2 now have to really try and get a streak going for themselves.
Within 7 of the Outsiders' lead. And a very important round of their campaign. Outsiders could have shut this whole thing down with that post plant. Smoke set up as Norbert leans in, sees one player, engage again, does go a ride, Kicker tagged up for it. Munacy catches Norbert pretty effectively and smokes back the back of the site. James looking for the headshot, can't get it. At least Munacy falls in trade to a nade, but Nico responding through the smoke, through a wallbang. Fame should get caught back here towards ramp, and G2 look to lock out the defensive for the most part. Eventually, Fame will drop towards the SMG of Hunter, and now it's all on Flit in a clutch.
He's trying to get ahead of that smoke, but just not to be. Bomb dropped out in the open means that for Flit, he has the time to try and stall. Does not have the teammates around him, though. 1v3 dry. Nico on the other side of the smoke.
Spray's blinded. 45 seconds, and flips dead to rights. Nico, great kill. Double up for him. And G2 close the gap ever more. 7-13, the Outsiders. Again, we mentioned before that the possibilities of the CT side getting spooled up were there for the G2 side. I think we kind of had it written off by the 12-3 scoreline, though. Maybe it's lesser so. Guns in, of course, the pistols are out for the Outsiders, so this should be a formality round.
Yeah, Outsiders still have a lot of leverage just because of the lead, and it means that it's going to be any of these given rounds, whether it's a half-buy, whether it's a rifle that could turn the tides. Quick play towards A. JKS is hearing the footsteps, but look how quickly they get overwhelmed.
Quick taps on, kill getting found. Norbert grabs that AK and should get the bomb plant on the A side. Again, they've left it to B back there towards main. Meanwhile, James strikes out against Nico. 5-on-3 that could throw the whole round on his head, because now the bomb can rotate to a pretty open B bomb site. Haven't gained it entirely here for James. They've drawn the rotations away from the A site.
And now G2 are going to start second-guessing themselves. A site's been exploited open, so has B. Hooksy's rotated back out to the long position, but Outsiders seem like they want to really slow this round down and force info plays from G2, which is exactly what Modesty's being baited into.
And out towards the donut position. Tech9 is watching for a rotate. Is he ready for fame? Yes, he is. Quick adjustment there for the shot back, and now they're leaning towards the B play where there are a couple CTs. One inbound from mid could cut the rotations and try to siphon them off here towards lane. Hunter has now been seen, and Hooksy holds the bat line. Oh, Hunter has no idea. Doesn't check the corner. Perfect tap to the back of the head, and now this becomes doable here for the Outsiders.
Everything is in their control. They've got rifles to be picked up. Smoke goes down towards ramp. This is pretty much it. I think G2 have got to back off here.
They are still holding around the entryways. James pushing in the corner. Hooksy flash forward, and James gets the headshot. Order Modesty now. 1-on-4, getting the first, but no more. Fantastic eco steal there for the Outsiders. 14-7, and they're 2 away from the win.
And this is what I'm talking about, Jay. No matter how much lack of success is being found, how many rounds not in a row is going your way, all it's going to take is one. With that sort of scoreline, that's going to change everything. You've got a few players on double eco status. G2 are going to force it down. And for Outsiders, they know to themselves, we win this round, we win the map. That's it. We're going to a third as long as we win this one right here.
Decimate the economy state. Leave nothing at all for the G2 squad. 14-7. 2 to go. 7 to make up on the opposing side. Tactical taken, of course, as you mentioned, to discuss their circumstances, to figure it out for the Outsiders. Still 1 left in the back pockets of G2. I don't know if they use it, let alone when they use it. Got plenty of time, but a lot of room to make up, and very little breathing room to do so. Only 2 rifles into round 22.
2 rounds until Outsiders can break the streaks of map wins in a row here for G2 in the group stage. 9-0, perhaps 9-1. James putting early pressure down towards this elbow position. Couple of players out in mid and 3 on B, meaning no A-site player right now.
Letting James setting ready, flash forward. James out, sprays down Hunter to 74 HP. So not a massive amount of damage being done there. The nades on Modesty do similar amounts the same. No casualties taken. Kicker. Here's these players walking forward. The taps of the 5-7s. The Deagle of Nico also trying to trade blows back through these smokes. Completely blinded at their own factor. It's getting away with that damage on James, nothing more.
It might have to be a little bit gambly for G2 in this round. A slight gamble stack, allowing a more aggressive setup involved. You've got 2 on B as the rotate goes back into candles, and Norbert's thinking about taking some space on a walk contact at ramp.
Nice kill for Norbert. JKS, first to fall. Molotov sent in towards Cheetah. We hear the tag against Nico. Does he think he's fallen back? His back is certainly turned, but Nico will not swing out towards lane. Instead, towards window side, as Hooksy now presses the issue.
Gotta get at least 1 out of this one. Nico not quite getting that kill with the dig and now being tagged up. Hooksy at least finds 1 with a 5-7.
Rifle right in front of him, so tantalizing, but needs to land a frag on Kicker. Now it's 4v3, making it 2, and G2 could steal onto Outsiders like Outsiders stolen onto G2. But a backstab inbound from Flit could prove to be pivotal. James got to stay alive at 11 HP, though. That's going to be borderline impossible. 18 seconds, Flit providing some mid support, getting Hunter, but now needs to find Nico. This Deagle's so ready to deal with the bomb carrier, and that will seal the deal on this round.
Just when they thought there was a window of opportunity, that quick wraparound in towards A with the pick down towards the bottom of mid, it's a lack of information. They knew that Nico was up there from window, thought that he may be repositioned, and instead he's the one that really capitalizes on top. 8 on the board now for G2, and for Outsiders, there's still a lot of control. Yes, there's only 2 rounds gained on this T side so far, but it's the 6-round lead. It's the 2 rounds they need to close it down and send it to a 3rd.
And they got the guns back in on the force up for the Outsiders. Only 3 weapons with 2 pistols. Quickly they make their way in towards the mid control, towards the donut position. Defensive line out for the CT forces. Outsiders smoking and flashing their way into their default angles, but far more suppressed than they've ever been before.
Spam getting closer to some of those connections, especially on the walkout from Kick It down there at the bottom of lane. G2 have to try and keep these AKs in play for as many rounds in a row as possible. Kick It, desperate to even find a pick here.
Spray is blinded past that smoke. Kick It lurking in it. Start to clear as Nico pulling attention away from m0NESY's position. The Tech-9 does come up with a decent frag here. m0NESY's quick to trade.
JKS being overwhelmed in some of these rounds in the last couple when the AXs are out. Off angle from the back of the big box.
And 4 crept up upon by Norbert. Smoke down towards Donut. Hunter still there. Body blocked it and will be heard, will be known. The spray's through, blinded, but Hunter abuses a gap in that smoke. That body block doing a lot more than just giving away info to the T side, it seems. 3 on 3, the bomb plant is secured.
Hunter trying to get as much out of this as possible, but the over-aggressive duel ends up going the way of Fame, and now it's mad advantage back. They've seen the boost up to Tree, but it still is landed successfully. m0NESY out from Temple gets denied too, and JKS overwhelmed towards A once more. 15 on the board for Outsiders, and the economical reset is so rough.
Steal for steal. 1 eco with 1 force buy with another force buy. 15-8. Map point for the Outsiders, and it looks like that first half of the CT half has definitely worked out for them. 7 rounds to overtime for G2, and as you mentioned, the economy is completely crippled. We'll see the 5-7s, we'll see the Deagles, we'll see the FAMAS. We'll also see the quick plays in from the Ts. At least they'll be responded to in kind. Smokes down, flashes in, and G2 not allowed to press the issue here. Maybe HooXi might be able to wrap that corner, put a smoke up initially, but not look for the kills.
Indicating that they want to take some of this lane control. Instead, it's just an aggressive ramp stance. Nico and HooXi with the vertical crossfire. Norbert on the other side.
Wrapped in, HooXi down, kick out with the kill. Norbert is dealt with by Nico's Deagle shot, so that is back to evens again. 4-on-4 situation. We'll see the fire coming in. Now Flit's been tagged up pretty heavily, as has Fame in mid. Now we start to look towards another steal round, Dweg. A 4v4 situation, but G2 could win these fights so easily. And in fact, they find Jame a high HP player.
And there's even a little bit more emphasis over towards A right now for G2. You've got Nico aggressive down from the bottom of lane by himself. Take a contact and try and stall for time. Once that smoke starts to clear, he might have to back off and get a little bit further passive on B. Outsiders, seems like a safe call. You got Fame low, Flit low as well. It's just not worth it.
Save the guns, all right. CTs won't go hunting either. They've lost, or they haven't got a lot of cash to begin with, and need to bolster the buyback for the comeback, so it makes a lot of sense. And Outsiders have that 7-round buffer. They can take one on the chin and know that it's not over yet. But every time they take a step forward, G2 do some catching up of their own right here. So Outsiders, they're still not out of the woods just yet.
Oh, I don't know about that one, Jay. I think that's stretching it a bit. Outsiders have always been in control right here on Ancient, and they've been able to prove to us that they don't need a rifle round to gain an extra. The stills that we've been talking about of the back and forth nature have been very successful for them. One more round to close it down. And for G2, I think it comes off the basis of not enough rounds in the first half. Even if there has been some further success in the second, when you are working with a 9-round deficit at the turn, it is almost impossible to recover it from that margin.
Well, I reckon there's still a few more rounds left in this game here for G2 at the very least. Outsiders have their guns back in. See G2 try and hold their line. Damage has been done initially to a couple of players in Flit and Norbert. Nico EK set with the incendiary, should counteract the nades coming in from the T side line. Damage taken on the part of G2 here. Similarly dished out over to the outsiders.
Nico getting close to some of those spam attempts. Flit gonna get domed out towards elbow. That's the lurk being dealt with. They've still got a lot of lane and bottom ramp presence.
A few more one-taps in Nico, so a number of those out from the last map. A perfect kill in towards that mid phase. That does bring it to a 5-on-4. Advantage G2. Kicker continuing to receive hurt from G2's nades and the further utility placement that they can use. Got one more incendiary left though, so not much more damage output here.
And knowing that that mid lurk was dealt with, now we're seeing outsiders allow a second person to get into that same position of Jame. Keep that attention up towards the top of candles. The bomb is outside of A, which is only giving me the idea that they're going to try and sell a little bit more of a fake towards B and end up splitting A.
Jame walking forward, m0NESY. Made a little bit of noise there in candles. JKS, gap abused. Jame caught looking the wrong way at the right time. Counter flashes, JKS continuing to try and engage and ultimately win that fight. Down low HP, a trade might be available, but the kills keep pouring in for the CTs. Fame responds with one. The A site has seen the bomber can get planted, but he's completely without support.
Norbert coming through from mid. Nico's going to hear that, so they know if we're able to deal with the side play, we can just get onto the bomb quickly.
Great flash in there from Norbert, stalling for extra time. They've got to deal with these two individuals seeing the shadows and getting away from position here.
Trying to see if he can evade, get out of this donut position. Got to try play with Fame now.
Looking in against m0NESY, got to swing out real quick, got to get this kill, but m0NESY locks him down all on Fame. 1 versus 3, cannot stabilize the first frag. And G2 hang in there for just a little bit longer.
And we just saw that in that sort of position for Norbert, you're being hunted down from different sides. You know that m0NESY is going to be on rotate from CT, whether it could be Temple or in the cutoff. But knowing that so many players are coming at you quickly from that donut position, you've got to try and get out into the open. And outsiders realize, okay, let's try and take some map control. Let's get aggressive. Let's try and fight onto m0NESY before we set ourselves up for the post plant. Doesn't quite happen. Double digits and a 10th round now for G2. And the buyback for outsiders. We've seen these Tech9s before.
Half-bought pistols, one of the previous round. Outsiders fast play in as well. HooXi is not going to get over on the first kill. Second man in does get the trades back, but m0NESY responds with 2. And now look for the last 2 of the outsiders. Nico on the site will provide support with the AK sprays. Jame can get that pick to return, but now he's the last man that remains. Nades on the backstab, aware of where Hunter's inbound from. But now got to try and secure this bomb. Has a way out, can go for a rotate to the A site if he can escape towards lane, but he's still got to challenge this man in the back.
Getting that pick onto Hunter is going to be a difficult one. M4 pulled out. Jiggle is fairly decent, down to 32. Eventually deals with Hunter, but the rotate's quick. JKS is already thinking about moving over to A.
Gone in towards the A entrance rather than to candles. Knife pulled out. Bomb sees him. JKS denies the plant. No round steal for the outsiders. They got relatively close though. 2 players alive for G2. The money won't mean much at this stage. They'll keep buying until they make it to overtime, and they'll close the gap even further. 4 to the good.
Okay, sell it to me, Jay. Sell it to the viewers of this comeback. 4 more rounds. It doesn't seem impossible now.
Well, CT side of Asian, as we've talked about before, and even though outsiders have gained such a ridiculous lead at the turn of the half, that lead has completely closed at this moment. m0NESY is fragging. Got Nico getting involved in these latest few rounds. Flit to charge forward. Kicker's going to burn to HooXi's Molotov. That's the start that G2 would have wanted here. I think the comeback most certainly is on. Outsiders, I think, might need a tactical to realign themselves, because the massive buffer that they had between themselves and the G2 deficit has almost completely disappeared. Flit's in the backlines, though. This backstab might mean a lot.
This is a round-winning play right now for Flit. Yeah, they lost that first player kick it, but this is massive map control on a backstab. And JKS has missed the timing. They have got no idea that this backstab potential is here. Flit's got to try and get a couple of kills if he can.
Norbert's been picked up out towards lane. And the concern now turns into what they can do with the rotations and with this backstab. The bomb's on its way in from main. James listening out for the rotations in from the B site. I think he might have heard footsteps, but they've slowed things down, got completely quiet on the CT basis. Flit's got to burst in wins that all-important fight. Now got to turn on the AWP. James his footsteps. Got to get Hunter. Spray is awkward. Swing back towards Nico, and Nico lets him walk no further as m0NESY drops the bomb. It's Flit alone. Top fragger in server, but 19 HP in a 1v4. It's not going to happen.
That's a massive shame, because that is an unreal lurk coming through from Flit. The idea that he's able to get top of candles, into city spawn, out to temple, undetected, it feels like that play is almost a massive negative because it's not successful, but it got shaped up for what looked to be so much more. He gets himself in a position to deal with JKS, but his teammates just not quite being there to be able to trade off one another, to establish those crossfires. And that lurk does not find success. Flit ends up having to save the AK. 12 on the board now for G2. And now you start getting into the idea of not only is it 3 more rounds, but the economy's getting a bit lopsided here.
And there's that tactical use now by the Outsiders, an all-important one. They have lost the plot. They have lost the pacing in several positions in which that last round could have turned on its head and been the Outsiders' favour. Like you mentioned, a round-winning play at that point would have been a game-winning play from Flit. It did not happen. Will at least have his AK for this next round, but is it a hero buy? Looks like it might be. Hero buys didn't find much success on Inferno. G2 now 3 away from equalizing. Of course, have no chance here with the hero weapon, even save from the previous round. But even so, can't count out that statistic. And at map point, Outsiders need something special here.
They need a hero, is really what they need up on the T side. Early nades going down towards that donut position. A lot of aggression out from the B doors. Looking to try and take contact to Cheetah early.
Already Hooksy's found James. Fame on 8 points of health. Mac 10 in for him. Smoked off, potentially spray down the wall bang. Nico's just looking for one good reason to fire away those boxes. Look out towards elbow instead. And that fire will allow Fame to cross. Nothing much more than that. Outsiders giving away as little as possible.
Starting to take back some of this mid control. Now that would have been seen there from Hunter going a little bit further back passive in Donut. And Flit again, we saw what he was able to find from this Candle's position only in the last round.
Very slow and careful. We have got Flit inserted now into Candle's position. Again, potential backstab angles. He's being marked off by Nico this time. I'll try and rotate to join his teammates for the execution itself. The incendiary is thrown down, and Flit comes here inbound.
Lack of nades for the B-side players. You can see the slight info play. G2 is starting to aggress down from Donut. They're going to bring more rotates over towards B now.
See, flashed in to Cave, sprays a little bit awkward, gets away with the first man. Flit with a responsive, but m0NESY locks out Fame's position, a 4-on-2 now. Bomb still dropped out towards ramp. Flit's got to make a play. Kicker does get mopped up, and Flit alone on the center of the site. 1 versus 4, only goes so far as the first man. m0NESY with a double. And it's 13 to the good for G2, only 2 more rounds left.
And this is where I'd love to see another tactical coming through from Outsiders, because if we are realistic, it's probably going to be this round that closes it. If it ends up going to the next one, it will be a little bit more tough. You've got decent weaponry around you. Knowing the way that the Mac 10 is in here for Kicker is an interesting one, because there's a lot of money. So I wonder, do they even half buy here? That might be what the standard is, knowing that James doesn't have an AWP.
It's 3 tacticals called in now. The buy strat is to go for what seems to be a force-up. Kicker. It's passing weapons over to Norbert. They're going to commit for round 29 and for round 30. And this comeback is almost being completed here for G2. It would mean the possibility to regain that 2-0 series that they've been biting for. lock in for permanency, their first place in this group. Nades down against Norbert and Fame. m0NESY watches with the orb, connects on Kicker, looks around the edge of the smoke, almost lines up 2, but just gets that 1. Norbert with a responsive, a 4-on-4. JKS playing behind the wall of smoke set up by the T-side, kinds an angle above it, sprays through on Fame, but Fame wins out the fight. The nade from HooXi takes it back to evens and does damage to Jame in the back the same. Norbert swings out the edge of the smoke. That HooXi has found a new angle to play with. 3-on-2 now. G2 have maintained the defensive. Can they maintain it for a bit longer? Not against Jame.
And Jame is finding so much from this big box position, just with distraction being pulled and flit out from A main. They've got so much time to play with. Nico still wrapping around towards that CT position, and HooXi, while he was in Donut, is now relocated. He wants to come through from A main.
It's about to check him and does think damage. 11 points of health. That Galil not quite enough to get the frag. And Jame is aware of at least one man. Where's the second one coming in from? Nico's AK versus Flix Galil. All-important fight for Nico to win. It's all Jame now. His time to shine, his time to save. His time nonetheless. He backs off towards CT, holds a very tight angle. Is he going to go all the way back towards Candles, perhaps? I'm not sure what his angle is. The bomb is in the open. Tight position. Sees one, doesn't take the shot, but they've been unawares of where he's at. Nico on the bomb, shot misses out, damage be's done, needs to swing, and Nico holds him away as the fuse comes in and they hold 14 down for G2.
Oh my goodness, Jame played that to absolute perfection as well. The fact that he's able to get the bomb down, open for CT, play the long range, really fall back there in CT spawn, and the way that G2 are able to bait him, the jump over, the swing, the idea that the 11 point of health HooXi gets up onto that bomb, and Nico's there to be the savior, to get G2 up to 14.
And to think what might have happened had he taken that shot towards HooXi earlier in the round, brought it to a one-on-one, forced Nico forwards. How different that round could have been, but James tried to play the long game and it worked against his favor. Round 30, G2 trying to complete this comeback now. Just got one more to push past it. The bomb plant bonus will assist the T-side, but Nico is going to take away from Norbert. 39 points of health.
The early spam going down towards that banger position, out to the lane contact. And for outsiders, this is where pressure really starts building. They need another one of those opening man advantages, or players at least baited m0NESY towards that long position, so they've got an idea of where he's playing out from.
Burst throughs, desperate to try and find responsives, trying to follow suit here for the CT side. 60 seconds, a little bit under that for the bomb to rotate up towards main, looking like it's going to be the A play. Smokes and Molly sent down there by Kicker to draw attention as the smoke gets set in and they're on their way.
It's down to JKS and Hunter. This crossfire again.
JKS, the forward man, though. The first contact behind that big box. Great counter smoke from Hunter's position. JKS takes an advanced position, gets that burst. It's flashed off blinded, and Hunter lines up 2 with the HE as well. James Orb frags on 1. Hunter gets him right back on for the quadra and taps up the head of Kicker. G2 have done it from the 13-2 deficit to the 15-all. We're going to overtime.
Jay, I think I'm getting a little bit of deja vu. 8 from 15 down, G2 are able to recover it to OT. That is the exact same scoreline that happened in the game against Big. Their third game in the group, they were 8-15 down on their map pick of Vertigo. It went to OT, and the final result, 19-17 their favor.
And to think the idea that Outsiders were up at 12-3 and were saying there's some scorelines that are unrecoverable, well, very clearly that one was not one of them. G2 on their CT side now go on to overtime with one intention to 2-0 the Outsiders and make it a perfect and flawless group stage here in the ESL Pro League. 4 rounds away from doing so. AK is in, already inserted out towards Candles as James likes to. Medicine spotted him, takes that one shot, does not get the kill, but neither does he get killed off himself.
Oh, the spam from Nico's very good. Flit the lurk, the one that did so much damage to them out in that mid-control and regulation, is the first one to be dealt with.
Opening kill of the overtime. Flit down, kicker tagged. Big frag to take against Flit as well. Still top fragging for the Outsiders, but much like he did in the second half, he has slowed down. Kicker and Jane will try to pick up the paces here towards the cave entrance. Cheetah, one player will be watching from the B-site entrance. It will fall away with some sprays back. Munacy tagged to 42 points of health.
Check out the lack of nades right now for Outsiders. Don't have the smokes or the mollies to really force out a lot of these common positions. This is going to be a difficult B-side take for them. And trying to see if they can edge that AWP a little bit further aggressive, try and punish even further. 30 seconds on the clock. They have to end B. There's no other option.
Smokes and flashes, 25 seconds. The AWP watching. Flash their way forward to try and get into the bomb sites. Perfect against Munacy. He's dead blind. Fame, bomb aggressive. Going to try and hunt for Nico, and Nico drops the bomb even deeper. That's with 12 seconds to go. Outsiders will grab it and get the plant down very quickly for Norba, but could be swung upon by Hunter. That's exactly what he does. Lines up against Kicker. A disaster exit from Outsiders. Leaves G2 with the first of OT.
Oh, there we go. And a lead to get gained. Oh, that's got to be such a good feeling. G2, for the first time, getting a lead. And now, how long do they hold on to it? It's going to be the question. Outsiders just burning so much of that util before they went into the B-site Exy. And you can see as soon as that bomb gets dropped the first time from Fame, even when Norbert picks it up, it takes him so long to eventually try and get it planted. The Hunter's already aggressed through that short smoke and just denies any accountability.
Quick in from the Outsiders again. James. AK. Swinging out towards mid, evaded the one player that went out from Donar. That was Munacy. His AWP rotating to the back lanes. As Nico looks to aggress upon Jamie. He does not lose these fights. How many times has he won these kind of duels?
He's been sharp. He's been stepping it up big time on that city side towards Cheetah. And now for Outsiders, they're trying to pincer down towards A, put pressure onto JKS and Hunter again.
Ashes in, JKS swinging the nades, sent way too deep against JKS, so not a lot of damage being done. Smokes up. Suppressing in that main angle, and the man will press forward even closer. Got Fame and Norbert round of that corner, and we'll find the pick alongside Hunter dropping. 4-on-3, Outsiders have reclaimed the advantage.
And they've got everything favoring them right now. Modesty trying to get aggressive, has not been smoked off just yet.
Oh, almost adjust towards that lightning fast flick, but Fame finds the frag. Nico, quick up again, finds the headshot, sees where Norbert is, knows that the bomb is on his back as well, providing pressure to the left, and flashes in from Hooksy.
Backstab.
We'll try to keep the pressure up, you're right about that. Kick out comes in, deals with Hooksy, it's all Nico. Ace clutch available for him, wins the third fight, can't adjust towards Norbert, dead out of ammo, somehow wins the quadra, but doesn't get the ace. Kicker still holds the CT spawn, and exposed on Nico's angle, it's 16 to the board of Outsiders.
And how often do we see this, right? The team that's struggling to close out the map responds in OT. We had Outsiders with 7 chances at 15-8 up to close, to send it to a third map. We get into OT, and while it's not the first round, it's the second. They tie up the scoreline.
That's all important for them. The very rare T-side round coming out from Outsiders, equalizing the board again. G2. How about to face the rush, it seems like. Yeah, straight out towards main. Hunter smokes in before he sees contact and can't see them at the other smoke put down towards the CT entrance. It's Norbert, first casualty as Hunter does find his angle in the end. Nades down doing damage, and JKS takes point.
Plenty of HGs to work with. This could be great for the retake and for Fame. He's waiting for one of the players to aggress over the top of that donut smoke.
Oh, there's m0NESY with his AWP. Fragging back, Kicker responds. Tries to keep things manageable, but it's a 4-on-2 for G2 at the moment. Outsiders suppressed on very different fronts. Flit falls. Jame alone to clutch it again. Very few clutches have gone his way. He might find a frag at best. But I believe this round goes the way of G2, especially with m0NESY posted and a lead gained.
I start wondering to myself, though, is one round enough? It actually might be. The fact that we've seen both teams struggle so heavily over on that T side gives you that idea of the clean sheet on that CT basis, the 3-0 potential. For G2, you could talk about momentum. You could talk about the comeback, the drive to really recover things from a very unlikely position. Down 2-12, 3-12. It was looking like it's completely over. Now they go back into the T side to see if they can readjust things, see if they can get some magic in the air again.
Outsiders, as you mentioned, having such a CT basis in this map. Not just for them, but also for the G2 side. Let's see whether one really is enough. The G2 have one in them themselves, maybe two in them. Flashes forward. The Hunter already inserted deep into Candles.
It's being watched, though. Flit is on the other side. Deep himself. 3 on B as of right now for Outsiders. G2 getting a lot of map control towards A.
Leaning in, Flit diving out of dodge. Fame trying to lean forward into the center of the site. The smokes will suppress. Doesn't see m0NESY. I don't know if he popped out there. Looks like he did. I can't quite tell. I don't think Fame can either.
Now out towards the big box. He's got to try and bring Flit into the fold. Both of the A-side players have to really try and strike here, and Flit's actually playing very defensive in the util.
Less than 40 seconds. Fame. Oh, evading HooXi. Looks away at the wrong moment, but still adjusts for the double spray. HooXi and JKS down. And Flit's there to back it up as Fame will drop. Advantage still rests with the Outsiders side, but G2 have an insertion point. Look, a Hunter inbound to catch Kicker. Turn around against Norbert. He finds a double of his own, and m0NESY lands on Flit. They lined up to the back, and Jame is left in the clutch again.
Oh my goodness, what a round. What a late play coming through from Hunter to catch the CT sleeping off guard as they rotate off a B. And now for Jame, 1v3. Players are down low, but m0NESY's still alive with the AWP.
1 on 3. Such low HP for 2 players and all. In theory, could find the picks on Hunter and Nico and turn the AWP via battle to m0NESY, but m0NESY's out fragging Jame at the moment, and time's ticked so far. Now he's been seen, tagged up, incendiary, thrown towards main, which could have found Nico in the donut instead, and either way, the time's ticked too far. No time for the defuse. He'll try his best to bait out shots, but G2 have found map and match points.
One more to close, and 2 chances to do it. Outsiders here on the City side, I don't think could have asked for a better opportunity. What a hold that was from Fame. You can't blame him in that round, mate. He gets 2 kills. He gets the splitting A players into donut by himself. Yeah, he eventually gets dropped by the nade, but he set themselves up. It was the teammates that unfortunately let him down in that round.
And similarly, how Fame got the round-winning play for Outsiders, Hunter did the same thing that was converted into success for G2 on the contrary. For his trouble, he takes a lot of damage. Look at Norbert storming the Lions and getting put in his place by JKS. Kicker can't recover anything. He's caught by Hunter, and I think we smell the end, Dweg.
It seems that way. Double pick over towards B. So much time left on the clock. A 2-man advantage within the first 20 seconds. But there's a lot of players. And over towards B for Outsiders.
M4 watching. Jame connects on Hunter. A 4v3 situation. G2 hold the advantage. Fame trying to trade, but can't keep hold of anything. Nico, forward man, gets him. And Jame to rotate his AWP to stand his ground. Connects on JKS. Down with a 13 HP, however. How does he work his way in from this?
He's got to get assistance from Flit. Oh, Jame is thinking about making an aggressive play. Wants to try and deny the bomb if at all possible.
He's firing to the wrong position, though. And now needs Flit support. 100 HP for the M4. 13 for the AWP. The smokes will start to fade. The flashbangs provide a bit extra support, and m0NESY lands on Flit. It's all on Jame now. For what I think is the 4th time or so in this overtime at least. A clutch for him to make happen. Swinging out. caught off by Hooksy with one bullet. It's a 19-16 scoreline for G2. A 2-0 overall in the series as they make it a flat 5-0, 10-0 in maps in the group stage for ESL Pro League.
That might be one of the best comebacks you will see all week. That is incredible. 2-12 down, then 3-12 down. Ancient or not, that is a massive comeback to come through with that sort of difference of rounds. And for G2 to go over to OT, to force it to the distance, and then the AWP battles, right? Just go in the way of Modesty towards the end there, Jay.
I think the idea as well that maybe we could have ended up seeing such great dominance from the Outsiders on that first map as well, right? And they just didn't show up for map number 1. Imagine what would have happened had we seen them on Inferno. Imagine how the series could have gone down in the three map affair. Like, this could have been an absolute epic considering what we've seen so far. But instead, some very one-sided halves over from this Outsider side against their name, I should be more specific. And the end result is a 2-0 for G2. Like, overall, I have to say, disappointing series from them.
You have to pinpoint some of the rounds, and I think if maybe 3 of the rounds that got them at least a 15 for Outsiders were rifle rounds, we could say, all right, fair play. T-side of Ancient, not a map that they play. Mate, all of their rounds in regulation in that second half were half buys. They were the odd hero AK or the Tech 9s or the P250 that ended up coming through. And for Outsiders, it sucks that you can't close, that you can't fight yourself for a position for that first place. But for G2, we've seen them in this position before. Mentioned it at the beginning of OT. They were 8-15 down against Big, and look what happened in that game.
Yeah, credit to them. They had an absolutely amazing comeback, and it really shouldn't have happened. Again, we had it written off. We said there were certain scorelines that shouldn't have really come together, but at the end of the day, that wasn't one of them, and G2 proved that right there and then. CT side of Ancient far too strong, I feel like, in this sort of case here. No need to see how the Outsiders will go on. Again, both teams are already secured towards top 3, but G2 have secured their top 1 position as now they're completely undefeated, and no one can challenge them, Dwayne, so credit to them. Well done.
It really seemed as if this was going to be the first time that someone takes a map. Like, we've had some close results. You think about the big game. There was overtimes in both Mirage and Vertigo, but this looked like the one. This looked like the most likely outcome that, oh, G2 are going to lose a map. They're going to be sent to a third. This is new territory. And then they just pull off the comeback again, don't they? Undefeated in best of 3s, undefeated in maps. That is an incredible statement here in the Pro League and a threat to be dealt with into the playoffs now.
Absolutely, and again, just to turn around and construct that off the back of what we saw from their previous group stages and G2 not really doing all that well in Pro League in previous seasons. I mean, it's just a complete role reversal, and they can be credited for all that in the world. They will be joined by FaZe as well, who just won out their match over in a 2-0 fashion over the big side, who've just been eliminated from the Pro League now in the group stage. So there you go, your top 3 confirmed. FaZe and Outsiders in 2nd and 3rd, alongside G2 in the top position, Dwayne. And I think that probably could be the most expected result from Group B.
I don't know about the most expected result. I mean, everyone thought that FaZe were going to be winning the group, but this is a good performance from G2. And knowing that you've only just added a new anchor player and a new IGL, the fact that you're able to do what you've done right here in Pro League is a massive congratulations to them going into the playoffs, and maybe a likelihood to see perhaps more even success in Pro League for future seasons.
Well, definitely success available for the Outsiders and for G2. Again, both teams moving on towards those playoffs, and we'll see G2 in those quarterfinals. And of course, a fantastic group stage from everyone involved. Again, all you can do is say congrats at this point as we look towards the end of the day. Not quite the end of the group just yet. We've still got the BC stream going on with that MABR versus FTW match, which is yet to conclude. So if you want to go head over towards that one, then it's twitch.tv/ESL_CSGOC. But here for the B stream, that's all we've got time for you. We'll be back next week with Group C's concurrent match day action. But until that point, we have to bid you all adieu. On behalf of myself, the Eternal J, my co-commentator Dwight, and all the production staff and admins behind the scenes here at ESL. Thanks so much for watching and for listening, and we'll see you back here next week for even more ESL Pro League action.
From the back roads to back streets, I see you foes trying to trap me, but I don't run like a track meet, even though I'm #1 like an athlete. And the way I maneuver around you and through you, I'm coming and I'm bound to pursue you. I'm everything that you knew of, plus more. What's in store is I'm about to get to ya. Sleepless nights, better think this twice before you step to me and come and speak with strife. There's a lesson when you reach my life. It'll be chin checking and I'll treat you right. Plenty tried, plenty failed. Too many times I seen plenty bail. And there will be no surprise what I'm about to do when you are looking through my eyes. See many go, see many come. Seen that they won't bring it to me, son. Try me if you want, but won't be any fun. I'll take the challenge, I'll beat anyone. I'm the one, I'll be quite clear. Bow down to no one, I'm right here. I get it in, I don't fight fair. And guess what? I'm your worst nightmare. Cause I ain't taking no losses, and I don't even care what the cost is. Are you prepared for the forces I'm about to bring? Cause I'm the boss of all bosses. I penetrate your thoughts and fill them with doubt. You gon' feel where I'm coming and feel what I'm about. If they come in with the drama, I'm wheeling them out. Cause I ain't about to have somebody here stealing my clout. I keep my friends close, enemies closer, cause that's the way it is and the way it's supposed to be. Anybody can see there's only room for one, and that one is me. Plenty tried, plenty failed. Too many times I seen plenty bail. And there will be no surprise what I'm about to do when you are looking through my eyes. See many go, see many come. Seen that they won't bring it to me, son. Try me if you want, but won't be any fun. I'll take the challenge, I'll beat anyone. I'm the one, I'll be quite clear. Bow down to no one, I'm right here. I get it in, I don't fight fair. And guess what? I'm your worst nightmare. I'm your worst nightmare. Are you prepared? I'm your worst nightmare. I know you're scared. I'm your worst nightmare. Are you prepared? I'm your worst nightmare. I know you're scared.
Back to overtime, and now it looks like they have once again burnt for the win out. 2 in a row. Making it, of course, 7 overall.
Throw into the mix as well that Henny had a very troublesome Vertigo. Team still won, give him credit, but it wasn't the Henny we expected after what a great Pro League he has had thus far. And it's a real shame, I think, actually, the For the Win don't have any more pauses, because they could use one right now. 1 T round would be massive here to make this all the more doable, but it's not a good start. A Gill's taken low, Nade finishes the job script. This is crumbling for the Win.
The extra level required, the 11 on the dial. Not there for the Win, like I mentioned. It was a very similar circumstance on Vertigo, so we'll see here. I mean, yeah, looks like they're going to have to get 3 in a row, unless the big man can do something crazy. And I don't think it will happen for him. Map like Nuke, pretty tough to pull off insane rounds like this. Misses the no-scope at the first hurdle, so that will be that, 18-15. And now MIBR, they've got 3 in a row to close us out, mate.
As a reminder, regulations were 9-6 T sides of both squads, and MIBR, especially at the start of that terrorist side, right at the start of this map, looks so comfortable. So comfortable taking space and exploiting advantages. And Henny might be the top of the scoreboard, but I think Biranizan was a huge factor in a lot of those T rounds. And as you've mentioned, 3 shots at the dice. One of them's going to land a 6, I feel.
Oh, nasty bit of spam. Jota actually figured he would have gone lower than that, but not going to be the case. Here's the dissipate of the smokes. Dodo going to find Henny. And the bomb is dropped. It's recoverable, but still a bit annoying. Aros Doce is down, ready and waiting. Is there a T already on? No, there's not a T on the site, but... Oh, a bit weird. Boost up comes in. That's a lovely little frag. Aros Doce got to find one from here at the very least, and he can't. The panic setting in. That looks so awkward, doesn't it? And it might just indeed spell the end. 4v3 now.
It was such a good position. They saw bomb. They knew players were down lower. Nobody could come back up secret because Dodo was trained. And wow, how the tables have turned. 2 players are down. Diaz trying to make his way over. The lurker still having presence. That's exit. And Diaz actually managed to sneak into control. I don't think Biranizan has any idea a player is all the way up. But look at this. Exit's being activated. Exit's being activated. This could be an awesome mid-round call if he finds A open.
Diaz, though, evens up the numbers. Yep, and here it is. They're up that vent. Bomb going to go down. Jota finding Diaz on the way out. Looking good, isn't it? They're going to have so much time. Molotov and a smoke. I mean, both players probably wanting to come in from heaven, so really going to be difficult. Yeah. And just going to send it. A couple flashes. Maybe going to result in a kill. I think they were all a bit blind in that scenario. Either way, 2 versus 2 now. Bomb planted open for these players. Tap onto said bomb. Turtle going to get off down. Stododo looking to hold on. There's no one on the bomb. 1 kill. Jota can't find it. And they will just about get the defuse in. Thank God for Stododo on that hold. For the win. Survive another day.
Oh, that was as close as can be. And great flashes to get out of heaven. They threw 2. T's turn the first. Look back after it pops. And the second does all the work. If they don't throw those 2 flashes in perfect synchronicity, they're going home without a win. Massive round. 2 to go, though. Oh, this is a lot of fun for the win. Can they really do this? 2 more required.
Early utility coming out. No face off of it. Oh, the spam pretty good, though. Diaz might even have been heard. Nonetheless, it's good to get that early damage in. Agile holding the hook. Minute 30, MIBR not really wanting to send anything out too early.
Smoke's being lined up. Only Jota's over here, though. Bomb yet to choose a direction, but it looks like it's going to be A. Diaz is in secret. Molotov should force him back a little bit, as the bomb is actually making its way over. Creeping outside the side of Mini. Orozdos finds an angle, communicates that information. Diaz tries to swing off the back of it and hits the deck. Big first frag and options available now for the win.
.40 seconds, MIBR not making any noise. Down to 30. Gotta start making a move here, fellas. They got the kill, but they don't really know where to go with it by the looks of it. It's going to be a very late A hit. Aros Doce in for the first. This is really solid positioning now, to be honest. Agile going to get more damage coming in. There's only 10 seconds to get the bomb down. They've not even really found the kills that they need to get. And at this point, I feel like the round is over. 7 seconds. Turtle's left on 6. He can't get that bomb down. Yeah, and they've just not given themselves enough time. What a weird turn of affairs in overtime. And we might now be on the back of a second because of that.
Wow, what a turnaround. Another where MIBR are in a man advantage. They're in a good position. They just can't convert. What a contrast to what we saw in the first half of regulation, where the composure was there. And MIR did convert a lot of after plants. So here we go. One more for the win. They've already done the impossible up against 3 series points. One more required before we head to double OT, and that is the opening pick they dearly desired.
Wow. Gets a second as well. You would have thought caught off reloading, but no, he is crispy with it. Nice and aware to take down Biorenazan, who is one of the bigger names on the server right now. Everything pointing towards another overtime here. Yeah, 2-man advantage should surely be enough for a CT side on Nuke. What a thing it would be if they could pull this back. Stadodo gets a bit cheeky, and Henny will take him down.
Ooh, Turtle's down.
It's getting in, though, isn't it? That's a problem. He's all by himself. We'll see. These next sort of 20, 30 seconds and the engage that comes with it will be really, really telling.
Ramp is being taken. Turtle's just clearing out all the options for rotations. What's the call here? They're going to go down and hope that he finds a rotator? That would be a ballsy call, Scriv, because he's not actually able to help with clearing the site. Comes off now. And Turtle's got a great angle to trade. What a frag. Nobody's nearby on the retake. 3-on-3. This could be the moment.
For the win. Bit too tense, bit too respectful maybe, and they have indeed let the ball slip. It's still recoverable. Exit. Hidden in this corner. He's got the low HP player to deal with. He finds this one. That's going to be the ramp player taken down. I think Diaz knows where he's at, but timing. Beautifully read from Exit to go for the look. It's all down to the remaining one now. Rozdoche. Can he get it done? Tap onto the bomb. They'll open the doors. There's no real time for this, and he has to just move and find the kills. He cannot get them. 19-17. What a final map for both of those teams. You really do have to say it's a fantastic recovery from MIBR, but that run back from For the Win after a poor CT side is also nothing to shake a stick at.
Yeah, I think, so obviously both the teams were out of playoff contention. They're both sparring for the bottom end of the group. But what we wanted before the series was both teams to show their strengths, to have a close game, and might have been a 2-0, but that was seriously close. Even Vertigo could definitely have gone more of a distance. So I'm just happy we got some close games. I think Rozdos had a really great series. I think he couldn't have done anything more on Nuke. Stadodo as well had a lot of good rounds, particularly on Vertigo. And it was just nice to see some of those players get an opportunity to perform individually when, let's be honest, in other matchups in this group, you're just losing so heavily on a team level, it's hard to even shine as an individual.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, that's kind of what we want from a game like this is the opportunity to get some of the limelight. Obviously, Pro League going to have a lot more eyes on it and everything than the tournaments that these teams are usually taking part in. So, yeah, really cool to see that we do get some of those, you know, exciting moments, exciting in
to put in a position that he can properly defend, but IDK is not interested in your post plans, interested in having to defuse. He'll get it down and done with.
What a lockdown round coming through from Team 1. Walco, very nice frag in the 1v3 to at least get the space onto the site. Tries for the smoke, get that bomb planted, but it was not to be. Team 1 had a beat on him and ensured that no plant money would come through, which makes this buy-up even tougher for the Evil Geniuses. 2 AKs, 2 Deagles, and the Tech 9 with their chances here on Dust 2 dwindling away. Even more so now as the first frag goes the way of Team 1. Rush, who's been very good on entries, is no longer available in this round. Pesa, now having found that opener, is going to fall back to a more passive hold here on the A site. It looks like EG are going to regroup in towards mid. The bomb is still top mid, likely to be grabbed by the last player that's hanging out here. And there it is on his back as Walco looks to gain the space towards double doors mid, and he will get it for free, not being watched for the time being by Team 1.
This is perhaps the most space Team 1 have actually given EG in a round.
period. Which it is interesting to see. Now they'll just actually come a little bit further in towards the catwalk fight. Those nades. Wiz is lucky he withdrew. A second slower on that, and he might not be with us still. 50 seconds hit the clock. They have given them all of this ground in towards mid. The problem is there's no smoke. Ooh, there is one. Chop will need to commit that smoke to cover CT. And he does indeed. That prevents Maluk from just killing everybody here. But Maluk still has a gap, and Maluk does fine. And here comes the execution with the rifles. They've only got this presence in towards mid. There is no tunnel play. And so IDK is good to hold, good for it. Leaves Walco in a 1v3 for their life on Dust 2. The bomb gets tapped. Walco expecting a player close at hand. He'll swing out and make this a little bit more doable. C4 now down. 2 players to find. Walco looking snappy with it. And they'll group up. They want to play together. Maluk needs to close the gap, needs to close the distance. Here comes the peek into a tunnel. Walco deleted. Malbs will shut it down. 16-5. A brutal beatdown from Team 1. We're going the distance here, John.
Yep. Team 1 good on Dust 2.
Team 1 good on Dust 2. Expert analysis here from JRT. One hell of a game. I mean, really, firepower, clicking, hitting. That disrespectful style on the CT side, giving no space to the guns, going for new creative pushes, peaks. The number of different ways they aggressed from catwalk was very impressive.
I mean, just even Mal's behind the smoke waiting there for so long. I can't believe he made that play, and then it fades and he gets 2 frags off it. Almost the third. Resh had to get a wicked shot just to shut Malbs down. But yeah, that was the story of the CT side. As you mentioned for Team 1, their T side also phenomenal, getting 12 rounds, and it's all these types of takes, right? Maluk just walking out into mid, getting 2. And, I mean, there was some
domineering, oppressive firepower. Anytime EG thought they might have a foothold, anytime they converted one of those pistol rounds, they thought they could build into it. They tried to go for this slow, methodical style, but it's hard to be disciplined. It's hard to be methodical when all of a sudden there might be a Deeg in your face and 3 heads ripped off.
And everyone playing their role here on Team 1. It was not a one-man show. The entire roster playing their role to perfection. You talked about Pesa, perhaps not having as many engagements on the lurk on T side, but when he was challenged, he was up to the task and delivered.
Well, John, it's going to come down to overpass. It's going to come right down to overpass. One map to decide it. Of course, it had to be this way because we need to confirm our final semifinalists. We need to send one more team through into the top 4, and it's time to see who's going to rise to the occasion, who's going to perform under fire, under tension. We'll find out in a minute. But first, you can find out some about the history of Fragadelphia. We'll see you after this break.
We were sitting around a table and we're just like looking for names. And if I remember vaguely, I threw out the name, oh, let's just call it like Fragadelphia because it's in Philadelphia and frag is a kill in Counter-Strike. And somebody was like, that's stupid. And then, in 2013, all the LAN centers had closed. There was no tournaments locally. There was no event that really brought people together. At the time, I was working for Apple. My co-partner was working for, I believe at the time, Prudential or some insurance company in New York City. And we both said, hey, you remember those tournaments we used to go to? You want to throw one? And the idea was a joke at first. We actually, back in 2008, 2009, tried to create our own LAN center. We were trying to get investments and money, and it didn't work out. We were young kids. Then I started a company called Jarvis in the city of Philadelphia, and they had that facility. They knew they wanted to do cool things. I said, hey, can I throw a tournament there? It makes total sense. They said sure, and they gave me their office for the weekend. We had a limited amount of time, like 36 hours, so we ran the tournament straight through. We didn't do a 2-day event. 23 hours later, the first event happened, and people really liked it. We then ran the second one, third one. The community kept asking for more, and that just became part of my life at that point as to this is what we're going to do. The reason we did it was to give people the opportunity to play.
If you look at old footage of Frag, you can really see the difference between then and now. Back in the day, it was just something that we did for fun. I mean, we really enjoyed ourselves and we poured our hearts into it.
The Church of Fragadelphia is the only way.
Well, not only our presence here on the camera, but the players, the tournament, the organizers, and you at home. You at home, you can't scare the fishes.
May your headshots be plenty, and your raging be minimal.
Fragadelphia.
I think that is accessibility of playing is just the biggest thing to me. People have to get noticed. To get like further ahead in gaming in general, you have to have a great performance somewhere. College recruiting of like football, they send highlight reels to multiple schools to get a scout to come out and watch their kid play. You can't do that in gaming. So you need to have lesser tournaments for that to happen. So Fragadelphia became that lesser tournament, that path that you need to do. I'm just really satisfied with our growth. It was amazing how we started with 16 and got to 52. We're really consistently hitting that kind of 40-ish level, which is, I think it's great. So if you look at our event, the age group, we're looking at having from a 34-year-old to a 16-year-old in terms of player base. We have players who have played in this tournament since the first event. That's 6.5 years ago. Granted, that team of older guys didn't advance. I mean, they probably all have jobs, they have other things to do. But the fact that they came back and they wanted to play this tournament really shows that we're getting to that level of, I would call it, nostalgia and camaraderie you have kind of with adult sports. You know, like the beer league's hockey team, the dads all come together and they play on like a Tuesday night.
And it's become such a big event in the open land circuit that everyone knows everyone's going to be here. It's sort of like FOMO. They don't want to miss out on the opportunity to just go and see everybody and play some CS.
There is a relationship here, a guy and a girl who met each other here that are now dating and live with each other. Like that is all come from Fragadelphia. If that is an example of what this culture is, I think we've done a really good job, and it makes me really happy and warm. It is a family.
One of the things that makes Fragadelphia really awesome is we've watched a lot of professional players come through as amateurs, so they're on their rise to the top, and we've seen the same in broadcast. We've had multiple broadcasters who came into a Fragadelphia event with zero broadcast experience, who are now actually across the world in another country, casting another event in a large arena, and they got their start at Fragadelphia.
As we always thought, the whole phrase "a rising tide raises all ships." We think that is key to just esports in general. The ecosystem needs to grow. So we've always given our advice or time for free, which is in a standard business model, not a good idea, but it's allowed us to become this community pillar. We throw a tournament, 52 people or teams show up. Someone else tries to do that same thing and doesn't even get 16. So the accessibility element, we helped, I think, progress the North American Counter-Strike scene into we actually helped rebirth it, if you really think it that way. We've seen, pros and guys who are on the cusp of being pros win the events. We've seen the consistency of the competition, the quality of play rise. I think because we've become a consistent pillar of what this is, you're seeing more and more teams come out here and try to learn. You learn so much faster when you come to a LAN tournament, and that allows, people to witness it, they see it, they watch it, they get to try to emulate it themselves, and that just keeps rolling forward. I think in all sports in general, and that's not just video games, the guys who play now in the NBA in 2019 are bigger, faster, stronger, and more technologically influenced than the people who played in the 70s. Same thing happens in Fragadelphia from 2014. The guys who came that day with their bring your own computer to that tournament in March of 2014 are very different than the guys who are coming now to December of 2019. They're a whole different breed. We're absolutely seeing the best in North America that is on that pro cusp.
Are you ready? Okay, so let's start.
Hi, I'm Steven Sasquatch Chicos, and you're watching Fragadelphia.
Hi, I'm Steven Sasquatch Chicos, and you're watching Fragadelphia. Fragadelphia.
Welcome back to Fragadelphia 17, and if you're just joining us right now and you're wondering what the heck is happening, you've just come over from the Pro League side of things, well, let me tell you, we got Team 1, we got Evil Geniuses, we got them on stage, and we got one more map to send one of these teams into the top 4 at NA's greatest grassroots tournament the world has ever known. We've got $100,000 in prize pool on the line here, and one of these teams is about to be done in their run here. One more map, John. One more map to separate these two teams. We've seen some major fireworks here.
We absolutely have. I mean, Team 1 dominating on map 2. There's no question about it. Map number 1, Team 1 looked like they had the edge, Mike. But yeah, we're going to have to see it's a decider on map 3. And huge thanks to ESL and Jackson. Of course, we got a 21,000.
There's no time for thanks for Jackson. We'll have to forget
gotta.
about Jackson for now. It's time to get into the game. It's time to get into the fun. It's time for Counter-Strike. One more map. One more team in our semis. One more team keeps their dreams of the Fragadelphia crown alive. And of course, to start things off, we got a dang knife round. It's blades in the streets, John. The blood runs in the gutter. And Team 1 get the choice aside. Was that sufficient hype for a knife round, John?
It was perfect. I think it's the most I've ever heard, definitely. Unless I was accidentally getting
cameras.
hyped about it.
Hello, everybody. Hello. And into the fun.
Alrighty. Almost into the fun, Mike. They're just chilling
Almost
out.
into the fun. A
Looks
little bit
like
of a warm-up.
a tech issue.
While we do
Just
have
kidding.
time on this warm-up, I should let everybody know that you
Yes.
can head on over and get yourself a Mavix chair like these beautiful chairs we're sitting in, and all the gamers are sitting in on stage. You can get along with the Elimax, which allows you to control temperature. You can get a massage, get 50% off the Elimax. Now in purchase of the new gaming chair, I recommend the M4. I'm pretty sure that's the model that we got out here. You get a discount with code NERD at checkout. So go on, get yourself a nice shiny Mavix gaming chair, and maybe one day you too can be sitting here playing for a spot in the Fragadelphia 17 semifinals. Playing towards connector early on here. Aggression into the playground though from the Team 1 side. And this is somewhat interesting here. A lot of information gained, paces all the way through already. And so while they are going to come up connector, do you think Stan's going to expect this spot? He will. He will find it, certainly at the very least. And now pressure is on towards the site. Maluk needs to deliver, but he's such a pistol god. He's got the first. He's looking for more, tapping away like a surgeon with that USP. But this surgeon, well, he might need a new profession.
Look, I have to say, over the last 3 months, both these teams 3-1 here on Overpass. And, I mean, the edge, though, for me is in favor of EG. This was their home turf, Mike, and we still got a battle going on here on the A site. A retake attempted by EG, and Chop is going to deny another player a step forward. Only Malbs left now. Malbs looking for a fight. He finds it, but he's just eating all the bullets and eventually will fall by the wayside, down the stairs, and out of this round.
And if you're wondering, the HUD is in fact wrong. No, EG won that round. We're going to need to get a little flippy doodle up in that HUD-a-roo.
It got me crossed
up.
up.
It is
Yes.
EG to take that first pistol round. They are up 1-0 on their T side, and that helps to propel them forward here because Dust 2 was such a disappointing affair. They got absolutely bludgeoned on it. To be fair, it was Team 1's map pick, but still, you got to shake that off quickly, and winning a pistol round helps get those doubts out of your minds to say, yeah, you know what, I can't click hits, I can't shoot back. No problem here. We're all good.
We're all good. We're fine. Feeling nice.
Good damage off of that utility. Dang, that's a good nade. Gonna be softened up for the scouts here. Maluk is hungry. His scope craves blood, John. His scope craves blood. Malbs Deeg will not be sated in this round, though.
No, it will not. Malbs going to go down here, and that's a quick 5v4 in favor of EG. Force by coming through for Team 1. As there's still a lot of time left on the clock here for EG to work with. And Pace has gained a lot of ground. This push could yield something on the Team 1 side, but look where Walco's positioned. He's waiting for exactly this to come through. The thing is, they ended up just redirecting back in towards water instead, and the timing.
Oh, they popped a shot. They know. He knows. He's got the information now. This is a bit of a problem here, John. Oh, he's going to go into clear. They're still going to test it. Thrown. It's kind of a weird standoff outside of the connector, John.
A little bit. Surprised that nothing has really happened off of this push. It just ended up back in water, and Evil Genius is regrouping for an A hit. 36 seconds left on the clock. EG do love to take their time on their T side of overpass. And finally, the smokes will fly in. IDK trying to close the gap. He sneaks through the smoke. They might not expect him to be here. I think someone is watching. Wiz apparently aware of it. He's trying to hide. Is IDK. And eventually we'll get the frag onto Wiz. That's an upgrade, but he doesn't care about that right now. He just wants to stick to the deagle and try to hit ahead. Pulls out the Galil now. They've spotted him out. Obviously know where he is. Post-plant situation, possible for Team 1 as IDK tosses the smoke on forward. A lot of attention in his direction. The thing is, his teammates are all the way back towards long, Mike.
They are. Trying to come on into us, but it looks like this might just be a punt on the round. Yeah, they are withdrawing. They've got a little bit to hang on to here. They got a lot of armor as well. You know, the winter's going to be cold, so you got to keep those vests, you got to keep those coats, you got to keep them available. Got to bundle up, folks. It's fall. Cold weather is fast approaching, which frankly, I'm here for. It was like in the 90s all summer long here in Philadelphia.
Fantastic.
It was disgusting.
Okay,
You've never been in Philadelphia for a summer. The humidity is unbearable.
I'll tell you right now, Mike, the humidity in Montreal is the same as Philadelphia.
I don't think so.
I think so.
I think you need to experience a mid-Atlantic summer before you make that claim.
All right, well.
Just letting you know, it's like a swamp down here.
All right, if you say so, but I'll tell you, everyone I know in Montreal says it's super humid, they hate it. I love the humidity in Montreal. I probably would love it in Philadelphia as well.
If you want humidity, I recommend DC. That place literally used to be a swamp, and every summer you get reminded of it.
I don't know. I like being warm.
It's not just the warmth. It's like having your lungs hugged with a moist cloth at all times.
I have more powerful lungs, I guess.
I guess you've got powerful lungs. That's our takeaway here. John loves humidity. He is fundamentally broken as a person, at least his sense of temperature is. I think that's the only way to describe it. I think you're the first person I've ever met who enjoys humidity.
I know a couple people love it as well.
Yeah. You, yourself, and you. Anyway, control taken towards long. Whatever you think of the temperature, tweet at, use hashtag FDXFrag17 to let us know whether you like humidity or whether you're a normal person.
Goodness gracious me.
Actually, there is a competition running on the Twitter right now. We were reading out some tweets earlier. Give us your best CS copy pasta and or Twitch chat spam. Tweet it at Frag using the hashtag FTXFrag17, using the hashtag wins for skins, and adding CS money, and you could win a handy dandy set of gloves. They're nice gloves. We got some good spams. We got some good pastas. The one I want still, okay. IDK wants to be typing right now. Here's a swing back in. This is a spicy round now. IDK, he's been a monster so far this entire series. He's been phenomenal this entire event, and it seems like he may be making his claim once more. A third kill found. IDK has unseated this round, has made it so very uncomfortable, and EG still need to recover and get this bomb on towards the site, but everyone's here now for the CT side. It's getting messy, it's getting mad, and one by one they will falter.
Not even a full investment coming through from Team 1. It was just the Galil saved over and a light pistol buy-up that yielded that round to Team 1, and of course, IDK coming out with the brunt of the frags. And now EG will have to reset themselves. Should still have enough money for a half buy here, but that should be the most that will come through. Team 1, they've got the upgrades, a couple of Galils picked up, an AK and A1S, and there is the big green in Maluk's hands. That will be a key piece here. Thought he was going to go for the quick peek, but instead he's lining up a flashbang for his teammate to do that towards Fountain. They see that no one is really there. Toss a nade on forward, and then we'll fall back. Everyone from EG is ready in Monster, and they have a couple of flashes to throw out here and try to push through this defense.
Damage on in. Wiz very wounded, but they're overwhelming the Barrels player. TRK somehow still alive. He will eventually meet the fate that would be expected, and this is so very messy.
Man.
Okay. Rush with the kill into the back of sight. The health's not there, but they don't have the bomb plant either. Rush's position revealed. He is going to require so much more. He's already done so much work into this round with just attack. But they need 2 more kills. And with both CTs watching with that bomb dropped in full view, there is no escape. Maluk will make sure of that. A heavy effort in the partial buy, but EG cannot slip this one through the cracks.
Yeah, good flashbangs thrown in. In fact, it was a team flash that came through on the Toxic Barrels player there on Team 1 that really resulted in their death. So You know, a little bit tough for Team 1. Maybe the utility coordination not exactly on point, but at the end of the day, Malbs saves things, comes through from heaven, and just shoots some bullets down to get a couple of players, and that'll be that for the round. All right, tied up 2-2, Mike. Maluk's going to toss a Molotov on forward as they're going to try to get that aggressive positioning again, and this time, Maluk might stick around with the AWP. No, they just wanted to get the utility thrown, and now he's going to fall back to safety on the A site and have a more passive hold. Maluk waiting at short A here. And no real movement here on EG's side just yet.
No,
They're just
it's patient and methodical.
Very patient. It's always how they play.
It's the hallmark of what we've seen from this particular EG roster so far. They are stylistically, it feels very different from their counterparts over on EG White. They are a calm, very disciplined team. They don't like the aggression in the same way as their counterparts. Here's an exchange. Malm brings it back. The pressure still exerted on towards that B site. Where's the utility sitting? There's something to work with here for the CT side, but it's not great per se. And as another smoke comes out, time is starting to get short here. But you know what's not short is long, and Wiz has control of that right now. They're grouping. They're going to join him. Okay, Wiz is going to be the path forward, but look at the timing for where Malbs has gone. In, no! Checked by Walco. Timing brutal there, and now pressure on towards the A site. He had just moved Maluk on off based on the positioning he'd gotten into, but Maluk is able to sneak into the truck. He needs his comrades, he needs reinforcement, and he will find nothing of the sort, but they may have overlooked his spot. Never mind, Wiz is wise to it. As makes sense. If you are a wizard, you do kind of need a heavy wisdom stat, perhaps. An IDK. Well, he might need the wisdom to know that this is a foregone conclusion, and he might need to save.
Is it, though? It's IDK.
Yeah. No, I'm still going to go with yes.
Okay.
My vote is on yes.
We'll see.
Their
IDK.
economy is distinctly rough. They have money on mobs, but they only have money on mobs. And it would be very nice to have this M4 to build around in the next round.
Yeah, no question. IDK just tucked himself in here. He's not going to move muscle. Definitely wants to save the M4, and that's exactly what will come to fruition. So, another round victory from EG. They find themselves a third. And Team 1 unable to get much momentum going off of that heroic round by IDK. Yes?
Just a complete non sequitur.
Yes.
While we wait for the buy to come through here. Can you build RPGs, John? What do you like to do? You a sword and board? You a barbarian? You like to go for a caster? You a little roguish? What's going on here?
When I play RPGs?
Yeah, just in general. I don't know if you've ever done any tabletopping stuff, but
I haven't really done any tabletop
but like
stuff.
Games too.
I guess games. Usually a caster.
Caster?
Yeah, usually. Yeah. I
That
like
makes sense to me.
Yeah.
This adds another piece into the John human profile that I have built. I actually have just a dossier at home. I'm like just a really discount version of the tech giants who build an algorithm of your life. Just me with a manila folder, like, yeah, this makes sense.
Just another page added.
Let me give him ads for cabinets off of this, or whatever it is.
Oh my god. EG, slow and steady, wins the race. Mike?
As they do. But here's the thing that actually does favor the slow and steady play in this one is there's not a lot of utility for Team 1. So if you can drag out any piece of CT util, that's going to be very dear to them. They are going to go through the monster tunnel, having not seen anything just yet. And here comes the play. They are making their move relatively quickly by their standards. Oh, but that may be a blunder. The bomb is down, and the bodies are starting to follow. There's still one towards barrels as well. They expect that position, but they haven't been able to unseat it. Now IDK is in towards the action. A 4v2. Bit disastrous here. And Trop isn't even close at hand. He was hoping to control the rotations, but instead, he might need to do all the work himself. It's Wiz and it's Trop, and they're backing away from this. Trop taking some space toward the top of connector, and this would be all well and good if they had the bomb, but John, they don't.
No, they do not. And we get a chance to stare into Wiz's cold, dead eyes, the sniper.
Calling it now, T-side save.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's unusual, but certainly with the AWP and the AK and all that utility, it's worth the save, Mike. I think they should hang on to these guns, and absolutely that will be happening.
Those are some beautiful baby blue boopers.
They are, actually.
I mean, a little creepy and doll-like. But
it'd be nice
very
if they
blue.
blinked.
I don't know if it would. I think that would take them closer to the uncanny valley.
Okay.
I think it would be creepier if they blinked. Like, you know those dolls that blink?
Yes, I do.
It would
yes.
just look like that. They're
would-
horrifying.
Yep. Yeah.
No, that would be way
I take it back.
creepier.
I take it back. Let's just stick with the no
Now,
blinking.
now imagine if nothing on the face moved, none of the facial features moved, but the eyes moved. That'd be horrifying. Scooby-Doo portrait style.
And they blinked.
And they blinked. Just really slowly blinked. Ches would never be able to use that camera angle again.
No way.
Because it would just scar the audience. I'm scarred thinking about it right now. It's going to take years of therapy to unseat that image. Mobs. About to be unseated right here, but no, he's got the gun out just in time. They're chasing. This HE could be potent. He's got Maluk on hand as well, and that op will rebuff them. The nade is potent as well. Look at the damage, the chunky damage. EG came a knockin'. But it was Team 1 who did the talking in the early round.
Yeah. Stanislaw down to 22. In that previous round, EG
Wiz saw Mobs get into this corner, John.
Okay.
He
That's
saw
some
it.
information at the very least.
He seen it. I don't know if he thinks he's still here, but you can tell they're really focused on dealing with Mob's spot. They're dealing with Mobs, and he still gets one. They know he's there, and he still gets one. That's the Mobs effect, John.
It absolutely is, and now Stanislaw, along with Chop and Wiz, are still going to truck their way forward towards the A site. Chop around the edge of the smoke, looking for the player that tossed that utility forward. Eventually, one right to his right will fade away. He's looking for a target. Smoke pops again. I mean, EG's doing a very good, Team 1's doing a very good job pacing their util and keeping EG at bay. Eventually, they have to go for the hit here. 34 seconds left. Chop, another smoke thrown.
The bomb's still so far back as well.
Yes.
The bomb is on Stan, who has no health. So if this HE gets pulled late, this is a catastrophe now. They're not even in. They don't have any util for it. They're going to attempt to save again. They're going to back away. They can't risk the rotation with this little time on the clock, so they are going to punt on this one. They are going to surrender on this round and allow Team 1 to slip into the lead. And the money, oh, the money, John. It is going to be strange.
Yeah, not often that you see 2 T-side saves in a row, Mike. But that did come through. I mean, obviously the AWP and the AK is better than they would have been able to buy even with the loss bonus. But yeah, they need to call a timeout and talk things over. Good job by Maluk in the early goings. And Mobs, even though his position is known, is still able to get one before he's traded out. I love the pacing of the utility on that A site too. One smoke thrown, then another one comes through, and EG can't really get anything done getting onto that site.
Drip feeding it.
Yep,
It's like
exactly.
a hamster bottle.
Precisely.
Those hamster bottles. Watching a hamster drink from a hamster bottle is adorable.
It is.
So just spin the little wheel. Makes a noise.
Has that little click to it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the little metal ball at the end of the straw.
Can be a little annoying at night when you're trying to sleep, though.
Yeah, you get used to it. At one point, I had 3 hamsters simultaneously.
Oh.
Because I got one hamster, and they
Yes.
neglected to tell me at the pet store that the hamster was pregnant. And suddenly, I had many more hamsters. And then I learned that hamsters, if they feel there aren't enough resources, will consume one of their young.
Oh.
Yeah, so then I had 1 fewer hamsters, still many baby hamsters. It was quite the experience for young Mike, I tell you, about learning about the circle of life. And Mobs is looking to give some lessons on over here, life lessons in the form of bullets. Only in part 2. And his gun is given up, so that's a little something to build upon. Oh, that's a little something to build upon in team with this op. Walko's gone looking. He does play the secondary for this team sometimes. He can be a bit quick on the scope, not often on the T side. But he's going to peer on in and see if he can't find a little something, little lesson of his own to impart onto the Team 1 side. Who's going to peek him? Who's going to give him the fight? He's craving it. He's hungry.
Yeah.
He wants the action, John. I mean, he is all about that action, boss.
The health is so low here, but
There's the action.
Walco does find that action, Mike. Pace, Adela will go down. 3v3 numbers even, but again, HP extremely low for EG. So they have to be very methodical on their take here. And they might even back off of B, but no, there's no way. 43 seconds left. They have to commit here. It's just a matter of when they decide to move in. Chop.
Tension on his face.
Yeah.
The chopper himself. See if he can chop this site down to size. They need to get this first entry. It's so very critical. Players in the water. If they're allowed to stay alive, and no chance of the bomb plant here, First engagement on, Shadow spotted, Shop should have the execution. Oh, the turn! The turn from IDK, TRK rather, the other K. So brutal, and just in a flash, they are all gone. Team 1 eliminating EG. At the very least, the bomb plant did go in, but there was not a moment more available for the NA squad.
A little more health, and TRK would have gone down. A little more health on Team 1 side, I should say, because TRK survived with 6 HP. It just took a slight flick, 1 bullet, and that was it for the player firing in his direction. So, Team 1, 3 rounds in a row. 5 of the last 6 going their way, and EG have a lot to think about here going to this next buy-up. Going to be 3 AKs.
I just noticed there are people Beyblading.
Yes.
Right next to our casting desk.
That up mine
I apparently haven't looked right.
Brought the Beyblades.
There's a circle of like 8 people crowded around a Beyblade arena.
I've never played, have you?
No, it was after my time. We are old, John.
Yes.
Beyblades are for the youth. I think they're probably
cool,
even
though.
passé at this point. I don't know if they're still
I think
popular.
they might be a
with the
little passé, yeah.
Yeah, you would know. Do your youth's Beyblade?
Yes. Sorry?
Do your youth's Beyblade?
No, they do not.
No.
So.
It's old fogey stuff,
Oh,
so I
boy.
guess I'm beyond old fogey, and everybody is dead here. Team 1 have won every single engagement. The health bars are down, but at this point, maybe EG need to spin it to win it. Rip it. And I don't know any other Beyblade references, because frankly, I think they do just about need a giant spinning death top to be able to take this round. This one is dire. Even with the health as it's been taken away, there's just too many crosshairs on the other side. And they just don't have the wherewithal for this. Where even is the bomb? Do they have control of that at the minimum? No. Where is it? Where has my bomb gone? It's down in playground.
Playground, yes. Doesn't
Riding
really
the
matter.
swings, John.
What's that?
You gotta watch out. People abandon things at the playground. Bombs, soda bottles,
I certainly
children.
hope not. Wow. 2 of those 3 things are very terrifying. As, Rush is going to get the headshots, or 1 headshot, a singular headshot onto Malps. And, I mean, that's probably all he's going to find out of this
10
round.
seconds, yeah, it's done.
There's nothing.
And once again, we're going to have a T-side save. EG will never get a normal economy. It's against the rules.
They have different
lifeless
colored eyes.
You imagine if they blinked, though. I think it's just in the shadow. I think that was actually the same eyes.
I'm not sure. They look
Come on, let's
brown.
go into the eyes.
Yeah, I want to see all
oh,
the
we're
eye
getting a
colors,
replay
so
here.
there's
That might be a
actually
little more
variation.
important than the
Yeah, it
deathless
is, yes,
horror eyes of the player
absolutely.
models. Good round. Good round for Team 1.
Yeah.
Now back to the dead lifeless eyes. Yeah, no, it's all the same player model on Overpass.
Yeah, but the eye color is different.
It's just the shading.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, it's just the lighting.
I'm so disappointed. I was hoping there was variation of some kind.
No, they're creepy, horrible, replicated dolls. Like the worst mannequins you've ever seen.
Oh, we're going to go to a Beyblade
We're getting the Beyblade cam.
Whoa,
Beyblade
all right,
cam
let's
in
go.
live. All right, rip it, spin it. Oh, we
no,
broke the
we
Beyblade
lost
cam.
it.
We literally
We
broke
broke
it.
the
They spin
camera.
too hard, and Rush has just taken his gun and broken Maluk's face, much like the Beyblade cam. This one's going to get risky, but Miles finds the spacing. That collects Rush. That collects the big heavy hitter in this round. His gun can be reclaimed, but they're trying to come in to eliminate Mobs, and Mobs is so very ready for this. Come on, give me the fight. Give me more. Yeah, that's right. Hit me. Try and hit me. Oh, they succeeded that time.
They did, and
Stan
an
did hit him.
upgrade to an AWP here for Stanislav. We got the Beyblade cam for a little bit, but unfortunately it seems to be having some issues. Either way.
Technical difficulties on our Beyblading.
Yes.
Check back in later. There's cheering coming from the Beyblade camp, so one of the tops beat the other top at spinning better.
It's, you know, when you break it down to the simplicity of it, it is in fact that. TRK.
Timing here for Stan. Timing here for Stan. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's rough.
that's
That
over.
drops the bomb as well. Walco says, okay, let me try with the up. Ew, that was desperation. Might as well just no-scope through Monster. That's the likelihood of taking this round.
Yep.
30 seconds, a 1v3.
Another save?
And it is going to be another
Really?
T-side save. Ops are valuable, man.
They are. 4750, I mean, for sure.
It's more than you can get in your loss bonus.
And he has 2,000 available to him, so it's actually not too shabby.
I
He can
don't
still
know if
get
we're
the
going to want
util.
face cam in this one. Yeah, this isn't done just yet. He's going down the ladder. He's going down the ladder. He's found a friend. He's found a friend. 7 seconds, and he will not die after time at the very least.
Disappointment on his face, too. Shaking his head.
Sorrow.
Sorrow, indeed.
It's looking a little rough for EG. It's been a long time since they got a round win. 5 in a row against them.
Yeah, and I mean, as I mentioned before, this is their playground. They love to be on overpass. It did get a little bit rough for them for a brief moment when they decided to really expand their map pool. They stopped playing overpass as much, and they went back into it, and it was a little bit more of a losses in a row than you would expect. But as of late, they've been very good here, so it's surprising to see them down by 4 rounds and quite a few in a row given away to Team 1. 4 AKs and the AWP. On the EG side now, though, and Maluk, look at the position he's holding here in the tunnels. He's already trying to scope in with the AWP. Very aggressive on his part, but now he smokes it off, and he diverts his attention in towards Monster.
Trying to collect some ankles, specifically Walco's ankles. Some valuable ankles.
Very.
You know how much the ankles of a Walco fetch on the black market?
I do not.
I don't either. I don't think they've ever been sold. They're a 1-of-1 set, and hopefully he gets to keep them.
Yes, please.
Oh. Footsteps making their way in. They are trying to pressure in towards Connector, but the AWP is no longer at home. So Connector at least under control here. Stan does have the bomb, and he wants the first engagement here. Mob's going looking. There is that bomb, but Stan limps away from the engagement. Still, somehow there's an advantage, even when EG are winning the encounter we're watching. They're losing elsewhere on the map. It has been dire for them. And now Stan, it's not long for this world. IDK is waiting to see if he can get more. Timing is brutal there, but the health's just not available for Stanislaw. The bomb now dropped further past the dice box. The reinforcements are here, and it's all over.
It truly is wild, right? Like, we saw the engagement finally go EG's way.
And 2 players down.
And 2 players are down, and the advantage to Team 1. It's just nothing.
That's why they can't have nice things, John.
Yeah. But, I mean, Team 1 are really getting in their faces. They're making things so difficult for them. You saw Maluk pushed all the way down in Connector into lower, trying to get an opening frag with the AWP. When he doesn't get it, he smokes it off and rotates around. Meanwhile, Malbs is pushing up. He gets that frag traded out, but like we said, I mean, across the map, there was another frag that came through, and I mean, EG have already lost his half. How much worse could it get? Mike, you're
Still
really
fascinated by the Beyblade thing.
Oh, nice hit.
Pressure on in the pistol rounds.
Oh, no.
Maybe getting something. TRK's got 1, but Walco has the backstab. He's looking for 2, and he's got them as well. The Tech-9 flicking. Walco up close. A 2v3, a chance, an opportunity, a dream. Walco looking for some upgrades, and he's got them, but Mobs. Uh-oh. It's all about Mobs. They got to come back to get the bomb. And they've got to come right into Mobs' crosshair to do so. He spotted 1. He drops that bomb right back down. And Walco needs to do so much more. 2 kills, not nearly enough, and he will find nothing else to build upon.
Oh, what a shame. Not even a bomb plant out of that.
Not even a bomb plant, John.
I mean, they were right on site, and Walco had such an advantage on the flank. I guess he just took a little too long to activate, because once he gets those 2 frags, there's a much weaker EG attack available to him, and, well, no bomb plant to speak of. Team 1 round away from getting into double digits now. Alrighty.
The Beyblade crowd is gaining mass. It's gaining momentum.
It's getting bigger and bigger.
It's getting greater centrifugal force, which is also what causes tops to spin. Physics.
That's fantastic, Mike.
Hey, here's the swing in. Malbs, he's got 1. The trade is there, but the damage is brutal. Wiz limping into this one. Oh, and he will not be accompanied by a Stanislaw. Wiz trying to bring back this kill. Ooh, I don't think his barrel was spotted, so he's going to go chasing for Maluk, and he will find that. Important kill to find. It gives EG a possibility into this round, and they are running out of chances. There are just not too many left in this half, John. There's not too many left.
They finally thwarted off that aggression from Team 1, but they took a lot of damage as a result. You have Wiz down to only 13 HP. And TRK.
Here comes the hit.
They're looking the wrong way. Now TRK realizes that, Mike. The smoke is guys in their vision for the time being. The nade could be absolutely massive.
Bye-bye, Wiz.
Go down.
Bye-bye, Wiz.
Here it comes.
Goodbye, somebody. Wiz is out of there, but Walco finds the 2 kills they need, and it's going to fall to IDK in a clutch.
I love how that's synced.
IDK in the clutch, trying to come back into this. The bomb's being planted, and it's planted a little open. A smoke for cover, but IDK can take advantage of that to isolate the 1. He knows where the second's got to be. Here comes the swing, here comes the peek, but Chop catches him on a spray.
The Beyblade tournament synced with the 2 frags there from Walco. Really love that. But yeah, 4 rounds picked up by EG. Walco, a key piece. There's absolutely no question on that push. The second time that he's gone to B and found 2 frags, this time in a winning effort, Mike.
this time finally in a winning effort, but only one survived. So they will be reinvesting. That was the partial buy. To be fair, it's a chance here, a dream, a hope. But this one,
something, hopefully.
This one's gonna hurt. Maluk finds the opener. He is overwhelmed. Mobs taking an advantage. Health lost though. Health lost in a big way. Mobs might just be overwhelmed. He's sticking around. He's not got support very close at hand. IDK is here, but he's way back on towards the site, and he's quick to rotate back down. So now Mob's gone. IDK needs to commit, and he will do so out towards long. EG settling back in. They've gone pace here in the beginning of these rounds, right? They've tried to go for more early engagements, tried to get some of these fights, John. But once they have the fights, they tend to settle just a bit. This round, seems like they've got a B in their bonnet, and that B is actually taking them towards A. Oh, until that happens.
Yeah, IDK good for the frag onto Rush, throws a Molotov afterwards, but he backs off at the wrong time. Wiz was hoping exactly that would happen, makes it a 2v2, and Wiz looking for a follow-up. He wants that man advantage before they get onto the site, but I'd be very surprised if they get it. It's not a bad idea because the rotation has already come over here to the A site. The thing is, it's a very quick rotation back to B for the CTs.
And TRK's never really left. He thought about it, and then he quickly decided maybe that's not the call. And now Utility is going to confirm that he has the right inklings here. They got to be wary of this on the cross. They got to not trust it, and they do. Oh, the nade. The nade will find it and deny the plant. They're so low on time. 25 seconds. Last player behind the pillar. Got a swing, and the last bullet will do it, but it's enough. Double digits found for Team 1.
Wow, what a hold there by Team 1 into the 1v1. Again, the heroics attempted by Walco, but he is shut down on B. So, double digits found for Team 1. 10-4, looking for another 11-4 half, reminiscent perhaps of that first map that we saw. And in fact, all the first halves have been incredible for Team 1. 11-4 in the first map, 12-3 in the second map, and here, potentially, another 11-4. Even if they don't get to 11-10 on CT side, that's solid. TRK gonna toss the Molotov in, right outside of Monster. And they also had another one from Water, so Walco has to wait before he pushes up with his MAC-10. It's a bit of a mixed buy-up coming through from EG. The MAC-10, the Deagle, the two Galils, and the lone AK in Rush's hands. As Walco's getting ready to line up that smoke for heaven, Rush is thinking about peeking around. They have some flashbangs to use, and they absolutely must. Here they come. Rush pushes in. He's all the way to pillar. Great flash thrown by Stanislaw in support, and Rush is going to get himself a 2K right around that pillar, and the third into heaven. Rush has opened up this bomb site all by his lonesome, thanks to the flashes, of course, thrown by Stanislaw. Malbs and Maluk, the last two standing here, trying to retake this in the final round of the first half.
Creeping in is Malbs. The magic M's of this team, and that's the first one found. Rush with no idea that he was visible. He's exposed, he is caught, he is collected. EG have to hang on to this defense.
Oh, no.
And they're starting to lose some of the engagement, starting to lose the numbers, but Maluk, too many targets to find a fifth round at least for EG. The classic EG, just enough on the T side to keep them in it, just enough to make us believe. And now they've got something to build on as we will swap sides. The defense now, the role of EG.
That's a pretty typical half on Overpass, right? 10 round CT side, 5 for T. So, like you said, very much in it.
What's going on here?
EG side.
Why are the Beyblades making their way over to the stage?
Something's happening. Something's happening. I don't know what's happening.
I don't know.
Okay. We'll see here.
We're apparently doing a Beyblade 1v1 for a CS skin afterwards.
Oh, can I compete?
That is what I've been told about. I don't know if we've got the wrists for it, John. I assume that's where the rip it motion comes from.
All right. I got pretty good wrists still in my old age.
Pretty good wrists still. That's a sentence.
Well, whatever.
You're right, I set it up. I was just thinking about that existing as a sentence, and this pistol round is going to need some good wrists for some good flicks here in a moment. Wiz has a really powerful spot. He's got the whole flank. His teammates all ready to balloon up the connector, and here comes the hit. TRK looking for them all, but does he realize there's a backstab here? No, he should be blindsided. That took a lot more bullets than perhaps it needed, but still the end result is a man advantage. The bomb will be down. It's a 4-on-5. And they're all coming from the flank, so it's not the flank, it's the new front. And here comes the play. An exchange so far, advantage still for EG. Pressuring on in. These pistols activated now. They need to make their stand. IDK pressed into the fight. He is eliminated. But Mobs and Maluk, a dangerous combination. They're being whittled away. All just Maluk. And he will be taken to the bank, and he'll be cashed out the round for EG.
Yep, the defusal comes through, and that will be that. EG, a very nice defense here on this pistol round. 4 players left standing. At least Team 1 managed to sneak through and, of course, find that bomb plant, though, as Mike analyzes the Beyblade launcher, having never touched one before.
I have actually. I did this
Oh,
once with
you?
my baby cousin. She got some for Hanukkah, and I spun the tops. But this one is very complicated. It looks like a lightsaber
Probably
or something.
a competitive Beyblade launcher, I
Or
would
just
imagine.
one tied to the show or Animu or something going on here.
Yeah.
I don't really know what's happening here. It's very it looks like an N64 controller. You know, the ones that have the translucent plastic on them?
Oh, yeah. That's a throwback.
It's like a limited edition N64 controller. Here comes the play on in. Stanislaw is looking to be the controller of this round. And he's not weirdly shaped like an N64.
Hope not.
I hope. That would be very hard to contort your body into.
Yes.
Either way, EG have closed this gap to 3. The guns are not yet out for Team 1. This will be the round where we really get to see the rifles, but the geniuses are getting a nice start to their defense. Now, reminder, they did win the first 2 rounds off the pistol in the first half as well.
They did?
And then not so much for a while.
No, this is quite a wait until they had another round.
Can't repeat that here.
No.
Famai out in force. Famoose, a herd of Famoose. Antlers waving in the air. Evil geniuses look to get a bay with this inferior rifle.
1:34 on the clock here. Team 1 have the 5 AKs. A little bit of utility. Not as much as they'd like, but they'll make it work here. Sorry, just watching you keep play with this Beyblade launcher, and I'm tempted to try it out as well. Either way, TRK, he's tempted to spam through this smoke and doesn't really connect on much because no one is home on EG. They're giving up the space here from Fountain into mid. And Team 1 continue to poke and prod for first contact here, and there will be a player at Long Bathrooms. In fact, right outside of Long Bathrooms, near Cafe, in fact, as Wiz is that player. A1S in hand.
What do you think Wiz's coffee order is?
I don't drink coffee, so I don't even know what would be in order.
I don't either. I've set myself up very poorly for this bit. I'm a tea drinker.
Me too.
Wiz is probably an energy drink guy. That's my guess. IDK gets the opening kill here. Very nicely done. Wiz down for the count, but the answer is immediate from Walco, and now it is just the Famai. A hail of them, a storm of them, a rush perhaps, but this rush has been quieted. 20 seconds, plenty of time with which to plant this bomb, and it's just left to 2. Chop and Stanislaw. Stan even far away on this rotation. So Chop for now is the one who will try and probe for some space. Poke and prod and see if there might be a way back into this. They've got kits. They have smoke as well, so if it comes down to the defuse, that would be good. Oh, and the nade lights the way, but it's out by the fence. Goes Maluk. He's got none. He's got none. Looked like one for sure, but no, not indeed. And IDK taking care of time enough for the defuse. They've done it. Not a body dropped in turn. Evil geniuses drag that one back into possibility.
It's a 2v3, and the nade did indeed light the way. It was a mortar strike onto the Team 1 player, and then the 2v2 clinical by the Evil geniuses. In fact, I think a bit of a whiff spray coming out from the player from Dumpster, and that's why EG are able to take that round. So, EG up to 8. They're really pulling this one back. They've kept Team 1 off the board in the second half, and echoes of Mirage come to mind here. Chop gonna toss the nade on forward into Monster. They're already through the smoke from CG Spawn to block off visibility, and Chop's just gonna spam through for good measure. Pesa in the meantime is taking damage elsewhere on the map. He's down to only 23 HP. Not sure what happened there. Probably a bunch of util. Mobs looking to get him from connector. He's having a peek towards bathrooms. Not a bad idea, because there are a couple of players in Long Bathrooms that he is not aware of.
Oh, it's actually the Wizard.
Wiz, yeah.
Looking for this fight. Timing on it
There it
is good. Dink back the other way, but a shot to the crotch from the op will leave you limping. Bow-legged. And that's a big one to find from Maluk. That's going to keep them very much on their toes over in the EG side, over in the EG camp. Wiz recognizes that he's trying to retake this space, but he knows what a challenge it is, and he's pinched at this point, so he's got to fight one direction. It'll work out somehow, some way with just the pistol. And suddenly, what was looking incredibly dangerous has settled right down. The bomb plant will come in, but it's a 2v4. IDK is going to need to have one of his quintessential rounds. If this is going to happen, Pesadelo is so very low, John.
Yeah.
One bullet will do it. Maybe two, if we're being greedy here. And the retake, it's on.
It's pretty slow, though.
Here comes the hit. Here comes the spray. IDK with 2, looking for more.
No
He's got
way.
it. Here's the round. Here's the hero play. 3 letters in the name, 3 kills in the game.
What a play by IDK, Mike. The 3K comes through. Very little HP at his disposal, but he doesn't care. All he needs to do is hit the shots, and he absolutely delivers. He has been incredible throughout this BO3, and it looked like EG had full control, but one player slips in, finds the bomb plan, and IDK does most of the work until Pesa chimes in for the last one. Disappointment on the faces of EG. They know they had that one in the palm of their hands.
Fittingly, for his name, I don't know how you defend that one.
No.
Not when he's hitting like that, and he's had plays like this all tournament long. I will be honest, of this team, IDK was the player I perhaps had the most doubts about on this roster before this tournament.
Yes.
No longer.
Yes.
No longer. Walco trying a little bit of desperation, a flash push in. It's nearly successful, but not here, not now. Yeah, it turns out he's just a lanimal.
Absolutely.
We've been watching him online, and that's not where he thrives.
No, it's not the same at all, I'll tell you that. But hey, the biggest competitions happen on LAN, and if you can deliver there, well, you're gravy. Rush. Gonna be waiting patiently here in connector, yeah.
There's no way he should get more than 1 here. 1 would be good.
Mob should be able to. Oh no!
He will. He will. Mobs wasn't aware. I thought they were going to pinch in towards connector. Instead, they thought it was clear. A little bit of missed information. Thought they'd been tipped to this one. Instead, it's a rifle gained as he finds his 1, but he is not traded upon. Team 1 shifting at an awkward time. They will come into B, though, and B is relatively soft. Chop has no more utility, and he has no friends close at hand.
That done picked up helps so much in this round for EG, because now they have 3 rifles instead of 2, a 4v4 on their hands, and TRK is very low. Yes, reinforcements are here. 27 seconds left. Pressure's on for Team 1. They've already lost a body. Pesa gets the immediate trade. Back and forth action here. Desperation kicking in for Team 1, trying to plant the bomb. Pesa gets 1. The trade is good again. They can't keep the bodies up. It's up to IDK. No heroics this time, Mike. EG are back on the board.
These have been the rounds that have haunted Team 1, the limited buys, the broken buys, the situations where a pistol upsets you. They were the only rounds they dropped on Dust, too. The problem is that hasn't been the case this time around.
Yes.
Though it does spell a bit of trouble. This was their chance to seize this game and not let go. Instead, they're up against it once more, and their lead is fast slipping. They have been caught slipping, John. And this time they're going to go fast in towards B to try and address for it, at least taking the space outside construction. Pressure on Stanislaw with many guns in his face, and, well, there may be more. Uh-oh. All the dominoes are falling. This Jenga tower has come crumbling on down. And this bomb is going to be planted. No denying that. Walker wants the spam. Finds it. Look what he was on. And wisely, they will now plant safe from that angle. You know, just keep a giant concrete pillar between us. Uh-oh.
Great position for Maluk. He's got 2. He's got both.
1, 2. Maluk, he's got it. Pesa even came into Vulture the last, but there we go. Team 1 make up for the error in the last with an immediate course correction.
Absolutely. Perfect positioning from Maluk. Wasn't expected there. And yeah, that's the pistol round for Team 1 coming to strike right on back. And EG are relegated down to another 4 spot. It's going to be 4 pistols. The scout for Walco. But man, that stings after they come out with such a huge round victory. Team 1 snatch away any momentum they would have hoped to have gained from it. And now Team 1 are rocking right back into it with 3 AKs, 2 A1Ss picked up from that previous round. Tons of utility being thrown on over. The flash is blinding the 2 EG players, in fact 4 EG players that are pushing up in this position. Walco's got the scout, gets the kill onto Maluk. Okay, great opener here. They won't be able to recover that rifle, but still a man advantage for EG. And again, these are the types of rounds that Team 1 have struggled on against EG.
Pistols, scouts, the limited buys, they show a little bit more respect, oddly. Counting on their ability to win the engagements at range, but this can be where they get unsettled, and right now it's the stack that they're walking into. So many pistols around so many corners. And pressure on in a big way. The first one goes in, a 1-for-1 exchange here, and a double push out long. This could be the flank quickly. They need to get through the front. They need to get through. So many bodies have been lost elsewhere on the map, but they have got the space in towards the site. They're starting to get wary of the flank, but there's still time to be caught here on the periphery. You can see heads on a swivel. Pesadillo is so panicked. But a rifle's been picked up and chopped. Might be about to bring it to bear. Oh, don't wide swing around that corner. Don't wide swing around. TRK in for a world of hurt here. And he's down for the count. It's just on a Pesa. He's got the numbers punched in. He's got the bomb planted at least. But this is a round that, again, they needed to see through. These are the moments where the game gets away from you. Pesa is fighting forward. Not staying stagnant. He's got the first. They got some positioning here, but he's so wary. They could be anywhere. And Chop will finish this one off. A two-piece in the round, and EG keep it just so very close.
Oh man, Chop the shark in the water, waiting for his moment to chomp down on the competition, and he does exactly that, not once, but twice to cap off the round, and a 10th picked up by EG. It's been so very back and forth over the last 4, but Team 1 are clinging to their lead, now down to only 2 rounds.
I saw a shark in the water recently.
Did you?
Yeah, off the coast of, about 100 miles off the coast of New York Harbor, New Jersey area. Hammerhead was chilling. At least I think it was a hammerhead. It looked pretty hammerheadish. They're pretty distinctive.
Wow.
And they sort of chill along the surface of the water to sun themselves a bit, I think.
Okay.
So it was really interesting.
Don't go in that water, though. Don't go in that water, though.
No, we were sailing.
Okay, good.
Safe and comfortable.
That's
you
good.
are so much less likely to die of a shark attack than you are being crushed by a vending machine, so maybe we should put warning labels on those things instead.
I'm pretty sure there
Wiz
is one, but
says you are very likely to die of my A1S. Unfortunately, Walco did not heed the warning. Rifles, very dangerous, more than sharks, certainly in this country. We won't get into that here. Let's
not.
keep it fun and lighthearted. And indeed, let's get the flank developing here from Wiz. Oh, he's creeping on in down. Pressure coming in towards the site. They are making their move through. The crossfire is set up, but one piece of it is dismantled. Rush holding the line. A wounded IDK, all that remains. A nade would finish him. A flashbang would finish him at this point. He's got no health, but he's got the headshots. He's not expecting construction player, but turned in the nick of time still. Not able to bring this through. That would have been a nigh impossibility. But the damage that he's done here, John, is massive. The economy from EG has not been able to build in the slightest.
Yeah, that damage is really critical from IDK. Gets a couple of frags and the bomb plant. So not only does he limit the economy of EG in that round, he helps build his team's economy, which could lead to a buy-up here, and in fact, it will. They are going to fully invest. It will probably be a couple of Galils, around 2, maybe 3 AKs. No, it's going to be 4 Galils, in fact, and only, sorry, 3 Galils and 2 AKs. I'm going to get it right eventually. It doesn't matter. 12 to 11
Counting is hard.
In favor of Team 1. Yes, sometimes it is. But Evil Geniuses, they know how to count to 2, and that's how many rounds they need in a row in order to get the lead away from Team
They also
1.
know how to count fast. You don't have to count if you just hit the site immediately. 1 kill in a second as well. The trades are even so far, but it's pressure on to Stanislaw. Stanislaw needs to stay alive. The rotation is coming, but it takes precious seconds for it to go by. They're not watching for him. The trades are even once again. It's going to be a 2-on-2. Healthy players on the site, but the bomb needs to be planted. Smoke for cover. Flashbang's out. They don't realize they've still got quite a bit of distance before these CTs get in. And there's a minute 20 on the clock, so they can slow things down. The utility over from Graffiti might be the tip-off here. What's still available? There is another nade up, but they're not going to chuck it, not just yet. Comes in a bit. Damage onto Mauled. 20 HP lost there. Nothing catastrophic.
Yeah, just tickled.
Wiz and Walco are held at bay. They're looking for the W. They've got the W's in their name, but Wiz no longer has his skull. It's all into Walco now. A hero moment required, because otherwise this EG economy is completely crumbled, is shattered, is dashed down onto the dirt. So Walco will attempt this. He will crawl forward, dancing around the pillar, trying to find the first engagement. He's caught in a crossfire. There was no escape, and that's the punishment round for Team 1. They have finally cracked the economy from EG. It's been back and forth. It's been a tug of war over these last few, but now this is a dire situation for the CTs.
Yeah, not only that, the loss bonus is only at 1,900 in the next round, so because it's been so back and forth and getting into the latter stages of play here in this map, the CTs have a much tougher time recovering than the Ts. So let's see what they do here. They decide to force up Mike, in fact. So it's going to be 2 scouts, 2 5.7s in the Deagle. So EG not going to be on the eco. They want to try to deny round 14. This is going to be an interesting finish, to say the least, if they can't come out with something very spicy here. And already losing 3 players.
Oh my goodness.
What a transfer from Pesa. And Walco does get 1 back, but this is all Team 1. The bomb has been dropped. It's in.